another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Obi'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. Holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Now freedom is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku, another Savior.
Well, this is Obi'S. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. Holy, 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 Obi'S is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Usually it pans to me and then I cough, but I didn't even know but that wasn't on the screen. So there it is. One name according to the Southeastern singers. I was about to say Igbo to Igbo. Pardon me. I was about to say the Igbo to Igbo, but then I reminded myself that we've moved away from that language, especially after yesterday's session where the Southeasterners called us to caution somewhat. So good day, not good afternoon, good morning, good evening, because that they call that tautology in language. In language, they call that tautology. When you say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, they call that tautology. That's the technicality in language for that. Because you could say it's an unnecessary use of language, because you can just easily say good day, which sums it up from morning till whichever time of the day it is. So good day, dear friends. Good day, dear friends. Good to have you back. Another banging session. You know it's going to be another banging session. So I don't know why I keep on telling you that. So plenty to discuss. But before we get into the conversation, let's do the usual protocol, just the administrative stuff. As soon as you're coming in, make sure you've clicked on the like button. Do that routinely. So if you hear me ask you every day, then just do that as a matter of habit. So do that as a matter of habit, so that when I'm calling people to click on the like button, you don't feel as though you are being targeted, because you would have done it already. So click on the like button if you haven't done that already. And if you're not subscribed, then please correct that as well by clicking on the subscription button. That helps with the YouTube algorithm. You see, it helps propel the channel up within the YouTube space. So do that. And then if you want to come join us in conversation on the screens, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us in a conversation on the screen. So click on that. That brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the stories, I'll let you onto the screen and engage you in a conversation. So click on that if you want to. All of your favorites that you hear every day, they do nothing but click on that. It's first come, first serve. So get in early to book your space. Get in early to book your space. And of course, now, you know very much we are championing this space now, inviting that you donate towards the platform. So if you feel inclined to donate towards the platform, this is our preferred portal. So click on this buy your host cups of coffee link, and go there and be as generous as you can be. So don't go there and be derisory. So if you're going to go there and just do the barest minimum, then just don't. I seem to have a speck on my face. So if you're going to go there and be derisory, then just don't go there at all. So go there and be as liberal and generous as you can be. So do all that as we go straight to the headline. So a lot of the headlines are cascading from yesterday into today, because a lot of the follow-on stories are from yesterday are still very much dominating the headlines today. Okupe resigns as Peter Obi's campaign DG after money laundering conviction. So there it is right there. And this is why I encourage that you must always stay with us. We had this session yesterday, and we anticipated that it is an impossibility for this guy to survive 24 hours within that seat, and it looks as though he did not even survive 12 hours. What we anticipated was that Peter Obi will seize that moment, and he will agree it beforehand with Donye Okupe that he will use Donye Okupe as a sacrificial lamb, in order that he appears like a dominant alpha, because the Nigerian political space, they like dominant alphas. So he would have negotiated with Donye Okupe to agree that he be used as a sacrificial lamb, and rather than then giving Donye Okupe this soft landing, he should have sacked him. That's what he should have done. So they missed the trick there, but of course, they don't have they don't have what we have here, which is, so they don't know, but they missed the trick there. But nevertheless, the anticipation was that this guy would not survive 24 hours, and it looks, and we called it here first. A lot of people came to argue that they would be disappointed if the guy was not in a situation. So, of course, I mean, he had to go. And by the way, he did not resign on free will. That was a negotiated. If you think he resigned off free will, or it was suddenly consumed and subsumed with some righteous favor that dominated his mind, then you must, you need to recalibrate the way you think. He did not resign off free will. It was a negotiated step down. So he had a conversation with the hierarchy of that campaign, and they came to the conclusion that the optics requires that he steps down. But then they gave him the honor then of doing it on his own terms. So don't accord this guy any dignity or any virtue. This is a guy that stole 702 million naira in cash. So there is no dignity there. So it's a negotiated step down. If you don't understand that, then you need to recalibrate the way you think. So there it is. Donye Okupe, bye-bye birdie. So bye-bye birdie. Okupe resigns as Peter Obi's campaign DG after money laundering conviction. So no surprises there, at least not to anyone on this platform, because of course we had the anticipation that he was a gunner. Okupe sends letter to Peter Obi, tells LP candidates what to do after resigning. Nigerians react. So quite what he has to say, we'll find out shortly. There's actually a screen grab of some sort, a snapshot of the photo, but the wording is typed up, so we read it from there. So we find out what recommendations he's making after being sacked. Peter Obi reacts to Okupe's conviction, reveals next line of action. So we wrap up that space. But then, is this a mortal blow to the Obi campaign, or how do they pivot from this? Do they leave that space vacant? The director general of the campaign, do they leave that space vacant, or do they find somebody to substitute? So if they leave that space vacant, that is to say that Okupe continues to occupy that space in the shadows. But if they appoint somebody, then that steps Okupe down fully. But he, of course, still operates in the shadows within the greater organization. Peter Obi reacts to Okupe's conviction, reveals next line of action. So quite what that next line of action is, we find out shortly. So a story, of course, that we touched on briefly yesterday, but we expand on it a little bit today. Group insists on arrest, prosecution of Nigerian Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE over terrorism, economic crimes. So, of course, I mean, a lot of the stories yesterday are competing for the headline space, the EMEFIELE'S story and the Okupe narrative. So I'm sure you are already up to speed. Suddenly they moved them from the DSS accusing EMEFIELE of being the sponsor of terrorism, requesting that a court give them the permission to effect his arrest. Anyway, let's get it. Let me not preempt. Our group insists on arrest, prosecution of Nigerian Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE over terrorism and economic crimes. So we touch on that to find out what's going on there. We have not taken any action on Okupe's resignation. Peter Obi's counsel. So there's still, I'll move that just so I align it with the Peter Obi story so I can read it all the way through. So there is, that leaves, so this headline leaves open the possibility that they may well reject that resignation, and they may want to play it in that direction to show some sort of loyalty in the sort of Atiku Abubakar manner, backing a busted flush. But this, of course, will be yet another error in thinking, another brain fade within the Obidients organization. If they choose to reject that resignation letter, it will be yet another brain fade within that space. We have not taken any action on Okupe's resignation. Peter Obi's campaign cancelled. So that then means then that they've not yet, that shows then that it's not being fully accepted. That is what that suggests. Showore slams DSS for failure to arrest, detain EMEFIELE, says Buhari regime is a sham. So the last half of that statement, of course, I think, so say all of us, is that Buhari's regime, of course, is a sham, the most criminal. Just the rate at which they are stealing money is just so brazen and so crude, you know, but they've done it solidly. If you think that Nigeria is the top 27 largest economies in the world, and these people have been looting unfettered for 7, 8 years solid. So calibrate those two terms. Nigeria is the top 27 largest economy in the world. And this bunch of bandits from the Sahel, they've been looting that space for 7 years solid unfettered. So try and compute what that means in quantum terms, in the volume of they are stealing at will. And now this guy now has changed the Naira note. They want to chop his head off. But it looks as though, so I'm no sympathy for EMEFIELE from me, by the way. And there's a lot to unpack from this. Is the easy go-to is to say that corruption is pushing back against the change in the Naira notes, etc., etc. But let's just tarry and then we get into the conversation hopefully later on. Showore slams DSS for failure to arrest, detain EMEFIELE, says Buhari regime a sham. So Buhari regime a sham, I'm not quite sure if there's any argument to be had there. Justice Toso kicks as SSS motion to arrest Emefiele for terrorism, financing, economic sabotage. So I don't know what quite they made by case. I think he rejected the application because, of course, that's a news that is already subsisting within the public space. So now this next headline, it wraps with previous headlines, but it's a different spin on it. Follow on through still from yesterday. Federal government moves to ban withdrawal of cash from all public accounts. So this is the repercussions, the fallout, the lessons learned from the doing Okupe space. So now it's so archaic. The idea that a parastatal and agency, an organization of government can just send a bullion van to a bank to be packed filled with Naira notes. It's just so crude and crass. But this seems to be the system that obtains, especially within the security sector, of course, because they clout it in the necessity of being able to operate in a shadowy manner so that they would then use that to... So it looks as though the cleansing of that space, federal government moves to ban withdrawal of cash from all public accounts. So quite why the need to withdraw cash is just unbelievable. Even for a third world country, which we are, it is unbelievable that you just send bullion vans to the bank on a Friday to have it packed filled with Naira notes so that when Memunat and Binta are coming, you can impress them in to the bedroom. 2023 general elections may be sabotaged, Falana won. So we have a quick glance at the caution that is being alarmed by the SAN. INEC requires 100,000 vehicles, 4,200 votes for 2023 elections. So that is Mahmoud Yakubu now, just telling you now the weight of the logistics. So sometimes we buckle at the budget of INEC. And when you hear so many monies being dedicated to that particular organization, being allocated, budgeted to that particular organization, you buckle at the size of the money. But if you look at the weight of some of the things that they are required to do, you might well find justification for at least 10% of their budget. INEC requires 100,000 vehicles, 4,200 votes for 2023 elections, Mahmoud Yakubu. So, so quite what that means, we'll find out shortly. And this we'll find out shortly as well. So this is a story that we have been tracking, especially on this platform, the retrieval and return of artifacts of African origin to Africa, focusing on Nigeria. Germany returns 22 looted Benin artifacts to Nigeria. So now it looks as though I think quite a few countries are now doing this. So the news is now circling around to the United Kingdom, who have the bulk of the artifacts from Africa, especially from Nigeria, stored, and they even store these things in the archives. That's just the most egregious of all things. They are not even on display for people to learn and marvel from. They just store it in some cool archive somewhere, in some dungeon basement somewhere. So this is what they just hold on to it for the sake of holding on to it. This is what the United Kingdom does. But are they under pressure now from this move from Germany? Germany returns 22 looted Benin artifacts to Nigeria. So there it is. The Germans are moved before the United Kingdom. So there it is. Plenty to go through as always. Lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe if you haven't done that already. Use the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to. Let me repost it because the conversation seems to have pushed it from the immediacy. So let me repost the hyperlink that says StreamYard, just in case. If you're a new voice and a female voice, we're looking to hear from you, but then we're looking to hear from all voices, both the traditional and the new to the space. So if you want to come join us on the screen, then please click on this hyperlink right here that says StreamYard. So click on that. And then, of course, I'm hopeful that somebody will take this up this time around, this buy the coffee thing. And I'm hopeful that if I'm reading that somebody has bought a coffee, I don't want to be saying Ayo or just Ayo in this instance. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, then use that function right there. We're not going to be promoting that too aggressively anymore, but really the opportunity still avails. So as we set about doing all that, let's have a mini pit stop with the care guides, and then we dive straight into the throes of it. So we dive straight into the throes of it. But first, the care guides.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. A powerful, potent prayer by the care guides. Ikuko niriwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. So, of course, an amen to that, both on my behalf and on behalf of you, my friends. So, Ikuko niriwagbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. Donye Okupe resigns as Peter Obi's campaign DG after money laundering conviction. So, of course, this comes as no surprise to us on this platform. The Director General of the Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council, Donye Okupe, has stepped aside from the Obi Baba Ahmed campaign. His resignation became inevitable following his conviction by a federal high court sitting in Abuja for money laundering and misappropriation of federal funds on Monday. So it didn't misappropriate it on Monday, by the way. The verdict came in on Monday, so that's a poorly written piece. In a letter he shared via his Twitter account, Mr. Okupe said he's seeking to clear his name from the money laundering scandal that has locked the courts since 2018. You will recall that I briefed you yesterday about my personal travails in seeking justice and clearing my name using the Nigerian legal system to pursue same. I have invested too much in your campaign to allow my personal travails to become a source of distraction. In these circumstances, I have opted to step aside and plead that you appoint a new campaign DG who can continue the assignment with zero distraction, the letter reads. Although Mr. Okupe's letter says he wants to clear his name, his actions prove otherwise, as he hurriedly paid the fine of 13 million imposed on him as punishment by the court, as opposed to filing an appeal to quash the court's judgment. So the latter half, that last paragraph, I'm not sure that I necessarily agree, because the court gave him till about 4:30 to either pay that money or be imprisoned. So he had no choice but to hurriedly pay that money in order not to. You don't want somebody look at the Okupe. It doesn't look as though it's a person that can survive 2 minutes in prison, never mind a day. So he hurriedly paid that money not to land in prison. And then, of course, in the course of time, then he will seek to clear his name, as he has stated, or not. But no, I don't agree that that him paying that fine runs contrary to him claiming that he wants to clear his name. So there is that one. So there is that one. Donyo Okupe sends letter to Peter Obi, tells Labour Party candidate what to do after resigning. Nigerians react. Hopefully this is not too repetitive. Donyo Okupe on Tuesday evening, December the 20th, resigned as the Director General of the Peter Obi presidential campaign for the 2023 general elections. Obi announced, let's do that again. Donyo Okupe on Tuesday evening, December the 20th, resigned as the Director General of Peter Obi's presidential campaign for the 2023 general elections. Okupe announced his resignation in a letter he addressed to the Labour Party presidential candidate, Obi. In the letter, which he posted on his Twitter page, Okupe said it was better not to allow his personal interest distract the campaign of Obi, and that the party and that of the party, hence his decision to resign. Okupe urged Obi to appoint a new DG who can continue the assignment with no distraction. So it goes on to give us the details of what we have already read. So now let's see what reactions we're getting. So Nigerians react to Donyo Okupe's resignation. So this is Rinu Oduala, a sign of what to expect from Peter Obi's government. No one will be exempt from doing the right thing. So they are putting a positive spin on this. You remember, of course, this is about, I've lost count of the amount of strikes, of the number of strikes that this now constitutes. You recall, of course, that he appointed the killer of Ed Ensars as a security chief, and they forced him to step him down. And then when they constituted the campaign council, it was weighted with people of the South and people of East Hill, and they forced him to step that down. And then he came up with a somewhat shifty manifesto type thing, which they forced him to step down. And then, of course, now this Luther, that is the second in command of his campaign, is being forced to step down. So it's just an endless list. So we don't see anything that deviates from the rotten politics that we've always had in Nigeria with the Obi space. If you detach yourself from sentimentality, you cannot see anything that deviates from the norm with the Obi space. So a sign of what to expect from Peter Obi's government. No one will be exempt from doing the right thing. And then another one, thank you very much, sir, for taking this stance. History will be kind to you. More Obidients will step forward to collect the baton. We must move Nigeria from consumption to production. You are an honorable man. How is he an honorable man when he cannot account for 702 million naira, which he collected in cash, and is not able to document or produce any evidence? Not even half of it is able to justify what he used it for or why he took it. So how is he an honorable man? And they don't think he's an honorable man in Abeokuta, by the way, his own party, where they when they tell us that he stole 16 million naira, you're an honorable man. I still would have stuck with you. And at Peter Obi, if you didn't step down, we know this was a smear. How is it a smear campaign? The guy is not even he's not claiming his innocence, you know. So how is it a smear campaign? And this case has been ongoing, by the way, since 2018. So this is not something that has suddenly happened upon the space. This case has been going on since 2018, 2019, and all of this sequencing of days in court had already been scheduled. So this is nothing to do. And by the way, Justice Ochuku, the woman that gave the verdict. So this, how this is a smear campaign, I don't know. This investigation had been going on before Obi even had any thought of becoming Nigeria's president. We know this was a smear campaign. You have my highest respect, sir. So there it is right there, Al Capone. or Sunday Osumbo, as Reno Mokri calls him, has the highest respect of some yam head. Donyo Okupe, you stepping aside does not, So now this goes to the space of reality. This is Daniel Riga. It says, Donyo Okupe, you stepping aside does not wash away your 702 million naira. Donyo Okupe, you stepping aside does not wash away your 702 million naira money laundering conviction. Obidients are applauding your act, thinking it is honorable. That is because most choose to be gullible. So yes, willful ignorance. So that's willful ignorance. If truly you wanted to lead by example, serving your 2-year jail term was the right thing to do. Can you imagine that? So you steal 702 million naira and they ask you to pay 13 million naira back. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. Let's take a couple more. Sir, this is what, so I think this might well be a response. They say, sir, this is what the detractors wanted. They are scared of you. You know, man, it paints the brain sometimes when you read some of these things and you see, and these are opinions fervently held. This is not somebody speaking tongue in cheek, or this is what this character actually thinks. This is Okula priest, Dr. Charles Duque. They say, sir, this is what your distractors wanted. They are scared of you. However, we know you know what's best for the Obidient movement and the New Nigeria project. We respect your decision. So how is it a New Nigeria project when this guy was a functionary, a key functionary, by the way, Donyo Okupe, of one of the most corrupt, not the most corrupt now, because the administration that succeeded has exceeded it at multiple fold in corruption. But how can it be a New Nigeria project when Donyo Okupe, one of the key functionaries of the Goodluck Jonathan administration, which was one of the most corrupt administrations, in fact, it was on the basis of the just avalanche of corruption within that administration that Nigerians turned their back against that administration. So how can one of the key functionaries of that administration be now the pilot that flies us to a new Nigeria? I mean, let's, knock. Is anybody there? Is there any function between those two fat ears of yours? Is there any function? Is there, the lights are on, but nobody is home. The lights are on, but nobody is home. This is our ocular priest, Dr. He calls himself a doctor, Dr. Charles Duque. Sir, this is what your detractors wanted. They are scared of you. However, we know you know what's best for the Obedient movement and the New Nigeria project. We respect your decision. So there it is right there, away with the fairies, away completely gone cuckoo. Cuckoo, kukuruku. Sticking with the Obi's space still, let's see now Peter Obi's response. Peter Obi reacts to Donyo Okupe's conviction, reveals next line of action. So it probably be another just some yam thing, but let's just see. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Obi, has finally reacted to the conviction of his campaign director general, Mr. Donyo Okupe, saying that he cannot break his resolve to be Nigeria's president come 2023. Okay, I think this may well go back to yesterday. It says, I am hearing about it just like you. So I think we've dealt with that space before. I think that was an instant reaction. But this next one, hopefully now, a more cold, reflected reaction. We have not taken any action on Donyo Okupe's resignation, Peter Obi's campaign cancel. The Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council has said it is yet to decide on the move. Let me take a sip of water. Yeah, right. The Labour Party Presidential Campaign Council has said it is yet to decide on the move by its Director General Donyo Okupe to resign from his position. Okupe had earlier tendered his resignation letter to the party's presidential flag bearer, Peter Obi, following his conviction in court over violation of Money Laundering Act. Recall that the Federal High Court sitting in Abuja on Monday sentenced Okupe to 2 years imprisonment over the financial crime. The campaign DG said on Monday in his resignation letter that it was time to step aside, but said his support for Obi will continue until victory is attained in 2023. But the chief spokesperson of the campaign council, Tanko Yunusa, in an interview with Channel 7 Television, said the council will meet before making any pronouncement on Okupe's resignation. According to him, an individual cannot take such a decision, insisting that the council, according to him, an individual cannot take such a decision, insisting that the council would meet and take a collective decision that will be in the best interest of all Nigerians. He said, "We have not officially made any pronouncements in regards to the resignation of Dr. Donyo Okupe until when the campaign council meet and take a decision on what to do and how to do it." So those particular news may probably be speculations until the campaign council meets. We are not an independent people where one person can take a decision. It will be a collective decision in the interest of Nigerian people. So that signals a possibility then of them rejecting that resignation, and then we have a whole heap of drama around that. They should just let him resign quietly and then try and regroup. But then, of course, they have this penchant for shooting themselves in the feet. Groups insist on arrest, prosecution of Nigerian Central Bank Governor EMEFIELE over terrorism, economic crimes. Some civil society groups have insisted that Nigeria's secret police, the Department of State Services, must arrest and prosecute the governor of the central bank, Godwin Emefiele, over allegations of terrorism financing and economic crimes against him. In separate statements, the Center for Security and Terrorism, let me just scroll up for a moment. In separate statements, the Center for Security and Terrorism Prevention and pro-democracy groups Stand Up for Nigeria and National Conscience Movement called for Emefiele's immediate resignation. The DSS reportedly filed an application marked blah, blah, blah on December the 7th, 2022 before Justice T.S. Toso of the Federal High Court in Abuja, seeking to arrest the central bank governor over allegations bordering on acts of financial terrorism, fraudulent activities, and economic crimes of national security dimension. But the court refused to grant a warrant for Emefiele's arrest. In light of the foregoing reasons, I decline to grant this application ex parte. If the applicant believes that the evidence available to it so far is sufficient, then it can as well arrest and detain the applicant, even without the order of the court. If, however, the applicant desires to still pursue this application, then it should place the respondent on notice, considering the sensitive public office that he occupies, Justice Toso said. While some civil society groups have backed the CBN governor, CSTP commended the secret police for what it described as a thorough and professional investigation that culminated in the indictment of Emefiele as the chief sponsor of terrorism in the country. So, the CSTP, in a statement signed by its national coordinator, Comrade Abiodun Jakonde, and Secretary Ona Ogbonna, described the investigation as timely and asked why it took the DSS so long to discover what was so obvious. We are delighted with the findings of this investigation by the DSS. It is no longer news that the CBN is complicit in the wave of terrorist activities going on in the country. It is curious that with all the regulatory frameworks put in place to prevent money laundering, terrorists continue to operate with the most sophisticated weapons purchased with the Naira. It is strange and suspicious that very large amounts of money have been changing hands between kidnappers and their abductors and family members without the CBN lifting up a little finger. If Mr. Emefiele was not involved even remotely with these shady deals, he would have performed his oversight function and investigated such transactions because they outrightly qualified to be termed suspicious. His inaction is complicit and he must be held accountable. The group dismissed the court order restraining DSS from arresting the CBN governor, urging the secret police to re-strategize. CSTP urged President Mohamed Buhari to sack Emefiele immediately to show Nigerians that he is a truly anti-corruption crusader, and to support Emefiele's arrest and prosecution so that terrorism will finally be crushed in Nigeria. Similarly, pro-democracy groups known as Stand Up for Nigeria and the National Conscience Movement called for Emefiele's immediate resignation, saying that Emefiele's economic sabotage is well documented as it has plunged Nigerians into untold suffering. The group accused Emefiele of initiating destructive policies to enable its associates to benefit from the damage he is causing the country. The latest of this misadventure is the introduction of re-colored 20, 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes, which Emefiele's associates have again hijacked to the detriment of the citizens. Contrary to the assurances he gave President Buhari to secure approval for the exercise, commercial banks ran short of available notes within 6 hours of the December 15 take-off, whilst all the touted benefits were proven untrue within 48 hours. On the strength of the foregoing, Stand Up for Nigeria with the National Conscience Movement is hereby demanding that Mr. Emefiele resigns his position as the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria within the next 24 hours. If Mr. Emefiele has not resigned upon the expiration of our 24-hour ultimatum, we shall reconvene to unfurl measures that will ensure he complies. We are confident that Nigeria will not enter the year 2023 with Emefiele at the helm of affairs at the CBN. The statement jointly issued by the groups said. So there it is right there. So a lot to unpack from that Emefiele space. So the first go-to is to insist that this is corruption fighting back, because of course that traditionally is the usual go-to. So the first go-to is to insist that this is corruption fighting back, and that will that's a go-to, but that's somewhat of a lazy thinking. So there's elements of corruption fighting back, of course, because these changes, these vast and deep cutting changes that he has introduced, it has somewhat caught the looters off guard who have stockpiled, currencies in large volumes. So those currencies now, they cannot legitimize it, and ultimately they will have to hemorrhage it. They cannot even give it away. They stockpile so much of that money. And then with this Okupe's judgment as well, the noose is now tightening around that space. So they have to go after Emefiele to get rid of him, to get rid of him. So that's one argument. But the other argument is embedded in that essay by all these groups. All these acts of terrorism, huge amounts of money is being floated around when they tell you to go and bring, and by the way, especially with now this new understanding of the Anti-Terrorism Act, with people, all these kidnappers asking you to go and bring 20, 30, 50 million in cash. So when you go and take that money out of the bank, does it not trigger something? So what is the banking system doing about that? And how are they able to facilitate that money? So a lot of that as well, has it done enough in terms of monetary policy to tackle insecurity in the country? Certainly not. So there's somewhat of a complicity either by inaction and especially by inaction there. So is there some veracity to that narrative? So there are two sides to it, of course, but it's too lazy and easy to say it is corruption fighting back. But of course, corruption is fighting back as well. So a lot to unpack from that space, So let's go on from there. Let's see what Yele Shore has to say about that space. Shore slams DSS for failure to arrest detain Emefiele, says Buhari's regime. A sham. So, from the Aluta correspondent, let's hear the latest development. Right. African Action Congress AAC presidential candidate Omoyele Sowore has lampooned the move by the operatives of the Department of State Services to arrest and detain the central bank governor, Godwin Emefiele, over alleged involvement in terrorism. A coalition of civil society organizations on Monday evening had protested the alleged plot to remove Emefiele on what they said was trumped-up terrorism charges in Abuja. This was on the back of the discovery of the suit secretly filed by the DSS at the Federal High Court Abuja, where it accused the CBN governor of terrorism financing and other activities considered a threat to the country's security. However, Justice J.T. Toso of the Federal High Court in Abuja had turned down the ex parte motion, saying the secret police did not provide any solid evidence to back its claims that Emefiele was involved in terrorism, financing, and economic crimes. Tweeting in reaction to the development on Tuesday, Sowore described the drama between the CBN governor and the DSS as symptomatic of the disgrace the Mohamed Buhari-led administration had become. Sowore slammed the DSS over its failure to arrest Emefiele, citing the kidnap of Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya. He wrote, it says the at CBN thieving governor Godwin Emefiele versus lawless DSS court injunction drama shows how incompetence and lack of coordination by the shambolic and disgraceful at Buhari regime has become. DSS approaching a high court to secure an order to arrest Emefiele without evidence. So let me just pause there. There's a couple more paragraphs, but let me just pause there for a moment. So the fact that the DSS had to go through the courts to effect that arrest is somewhat suspicious. It puts a question mark on the veracity of their claims, because the DSS is the epicenter of intelligence-led security, securing of the country, if there's such a term. So it's the epicenter of the intelligence-led security architecture of the country. So if they found sufficient enough to effect the arrest of one of the most prominent names, one of the most important functionaries of state, if they have enough to effect this arrest, they don't have to go via a court, because it's a matter of urgency and a matter of national security, and it's a matter of immediate arrest. So if they are going via the court, then that puts a political angle to it. So it carries on, Sowore. It says, when they could have arrested him anyways, also that's what I was just saying. It says that when they could have arrested him anyways and charged him for the crimes alleged in their affidavit, the same lawless agency that went to Kenya to kidnap Mazi Nnamdi Kanu could not arrest Godwin Emefiele for terrorism-related offenses. Now, yes men and rent a crowd are happy. Emefiele had recently come under severe attacks following revelations by a House of Representatives member, Kudaji Kazuare, regarding the governor's alleged misappropriation and diversion of 89 trillion from stamp duties. Nigerians had also condemned Emefiele's and by the way, I saw that thing of this Kudaji Kazuare on some gossip magazine types way. I'm not sure anybody should be giving any veracity to what this guy has to say. Is he not the one that was telling us that the economy was moving like this and it was moving like that, and it's just the most ridiculous of persons. So it's not anybody of, and it is Kaduja Kazuare. I think if I can find him, I'll bring him up. Is singularly the most ludicrous person that you come across. Let me see if I can. We know him from Kaduja. It's just some. Let me see. Let me just Kaduja Kaidare or something. Let me see. Where's that? Let me just copy it from here. Sorry, I beg your pardon, but because I saw him and I was immediately dismissive of it, that I'm not sure that even if he sat on any committee that had anything to do with anything, I'm not sure this guy has the function to be able to have any understanding of what's going on. Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's see. Yes, you have a look at him. I think, yes. It says Buhari gave me power to investigate CBN governor Gudajak. As I just, I remember him from. Let me see if I can find him where I remember him the most. Let me see if I can find him where I remember him the most. It's just the economy is doing like this. Yes, let me see if I can find him. Is it the? Yes, it is the same one. So this is just the most ludicrous or person, just a complete, utter nonsensical sort of a. It's just some. Yes, let me grab these videos because I did see him and I immediately I saw it on. Let me get my words in sequence. I'm just so vexed. So I did see him put out all of that, claiming that Emefiele stole that Emefiele stole however many trillion. But then I had a look at the person saying it, and then of course this is the person investigating Emefiele. But let me just grab the video, then I'll play it to you at the end. Then you'll see what I'm saying. It's just the most ludicrous of persons. So this element goes on some random nonsense to talk out of tune, something beyond his pay grade, and everybody seems to be whooping and hollering. It's just a rank idiot. The buffoon. I will play you videos of the guy, and then you'll see why I'm speaking in the manner that I am. Let me just grab this one as well. Just give me one moment. It's the most. If this is the guy that ignited that space, then there's something else at play, because this guy has no authenticity, no veracity, no compunction, and no function to be starting up anything. It's just a buffoon. It is just. You will see. You will see. I'm telling you, it's just a buffoon. But I'll play you clips of him. Then okay, yeah. Let me see. Okay, yeah. Let me grab those. Then let me pop them in the studio. So when I finish the reading out, he is a buffoon. That is what this guy is. It's just a buffoon. So if we are getting all worked up on anything that this guy has to say, then really we all need a medical checkup. Hold on. Oh, sorry. Let me just. I beg your pardon. I'm going to put it into the studio so that I can play it to you just as soon as we finished the readout. So let me put that there. Yes, let me remove this. I've got so many stuff that I have to delete some because you only get X amount of space in that space. Okay, so we got that. So let's get back to it. So if we're going by the words of Kaduri Kajari or whatever his name is, then we're not in a serious place at all. But we'll see what people are making of that. Emefiele had recently come under severe attacks following revelations by a House of Representatives member, Kudaji Kaziare, regarding the governor's alleged misappropriation and diversion of 89 trillion from stamp duties. Nigerians had also condemned Emefiele's involvement in politics, saying his action was at variance with Section 9 of the CBN Act 2007, which prohibits him from engaging in any other part-time or full-time employment while serving as the governor of the apex financial institution in the country. So, of all of the things that they have said, there is nothing that aligns with terrorism, which is where the DSS is coming at him. So everything that they are saying aligns more with EFCC than DSS. So quite why they are throwing the DSS at him. that lends to the narrative that corruption is fighting back. So what you're making of that, we'll discuss it in a moment. So let's go on to the next. Okay, the next one. Pardon me. So the next one is to do with this same space as well. So I'm not quite sure. I think we've got enough from there. This is still to do with the EMEFIELE'S space, but I think we've got enough information to build the conversation around. Justice to sow kicks as so we just leave that one. Let's just leave that one just to save the time. So let's go to this one now that aligns with the Okupe space. Federal government moves to ban withdrawal of cash from all public accounts. The federal government has set in motion a new policy banning the withdrawal of cash from all public accounts. In place of cash withdrawals, public officers are to open domiciliary accounts in foreign and local currencies ahead of the commencement of the new policy, which follows on the heels of the new Naira withdrawal policy introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. A statement released by the chief media strategist of the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit, Obi'S D.G, says that the policy was announced during a parley between the CEO of NFUI and the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, in Abuja. The statement added that Atuker said the introduction of the new policy became necessary following the consistent devaluation of the Naira and the introduction of a new e-Naira policy, which automatically activates Section 1 of the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. The action is also said to have been activated following the observation that most cash withdrawals from government accounts include payments for Esther code for public officials are often in excess of the cash withdrawal limits provided by the Money Laundering Act. Tukur said this action exposes innocent public officials to being liable to imprisonment. Tukur also said the NFIU is already developing an advisory to the secretary to the government, state governors and local government chairmen across the country to direct all public servants in their employment to open domiciliary and Naira accounts ahead of the commencement of the policy, which becomes compulsory by law. The NFUI board added that governors and local government chairmen will also need to organize training for market men and women on how to use ATM and POS services. He denied reports claiming the NFIU would block all federal government accounts from January the 1st, 2023. So I think I thought this was off the back of the Donyo Okupe space, but this looks like a further tightening of the liquidity within the Nigerian in terms of fiscal cash, physical, not fiscal. So it's further tightening of the liquidity around the Nigerian financial market. So they don't want money as a paper or as an item anymore within the financing of the country. And they are doing now, because the last bus stop of that transition to cashlessness is the market man and market women. So if they can onboard them to a digitalized space, then there is no reason not to cancel cash completely from the Nigerian financial space. So it looks as though they are dotting the I's and crossing the T's in that space. Dotting the I's and crossing the T's. So we just take a few paragraphs from this. They say, we might well get to the full reading. It's not a long essay. 2023 general elections may be sabotaged. Femi Falana won. So what's the SAN got to say this time around? Femi Falana, human rights lawyer, has warned that the 2023 election might be sabotaged by anti-democratic forces if security agencies fail to put an end to continuous attacks on facilities of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. So I think it's speaking to the eastern space, because I'm not aware that any INEC facility is being burnt down in Jalingo or Ibadan or Yoalafe, but in Abakaliki, they burnt them all down. So I think he's speaking to the Southeast with this. Mr. Falana, who spoke in a statement titled Halt Official Sabotage of 2023 Election, said that the violent attacks being carried out by suspected arsonists pose serious security threats to next year's elections. Unless the security forces are prepared to deal with the anti-democratic forces that are currently disrupting the democratic process, the 2023 general election may be sabotaged to the detriment of democracy and political stability in the country, he said in the statement obtained by correspondents. In preparation for the general elections, regional offices of INEC have come under attacks, especially in Imo. Right. But I wasn't aware of this. I thought it was wholly and solely a southeastern thing. But it says especially in Imo, Osun, Ogun, Enugu, Akwa Ibom, and Anambra State. So surprises me somewhat that you see Osun and Ogun State there. So they said especially in, which is not indicative of isolated incidents. So I've not been hearing reports, or maybe it's not been resonating in my mind that INEC offices are being attacked in Osun and Ogun State. I wasn't aware of that. Properties and election materials worth millions of naira had been destroyed at the facility with the brutal attacks orchestrated by suspected arsonists. However, the electoral body has said the attacks at its facilities would not stop the commission from conducting a free, fair, and transparent election next year. Positing further, Mr. Falana condemned the continuous attack on INEC offices in the country, noting that it has become a dangerous trend. He expressed worry about how the attackers perpetrating the crime on the INEC facilities operate without any challenge from the security forces. So, in spite of the fact that the facilities, INEC, are said to be well guarded, the criminal elements involved in the nefarious activities generally operate without any challenge from security forces. If the dangerous trend continues on a larger scale, INEC would not be in a position to conduct elections in the affected areas. It is, therefore, curious to note that few suspected arsonists have not been charged before any court. So I don't know. I don't know what we're making of that. Okay, so just a couple more because I'm starting to flag somewhat. Let me see. All right, I'll just bring you two more and then we'll come into the room to see who's available to take them on. INEC requires 100,000 vehicle, 4,200 votes for 2023 elections. Mahmoud Yakubu. The Independent National Electoral Commission says it requires 100,000 vehicles and 4,200 votes to facilitate efficient and successful logistic delivery for the 2023 general elections. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu said this on Tuesday while signing a memorandum of understanding with the pardon me. Right. INEC Chairman Mahmoud Yakubu said this on Tuesday while signing a memorandum of understanding with the Road Transportation and Maritime Workers Union. The unions include the National Union of Road Transport Workers, National Association of Road Transport Owners, and Maritime Workers Union of Nigeria. Mr. Yakubu said the signing was a demonstration of our determination to implement key recommendations of review exercise to enhance forward and reverse logistics in our electoral operations. So I don't know quite why they need to speak in this sort of language. It has no meaning. Anytime they are speaking in that sort of language, know that they are trying to hide something from you. So let me read this again to you, and you tell me if it has any meaning. They are English words, but they have no meaning. Mr. Yakubu said the signing was a demonstration of our determination to implement key recommendations of the review exercise to enhance forward and reverse logistics in our electoral operations. So just say a backup plan. If it's meant to be a backup plan, say it's a backup plan. What's all this? What's all this double Dutch grammar? The 2023 general election will involve the nationwide deployment of over 100 million personnel and massive quantities of materials twice within a period of 2 weeks from our state offices to 774 local government areas, 8,809 electoral wards, and 176,846 polling units across the length and breadth of our country. It will require over 100,000 vehicles and about 4,200 boats that will be accompanied by naval gunboats. So if you are looking at the logistics of it, so I'm assuming that INEC is not going to be buying suddenly 100,000 vehicles and 4,200 boats just for the purposes of a window of exercise. So they'll be hiring these things, and I think that is then the conversation with all those trade union bodies. So that's the conversation with those trade union bodies. So it says it will require over 100,000 vehicles and about 4,200 boats that will be accompanied by naval gunboats. This is a huge undertaking that must be accomplished in the next 66 days, and we are resolute in doing so to give Nigerians a pleasant voting experience. Mr. Yakubu assured Nigerians that INEC was determined that all polling units nationwide would open at 8. It's an impossibility. What is giving the assurance for? An impossibility. We all know how it's going to go. Mr. Yakubu assured Nigerians that INEC was determined that all polling units nationwide would open at 8:30 a.m. Sorry. I think I've been reading for too long. I'm starting to dry up. Pardon me. I hope I will have a second glass of water. I don't have it. Okay, I do have a second glass. Okay, thank you. Pardon me. All right. So it's just one more after this. By the way, just one more. I don't know quite. Maybe you guys don't enjoy the reading phase, but we have to document what we're going to be talking about. Says that this is a huge undertaking that must be accomplished in the next 66 days, and we're resolute. Okay, let me take it to where I paused. Mr. Yakubu assured Nigerians that INEC was determined that all polling units nationwide would open at 8:30 a.m. on February the 25th. So that's where I paused to say that is an impossibility. Very few polling units will open at 8:30 a.m. No. Very few polling units will open even at 12 p.m. And some polling units will even not open till the following day. We know how it goes down in Nigeria. So that's just that's more in aspiration than in expectation. That's more in aspiration. That's a wish list. Mr. Yakubu assured Nigerians that INEC was determined that all polling units nationwide would open at 8:30 a.m. on February the 25th, 2023 for the presidential and National Assembly elections, and on March the 11th, 2023 for the governorship and State House of Assembly elections. He said that in order to ensure that personnel and materials arrived at polling units before voters on election day, INEC requires large numbers of vehicles, including motorcycles, tricycles, boats, and canoes in the riverine areas, which could not be met from its internal resources. Mr. Yakubu recalled that INEC signed the first MOU with the NURT in January 2015, reviewed it in December 2018 to incorporate NARTO, but did not incorporate the MU, so that the MWUN, so that will be the maritime bit within the ambit of the MOU. The situation, according to him, has often resulted in logistics nightmare in deployment and retrieval of personnel and materials to the riverine areas of the country. The oversight is now addressed by the revised MOU to include MWUN, comprising sailors, dock workers, and other related trades in our electoral logistics planning and delivery. Mr. Yakubu advised leaderships of the union to effectively supervise their members in the various chapters and branches for the full implementation of the MOU. So they're going to ask MC Oluomo to be carrying voting materials all over Lagos. Good luck with that. And they are saying Tinubu will lose Lagos. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. This last one, and then we come into the room. I'm bringing this one really, it's not a long read, by the way, and hopefully there are people in the room to take it on. If you want to join us, please click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. We want to have as wide a conversation as we can have. So if you want to join us, let me make sure that the hyperlink is available and ready to hand. So if you want to join us, please click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard, because we want to have as wide a conversation as we possibly can. So click on that to come and join us on the screen as I give you this final readout then, and then I'll come into the room to see what conversation there is to take place. So this is a story space that we have been tracking for a good while. Germany returns 22 looted Benin artifacts to Nigeria. So we've been tracking this and reporting it just as often as we come across it. After being shipped to the United Kingdom in the late 19th century, many were auctioned off and some were bought by German collectors, Germany's foreign ministry has said. Germany, in a bid to right the wrong, on Tuesday, handed over 22 artifacts stolen 100 years ago back to Nigeria. In the 19th century, metal plaques, sculptures, and objects, which were hailed as some of the finest African art, were stolen by... So this has to be the last one. I'm not sure that I can... I'm not sure I can label one more. This has to be the last one. Pardon me, just give me a moment. I just need to, I want to capture something here. There's something I want to show you which you may find amusing. So let me just grab it, let me grab this and then we do the last readouts. So there's something I want to show you which you may find amusing. So just give me one quick second and then we'll do okay, then let's do the Benin Bros and then we come into the room. So right, Germany, in a bid to right a wrong, on Tuesday, handed over 22 artifacts stolen 100 years ago back to Nigeria. Metal plaques, sculptures, and objects which were hailed as some of the finest African art, were stolen by foreigners from the ancient kingdom of Benin City and taken to museums and art collections across the United States and Europe. Germany's return of part of the hundreds of bronzes, it still holds, comes as international momentum grows for the restoration of African artifacts from former colonial powers, including Britain, France, and Belgium. For the return of the artifacts, the German Foreign Minister Annalena Baerbock reportedly traveled to Abuja, Nigeria's capital, to personally hand over the objects, which include figureheads and other artifacts, to the Nigerian government. At the handover event, Baerbock said, What we are returning is part of your history. What we are returning is part of who you are. We are here to right a wrong. History has it that many of Nigerian artifacts were originally taken in 1895, when a British military expedition attacked and destroyed Benin City, making off with thousands of metal and ivory sculpture and carvings. After being shipped to the United Kingdom in the late 19th century, many were auctioned off and some were bought by German collectors, the German Foreign Ministry has said. Correspondence reports that a new online archive, Digital Benin, has started to provide a centralized hub of images and descriptions of more than 5,000 artifacts held in 131 institutions around the world. The project, which is said to have begun planning and research 2 years ago, was inaugurated in November in Benin City, the Edo State capital. So that's a good initiative, by the way, from that space to track and trace where all their artifacts and gods are. It could also be recalled that the Republic of Benin had earlier this year inaugurated an exhibition of artworks and treasures returned from France after 2 years of negotiation. The 26 pieces of artworks were stolen in 1892 by the French colonial forces from the capital of the former kingdom of Dahomey. So there it is right there. There it is right there. I wonder if some sort of libation has to be done to take these things back, because of course these things are somewhat gods. So we do have a panel. Desmond, we see you. Ola, we see you. Ajan Lekoko, we see you. And from Australia, we have Thomas as well. So good to see you, gentlemen. Good to have you. Let's see. Let me see if I've missed any super chats. So good to see you. Good to have you. Hold on, just give me one moment. I'm just scanning through the comment sections just to make sure I haven't missed anything. So there it is. So the super chats that have come in, this is Desmond as ever. He usually comes in with just a super chat. He says hello to everyone. So that's Desmond. We don't know if he's back from Nigeria. He'll tell us in a moment. And this is Simon Simeon super chatting you to click on the like button with a prayerful hand. So do as Simeon has asked you to do. Click on the like button. Thank you for the super chat, gentlemen. So, and of course, as ever, they buy the coffee. No prices for guessing who has done it, because he does it just as a matter. He treats it somewhat as a cinema ticket. So let me just put that up then. So this is Ayo doing as he always does. So I am quite keen that somebody else joins Ayo in this instance, but there you can see him again as always he does. So that's Ayo buying the coffee as he always seems to do. So thank you, gentlemen, for that. So those spaces are open for any and everyone that wants to join those spaces. So let me repost actually let me repost the hyperlink to the StreamYard so that if a new voice especially wants to come in, then we're happy to have you on board. So let's get to the conversation and get straight to it. Let's take the conversation to Thomas first. Thomas, are you ready to go?
Yes, please.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you, Thomas. So, Adekelano Omokuleni, we did anticipate that this guy was a gunner. We gave him 24 hours, but he didn't even last half that space. So, he tenders his resignation letter. So, first, respond to that, and then we take it from there. So, he has tendered his resignation letter, but should he have even been given that window of opportunity? Donyo Okupe, a gunner.
Thank you, Woman. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Like, share, and subscribe. One man, I'm not happy that he resigned. What I really want Peter Obi to do is to sack him. That's a good thing that he resigned, but what I really will be pleased with is to sack him before he resign. I know you will be advised to resign, but what I really like is to sack him. That sack it carry more weight than resigning. But it's a good thing. Now we can know that yes, Peter Obi, they are at least they are up to something. They are serious with this election. They are not taking any chances. They are not taking any corrupt person in their circle. It's a good thing, but I could have loved them to sack him, just to sack him, humiliate him in the public, and it will carry more weight, and people would know
No.
that.
Did you want him to be humiliated? Because I don't want him to be. You know, if they sack him, they would have discussed with him first that look, we have to sack you in order to make that space look good. And he would they wouldn't just call him to the office and sack him. They would agree and then do a public showing. It's not going to be a brutish something. I don't expect.
To me, you are right, but I think they will just advise him. You know, when somebody has a problem in a status or in an organization, for him to take all his benefits and his pension, they may advise some people go and resign before the sack you. Because if you are sacked, you may not get all your benefits. But if you resign willingly, you still have to get all your benefits and pension or so. But it's a good thing, one man. I give it to their. I know it will be advised to be resigned. I don't think he did that willingly. He will be compelled to resign. It's a good thing. I love that. Now Peter Obi, that is, he won my heart today for them to. But you still read that the Labour Party they haven't accept the
Yes,
resignation.
you know there are two phases to a resignation, as I'm sure you know. There's the person resigning, tendering it, and then
Yes,
the person that the employer are accepting it. So
accepting it.
he has tendered his resignation. But what we're being led to believe is that the Labour Party Council has really not taken a position about the resignation. They could reject the resignation and tell him that no, we will stand. They might want to do we will stand by you sort of narrative. You know that foolishness. You know they have that
I,
thing in them sometimes. Yeah.
but I know, but I just want them to top it with sacking. I still stand on that sacking. I
No, they
want them
can't
to
sack him
sack him.
They can't sack him anymore now. He has resigned, and I don't think they will sack him because they've missed that window. But
Yes, yeah. Oh, it's good. I respect Labour Party. I respect Peter Obi and his response as well. That he will bring out the next line of action. It will be replaced. I know it will be replaced. It will be replaced, and it's actually good. I love it. But the man, I still care with it. I could have loved them to sack him. That would be better. I will be very happy if they sack him, so that it will create.
how quickly do you expect them to replace him, or do you even expect them to replace him at all? Because of course, 66, 65 days to the election, so there is no room for to pause and reflect. So it's time for swift and quick actions. Swift and quick actions.
In my opinion, don't hold me accountable for this. Don't hold me hostage for this. To find somebody will be very difficult. You can see now, even to find vice president for Peter Obi, it took him so long before even find this dirty guy. Because I don't think they are really. That's my opinion. I don't think there are really people backing this guy. We've been saying this all the way, all our conversation a month back, 3-4 months back. There is no really big politician backing for they have Kwankwaso. You remember the maybe Shagari, maybe deputy governor of Shagari of one Kano state. He even said it on channels that Peter Obi walked up to him to ask for his to be his vice president, and the
And
guy asked him.
he told him to get lost. Yes.
He told him to get lost. That
Yes.
I will be your vice president. Show me who is contesting for Senate, for House of Assembly, for House of Rep, Show me people that they are contesting in your party. And Peter Obi can't even, nobody that he can present to the guy. And the guy said, just get lost. I can't associate myself with you. So to me,
would you recommend that they move very quickly on decisions on this space? It's not something that should hold the headlines for another day. So if they are going to reject the resignation, they have to do it really fairly swiftly. And if they are going to accept it and move on, they have to do it fairly swiftly. But it's not a narrative that should roll and roll, you know.
one man, they don't have nobody. No, who is the person? Who?
No, they must have somebody internally, or it's not.
Maybe it's, Okupe is very weight. Is a big weight. You know what I mean? Okupe is a big weight in politics.
No, they've created such a phenomenon that I'm sure a career person will be happy to take on that space. A career person will be happy to take on that space because whether if this had not happened to Donyo Okupe, whether Peter Obi wins or loses that election, the biggest winner in this electoral cycle, if this had not happened, would have been Donyo Okupe, because he has just taken a guy from absolute obscurity, just a middle of the road politician, and then he has turned him into this diamond that is sparkling. This is what he has done. Just some obscure random politician. He has burnished and polished him and turned him into this sparkling diamond. So the real winner, the person that would have come up with the most credit out of this election, had this not happened, would have been Donyo Okupe. So it's a phenomenal job he has done. Yeah, a phenomenal job.
Yes, he has.
Aisha Yusuf will replace him.
Oh God! Oh God! The office of the greatest office is the office of the citizen. Oh my goodness me!
No. I wish they could replace him with another strong politician. One man, that post is for politician, not just one career person. No. That post is for some politician, somebody that have mouth. Okupe too have mouth. We can't even compare him to maybe to Dino or FFK, but it's a strong politician. One man, he's been there for decades.
Thomas, I think Donyo Okupe is actually far bigger than Dino and these guys you just mentioned.
It's a far superior.
You can't compare Dino.
In fact, it's the best. It's the best DG.
If you go to Obasanjo's PCC campaign council, Donyo was one of the leading people that ran the campaign in 1999. He also ran the 2003 re-election. He also ran Jonathan's campaign as well. So he's a veteran of campaigns.
Yeah, and the only other person.
He's very smart.
Yes, the only other, what you just said there, Uptown, the only other person that can see at that level is a guy called Akin Oshuntokun. So he has real.
Akin of Obasanjo's Akin, right?
But nobody else comes close to those space. Dino is just a fool.
Yeah, and, one man actually talking about Akin. That was who came to my mind. I'm suspecting Akin might just take up that role from Donyo Okupe.
He was the DG for Article 2019, was he not, Akin Oshuntokun?
Yeah, I think so. But he's with the Labour. He's with the Labour now.
His brain as well. One man.
He's so smart.
Is brilliant.
He's so
too
smart.
Yeah. Too smart. I met him was in Ibadan.
An advisor to Obasanjo at the time.
Yes. Oh yes, he has a house in Ibadan in Bodija. He has a house in Bodija in Ibadan. He's very brilliant. So I
think he's not a corrupt guy.
I think he has a clean record. I think he's the one in charge of.
Hold on, one at a time. Yeah, go on.
Okay. Yeah. I think he's the one currently in charge of Southwest Labour. So I think maybe.
Oh, is he part of the family? Is that?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he joined.
How are you able to?
Yeah. So Akin, he joined like 3 months ago. So he had a channel interview with Mope.
Yes,
where he was talking about So that was when they were trying to link him, like obviously because of his links with Obasanjo. You know, there were still speculations then about Obasanjo's support for Obi. So now that Akin came on board, they were like, does this mean Obasanjo is really on board? They were trying to ask him, but the man couldn't even give them an answer. The man was like, I mean, Obasanjo is old enough to speak for himself.
We know Obasanjo is on board now. We know he's on board now, but no, Akin Okuchukwu, it will easily take it over. Easily. In fact, I'm not sure how you are able to get those sort of that sort of a person on your side. It's just unbelievable, you know. But look at that. That's Obasanjo then. That's Obasanjo's hand in that space. But Thomas, yes, this idea of Akin Okuchukwu, it looks as though rescue might still be, you know. So that's our call then on this space. We are calling then Akin Okuchukwu will be the replacement. So back to you, Thomas. Thomas, can you hear me?
I them they should raise. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Carry on.
Hello.
Carry on. We can hear you.
Yes. I was the raise.
Oh no! It sounded like he was on his way anyway. So there's Thomas. So Thomas, come back and join us. But let's take the conversation in the direction of Desmond. So Desmond, are you there? Are you still in Nigeria, by the way, Des? Trigger Tutu.
Yeah, one man. Yeah.
Yeah. Are you still in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm still here managing this country. You know.
Managing the Obi campaign.
Look at that. Managing life in Lekki.
You know they come America until after election.
No.
So is that the plan?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow! So you are there for the long haul.
Yeah.
Wow.
I came to vote. Mm-hmm.
So you left your business and everything just to.
Oh man, I'm a boss, so I don't have to leave my business. I still do it from here.
Okay, you can coordinate from there. Okay, that's fine. All right. Okay, so to that space there now. So what's both the Obidients and the Lagos State reading of the of what just transpired? Money laundering, Okupe out of the way. So the conviction, his resignation, and your anticipation as to his replacement, Des.
Oh man, I think what he did is the right decision. You know, him resigning is the right decision from him. I recommend him by doing that, and Labour Party should also try to let him go, not try to push it. You know, try to create this scenario that we want him or whatever. Let him just let it go. Because now he's been convicted, although one man, you're wrong by saying that money laundering and all that shit. He's not.
So how am I wrong? He was convicted under the Money Laundering Act. I mean,
he wasn't convicted under the Money Laundering Act.
Oh no, it was now. We read the whole thing yesterday, so let's not do that. He was convicted under the Money Laundering Act.
Okay, well, I don't know better, but what I heard was he collected much money that shouldn't be, something like that.
No, that falls under the Money Laundering Act.
Okay, well, I don't know that space very well. So. But anyway.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, I think is a good decision by him, and for who Labour Party is going to choose to replace him, I don't know. I don't necessarily know. But I hope they do their research, and try to get someone as strong as Doyo Okupe, you know, someone in that level, if not someone that is, if not more, at least someone in that level of politicking as Doyo Okupe. So I hope they do their, on the ground work and not try to do, Labour Party there. I feel that they might want to do it you know, like I don't want them to be like, oh, we're gonna give it to a youth, or we're gonna, you know, this kind new pattern they're trying to create. I don't want them to do that
No,
because they,
it's not a job for a youth.
yeah,
Somebody is a deep soaked in Gary politician, a senior, a senior. It's a job for a
yeah,
senior. Not this is not a youth anything.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't want them to try to, like, you know, their manifesto is always preaching about giving power to the youth and all that, and I don't want them to start thinking that route. I want them to do their homework and try to give it to someone that is, you know, that been in the political space for a long time and know what he's doing. It's unfortunate that, you know, Donyo Kupe. I kind of feel they should give it to an outside person so that it will eliminate that space of, you know, equity that is being like popping up, you know, in the sideline. Someone is saying
Yeah,
that.
you know that's a space that the Obi campaign has still not addressed. Is heavily
Yeah,
weighted towards the south.
I
It's
know.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. If this brings out an opportunity for them to correct that mistake, do you get? And I know that
But is there
people be.
sorry, I keep interrupting you there. But is there a northerner sagacious enough? Because it's somebody that has sagacity, that has pedigree, that can go. You see how they fight now. Somebody that can take on somebody like Festus Kiyamo and Dino Melaye. You know, with the language, the history. Yeah, yeah.
You never can tell. They might go and hijack Bula Galadima.
Oh God. Yeah.
You never can tell.
But
They might go and
one man,
hijack
it's not only
Bula.
the sagacity. I think one of the most important thing in that space is loyalty to the
Yeah.
movement. Someone that is
No,
really
no,
loyal, that cannot be compromised.
no. Loyalty is not important. I think capacity is what is.
No. I was just adding. I wasn't removing what you said. I was
Hmm.
just adding loyalty is really also important in that space. In addition to
Do, do
political
you do,
sagacity and all that.
do you think that Donyo Okupe, do you think he sees the Peter Obi movement as anything other than a piece of work that he just is just using to show off his skills?
I
No,
mean,
one man.
you have to believe. I mean, it takes a lot of belief for Doyin to make that move he made. Though. That's one of the riskiest political move you can make. So
No,
you have to
it
really
was just
deeply
showing.
believe in
No,
it.
I don't think he believes in Obi or anything. He may
No.
vaguely. I think he was just trying to show off his skills. That's
Remember
more.
that he didn't adopt Obi from Labour Party. The adoption started from PDP.
He doesn't
So
have a job now. That's
he
why. He doesn't have a job currently.
no
So he has to take Obi.
wait now. See what happened. So
The man has
a,
not
a,
held any elective post before. He has never been voted to anything. So he's not even a
but he
big
has
weight.
always been in the presidency consistently in the last few
Appointed
years.
him now.
Sorry, Mike. Sorry, Patrick. Can you do a favor? Can you dial your mic down just a little bit? Your mic. If
Okay.
you dial it down just a little bit. But yeah, no. I don't think I've never had the thought that Donyo Okupe especially believes or not believe in Peter Obi. I just thought he saw it as this is something that I can do. Let me do this to show my skills. I think it was just showing off.
No, one man here with the Obi space, it takes a lot of foresight. It takes a lot of political intelligence, and it takes a lot of experience for Doyin to do what he did. First of all, he declared to run under PDP as president. The way the likes of what's this man, the Ovation guy, Dele Momodu, and the rest. Everybody declared. Everybody ran to him immediately after Obi declared. Days later, Okupe dropped his own ambition and declared support for Obi. Days later.
Right.
Whether he was asked to do that by someone else that was behind it, I don't know, but that's what happened. Days later, he dropped his own presidential ambition and declared support for Obi. And since then, he has been behind Obi like as if come on, the connection. Come on. You have to really, really deeply believe in that man. And then even when the man decided to abruptly leave the PDP, you still resigned. Donyo Okupe has been in the PDP since 1999. And that means, and this man and someone else made you resign a 22 years membership of a party that you have never left just because he left to the Labour Party. You followed him, and you still followed him throughout.
But Uptown, it's not that relevant. It's not that relevant politician. He's a big politician, but it's not that relevant.
Are you trying to tell me that if Donye Okupe was in PDP and Atiku Abubakar wins the election, that are going to sideline somebody like that? PDP has always maintained a Donye Okupe in the presidency since 1999. Somehow, they've always maintained him. They've always valued him.
One man.
All right. Let's hear from Enigmatic, and then we go back to
Donye Okupe, right? Basically, if you actually follow PDP very well, you will know that he was going to leave, and then the same scenario that ensured that Peter Obi left, right? Was basically the same scenario. So if he remains in PDP, would have been absolutely irrelevant because it's not anywhere close to Atiku's plan, and then it's not even one of those who will be in Atiku because he was basically in the other team. You know, they have like 2 different or 3 different caucus in PDP. There's Wiki part, there's Atiku part, and there are the ones who are just basically there. So in the scheme of things, Donye Okupe will be jobless, will be irrelevant, and it was a calculated move for him to move to Obi's Obi's camp, and then he was a big fish when he got there. So it would have been a very quote unquote a lifeless PDP person. I think.
The other thing to consider, Enigmatic, is that the political space that somebody like Donye Okupe occupies is similar to political space that people like Dele Momodu occupy. So they're like media aides, spokespersons, sort of political space. So, and that space is somewhat crowded in that article space because that's the space somewhat that Dino is in, a lot of them are, so you wonder that is the space is it too crowded for him even?
No, it's not about the crowd, right? Donye Okupe's stature in PDP will still give him something, but Atiku is not gonna work with Donye Okupe because Donye Okupe is Obasanjo's right hand man. They had issues. They had series of issues. A lot of the things that were leaked out of Atiku's camp then as a vice president, were actually leaked through Okupe's underground guys within Atiku's vice presidency then. So there are so many things behind the scene. So Atiku wouldn't even have him around him at all, and it was very clear. Very, very clear to Peter Obi that he was gonna be embarrassed if he had gone ahead with the primaries. Even when you look at the votes, the delegates vote even from Anambra State. Go and check who they voted for, all of them, and then it was very clear to him that Atiku wouldn't be picking him for as his running mate. So he had to make that quick move to move out of PDP, and it was very clear to Okupe that he will be moving. So you have to go with him.
All right, brilliant. Back to you, Des, to continue with your narrative. So you were talking us through Okupe's resignation and about I thought the Obidients after that conviction, I thought they were somewhat aggressive towards him. You know what they are like on Twitter, just their abuse, So what's the latest from the Obidient space now that he has resigned? How are they responding to it?
Oh man, the truth is they don't really. Donye Okupe is not. I don't see him to be relevant that much relevant to the Obidients because that's why it's called Obidients for a reason. It's not called even if that chief messes up, they don't even.
Sorry, can you speak up, please?
Yeah, we can barely hear you, Des. We can barely.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Yeah.
Yeah, I said I don't think Donye Okupe has a lot of relevance when it comes to P2B space. It's called, the Obidients doesn't care. Even if you go rob the bank or whatever, Do you get? That's why it's called the Obidients. Even if Dati commits something, I don't think it's still gonna, swell the Obedience anyway. I mean, I think P2B is basically the only one that is pushing everybody along. Do you get?
This, what are you
The only
saying?
thing
What are you saying?
Oh, hold on.
I'm
Let him
telling
land.
you,
Let him land. Let
let
him land.
me let me land.
Yeah, carry on this. Yeah.
I'm telling you, as an Obedient, even if Dati fucks up now, I'll still be
No,
in
don't use
support
that
of
language.
P2B.
Yeah.
I'll still be in support of P2B because he's the only person that I'm seeing. That's just the truth. To almost all the Obedients, the only person they are seeing in the whole Labour Party, whatever, is Peter Obi. Peter Gregory Obi. Nobody else. You can say it's Obidati movement, but it's been an obedient movement for a long time before it became Obidati movement. So when we come here and feel like if Doyo Kupe fucks or does something bad, or someone else in the campaign does something bad, it's gonna derail the campaign. That is totally wrong. It's totally wrong. The only thing that can derail the campaign is if P2B himself does something out, as in extraordinary, out of the world. That, I'm talking about extraordinary. Not, he might just do something like small. We'll still like try to understand it. But that being said, one man, the only problem I see is not the Obedience. The Obedience are the Obedience. The only problem now in this situation is the undecided voters. Do you get? That's the only problem I'm seeing. How they're gonna use this situation of Donyo Kupe to try to, brainwash the undecided voters to vote for another party. That's the only problem I'm seeing. But for people to think that it's gonna stop the Obidati movement, that is not possible. It is not possible, one man.
All right. And who would you like to see replace him as DG, or you have no thought on that?
You should come and take me now.
You?
I'm available.
You are available. You are just the money man now. How much have you donated to them so far?
Oh, but I've been on the street. If you say you be Obi, I will give you. I will dash you 1K.
What level of involvement have you piped into the official organization? Have you let them know you're around and you are willing to help?
No. I've just been on the ground, like trying to. I've been basically bribe people, to be honest with you. I mean, let me not say.
You are going out on the streets handing out 5,000 naira to people, asking them to vote for me. Look at this guy.
No. I'm just like trying to induce people.
If I may ask you a question. Question. So now see what you just confessed to now. So if you are bribing people, are you really promoting the change you are talking about?
No, let's not open that one up.
Please, I'm not P2B. I'm not the one. I'm not the one trying to be a president. Please. So don't tell me that
it's more really a waste of money, but it's your money, But let's pause you for a moment, Des, because I want to explore that Obi space a bit more with you. But let's hear from Alexander Gomez, who joins us. So, Alexander, good to see you.
Yeah, hi everyone. How are you, everyone, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Good to see you.
Thank you very much. This Dr. Okupe thing, I'm a little bit upset about it. I think I hate to see, one of my dislikes in the world is to see a man of authority look humiliated. And when I saw him yesterday in court, he looked like he was really, really humiliated.
It looked broken, didn't he?
He did. And that broke my heart to see him like that, because he's such an effervescent kind of person. But then who on this platform can't say that they haven't had money exchange hands in the last 5 years to the sum of 15 million naira without going through the bank. People do it all the time. I think they just used them as a scapegoat. But there was no way they had tarnished his image to the point where it would have been counterproductive for him to stay behind as a DG. I mean, he had an untenable position from after the judgment. So there's nothing he could do about it but step down. I'm sure I'm sure a lot of people are. He's done a lot for the Obidients movement, actually, because he's like Angelico says all the time. He's been in this business for a long time. Apparently, he was active in the Second Republic under UPN and MPN, so that goes way back. So I feel sorry that he has to go through what he's going through right now. But I think he was just handpicked. I think so. If there's no justification, if the Attorney General of the Federation has made a way, not Attorney General, I do beg your pardon, Accountant General of the Federation has stolen in excess of 100 billion naira and he's enjoying the comfort of his home. I don't know why this guy has to go through this kind of humiliation. I don't like it. It breaks my heart to see
are you with the narrative that is politically motivated?
Yeah, it is politically motivated. It doesn't take an Einstein to know that it's political. I mean, it's so obvious, you know. They know the kind of expertise it brings to the fore for Peter Obi. Peter Obi needed him when that movement started. I think right now he's not as relevant as he was when he first started because he was the mouthpiece. They needed someone with a lot of clout, and he has a lot of clout. Thomas says he's not relevant right now. No, he probably is irrelevant, but he's a big-time politician, and he's got a very impressive portfolio. So they needed him. He's done a good job, but I don't like to see men like this humiliated. I feel very sad. I feel very sad, I think that's the end of his political career because I can't see him moving forward. You can tell that. You know, I can see that.
If Obi wins the presidency, he can get his redemption that way. But if Obi doesn't win the presidency, the most you'll be hearing every few years is back in court claiming he's trying to clear his name, and that will be his storyline. That's what he'll be remembered for. But if Obi wins, then he can redeem himself.
Well, I studied the footages from the court yesterday, and I think his self-esteem is affected hugely. He looked like a boy looking for his mother. I don't like it. I don't like that. It's a public disgrace. So when Thomas is saying they need to fire him, they've already humiliated the poor man, you know. So he'll move on with his life.
Do you not see where Thomas might be coming from? Because this is a seismic event, a negative one as well, regarding the Obi'S campaign. So because that corruption has now been brought into the heartland of their campaign. So the best way they could have handled it was for Peter Obi to have acted in a masterful way, to call a press conference and said, I am stepping him down to go and deal with his affairs. So that would have made him look strong. It would have made him look masculine. It would have shown machismo, and it would have shown that alpha sort thing that the Nigerians like to see. They would have negotiated that with Donyo Okupe, of course. So it would have
I've
been
never in my 60 years.
I thought a sacking would have been the best way for them.
No, I've never seen that in my existence. When you hear the expression "he has stepped down," or you hear it means he was essentially fired. He was fired, but they would not, because of his dignity, because of his status, it would not be kind to say he was fired. They'll just tell you he stepped down from that position. That in politics means he was fired. That's what it means.
Yeah. Otumba Alexander, sorry,
yes.
Please, don't you think his conviction is dangerous for the movement? And Peter Obi
it puts a dent. It puts a dent, but I think that he's done so much the last 3-4 months that right now he's not as important. I said this when I started this conversation. He's not as important now as he was when the whole movement started. Right now, he could be more of an advisor than a front runner. He could be an advisor. He could have a one-on-one relationship with Mr. Obi, tell him the do's and don'ts, because he understands that terrain better than Peter Obi, because he's got a better federal portfolio. He's worked on the president, so he knows how that space works. Excuse me, pardon my manners. But having said that, I think that what they've done right now to let him go or step aside, with firing Thomas, I think that's a strong word. I always agree with 9 times out of 10 what you say, but firing would be a no-no. He's already been humiliated. That's good enough. That's good enough. That's good enough. It's a shame he was handpicked. They used him. I think they wanted to use him to kind of calm down the tempo of Peter Obi and the movement, because he's such a powerful force. He's more important to that organization than that Afi man. That what's his name? That professor. He's more. Yeah, Patutomi is an academic. He's just a nerd. Yeah. He's a nerd. He's a bookworm. That's all it is. He has zero charisma. But when you listen to someone like Okupe, you want to listen to him over and over again, because he comes with so much panache and so much experience that he talks with so much confidence. And the Obidients and Peter Obi don't have a lot of people like that in his camp. So replacing him is going to be, in my opinion,
they do. They have a chap called Akin Oshitokun, who is equal measure, if not even better, by my own reckoning, even better than Okupe. It's a genius. It's a genius.
Like you guys say in England, never heard of him before in my life. So yeah, I've never heard of him. So I don't know.
He's a superstar.
Yeah. So, but they're thinking that to make the whole system and the Labour Party, to make it look very good and nationalistic, they need to bring in someone from the northern space to occupy that position now. So I don't know how that's going to play out. But that's why I called it. I don't know why I feel so bad for him, but I really do. I don't think
it's because it's from your segment of society, isn't it? The 1%ers. The 1%ers.
I think it's because I in his mind, in his heart of hearts, I don't think he ever thought he could get into this position where he becomes a convict. Because even his lawyer, and you harped on it so many times yesterday, even his lawyer called him a convict. I mean, how bad can it get? So I don't know, but I think the Labour Party movement, yes, enigmatic. Yeah, Bound.
Yeah, I think that was a gap from his. If you notice, you will see the other.
Counted him. He counted him.
Yes. He counted it almost, which was very. It was wrong.
Yeah.
And then just to support your point, whoever made this move on Okupe, right? You will see the political machinery that they put together to get him out. Because take it or leave it, he stabilized, this movement.
The movement, yes.
From inception.
Yes.
And then I know one man is talking about Akin Oshitokun. One man, Akin Oshitokun, does not have the political pragmatism, the gravitas, and the
capacity.
The capacity that Okupe, right? Okupe, in Ogun State, you can say probably is a persona non grata politically. He has never won his polling unit. He has never won his ward. But when it comes to the national politics, national politics, he's got more to do about connection and networking than what you are doing in the local region. That's what Okupe has been able to do for Peter Obi.
For the Obidients.
Yes, and Obi does not need. He has to my own understanding. He has done he has done a perfect job by, basically, operating from behind the scene. Like, because I know if I wouldn't come out to say, okay, I'm making like a statement or conference to say, okay, no, you cannot sack him. When you look at Donald Trump, even regardless of all the atrocities and the situation going on in White House, all you will hear is that somebody has stepped down. That's
yes.
the best.
That essentially means he's been fired.
Yeah. So you step aside, and you can still operate behind the scene to control. So Okupe may be out of the scene now, right, by the optics, but he may still be working in a pseudo capacity that he will still be the number one person controlling the affairs of the political party. If they
we will only know that enigmatic if they don't appoint a formal DG, or they ask the deputy to step up. So that will tell you that they've retained him, but they've just put just a figure to replace.
Just important. I think the firing, for lack of a better word, of Dr. Okupe would essentially expose Peter Obi's inarticulation, because that's what I think is going to happen. You'll get to know that Peter Obi, in as much as he's a brilliant man from a business perspective, and he's a lovable character, he brings a totally new dimension to Nigerian politics. But his strongest point is not his articulation. And with that man out of the picture, I think that would be more apparent. I believe so. But thank you, Woman, for having me. Let me let you continue with the show.
Before you go, Alexander, you go, why are you so sympathized to this guy? I don't know. I still feel confused. Why are you so you feel for him?
I do, because I think he was handpicked and then just humiliated him. This thing's political. There's no hair come hair go about it.
The case has been ongoing since 2018.
I know.
So it's not new to the space. It's not as though they've just trumped up some charges.
But why now? Why that decision now?
Because it was scheduled at the court already.
It was scheduled.
Yes.
Actually, he has not been summoned to court in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, they just bring up the case right now.
The whole thing smells.
I was saying we should let the fraudster, this fraudster, get away with it.
No. But if they're gonna humiliate him like that, and do what they did to him, they better start taking everybody in that political realm and doing the same thing. If that law is applicable to him, anyone that commits fraud in Nigeria or corruption in Nigeria or whatever, especially in the political space, they need to go down too, like Okupe. Then I would understand that, okay, maybe our laws are taking effect right now. But if they're not doing that, then he's just being used as a scapegoat. And I really don't like seeing a very powerful person humiliated like that. I know he committed a crime, but that crime that he committed, you can't sit down at home in your mansion, woman, and tell me that you haven't done the same thing too. Isn't there any time that you don't have 15 million naira in your hand that hasn't been through a financial institution, woman?
No, I don't carry money in cash, and I'm sure you don't as well. You don't carry money in cash.
If I go somewhere in Nigeria, someone wants to give me. If I go to the fashion last month that she wants to give me 15 million, I'll collect it.
No, but she'll give you dollars now because it'll be too bulky. If
I want to use it in Nigeria, I won't collect dollars.
At your level, they deal in dollars anyway. So at your level, so
thank you, Warman. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Alexander. So that's Alexander Gomez, no stranger to anybody here. So thank you, Alexander. We seem to have lost our Des to the connection in Nigeria. I've been sending the link for him to rejoin us. I'll resend it again if you want to come back, Des. But waiting for Des, let's take the conversation. See if Ajane Koko is ready. Ajane Koko, are you ready to go?
Yeah, I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajane Koko. So, Ajane Koko, I want to take you to this narrative of EMEFIELE and this now sudden request for him to be arrested and jailed for reasons of sponsoring terrorism. Just hold your breath for a moment, Adale Koko. Let me play two very quick videos. The person that started off the space is this guy called Kujari or something. It was one of the most ridiculous people in the Nigerian political space. So let me tell you why I disregarded this story originally. But let me show you. This is the guy.
When we see the progress, then we can lift. We can import our people to go and see how this Thailand then palm this huge amount of the rice. Then how our people are going to train there? Then they will come and train our local farmers to expand their production. So that is, this thing is very important. Then it's like I give you an example in terms of doctors too. It's very important in terms of industrialization because we are in the development world. That is why I say let them lift it now, because still now our economic is doing like this. It's doing like this. It's blinking, shaking, blinking, shaking. So
this is the character now. He went on a program, I think it's some comedy type space. I don't follow it that much. They call it Bracket. They call it Bracket, some place called Bracket. And then he went there to be talking nonsense that he caught EMEFIELE'S stealing 89 billion. So that was when that space opened up. But let's hear him. This is, I'm not sure this is with Bracket but this is him making that same claim.
Mr. President, when I raised an alarm that this man will not be reappointed because I have some document that I take to the president directly of almost 800 million pounds. We get the document through one deputy civilian governor in a secret way. I take the document to the president to investigate that money. How that money came from HSBC Bank. President said he will investigate. But they go and tell the president lie. They convince the president. You know, Mr. President is one man. Whenever you come with sin, he will ask you, are you talking between you and your God? If you swear to Allah, he will agree with you. So, president appoint this man because some people around the president are brainwashing the president, telling him what is not true. President will not go out and see it with his eye. He rely on paper. So they wrote, whatever they wrote to president, he rely on it. He will ask them, between you and your God, is that true? When you say you are true, he will sign and give you to go for progress. So president, when I inform him about this issue of this money and these charges, he's disappointed with the civilian government. That is why he created a committee. He gave me power to remove the civilian government. He gave me power to investigate, to remove him, to investigate him and detain him. President give me that power. That is why I assure President is not aware of everything. President give me power, give this committee power to remove civilian government, give this committee power to remove civilian government, investigate him and detain him to make sure all the allegations came out and this money recovered. So, Mr. President is not aware of all, even when he reappoint him just based on the paper because he don't know what is going. He rely on paper. He's a good man with a good heart. And he consider the people that brought that paper, they swear to Allah, this man will work. That is why President appointed him. But I am assure you, President, give this committee power. President, this give committee power to remove the CBN governor, to investigate him, and to recover all those money to the federal government account. That very night, Lagos State Governor went to the president, asked the president how you give Honorable Budagi Kazoro committees investigation for stamp duty and stuff. President said he's not aware. He didn't stop us. And he called DGSS and directed DG to continue the investigation. Let the committee go and continue their work. So, based on that, we invited the CBN governor again and the deputy governors with the letterhead of the DSS. CBN governor come to the DSS in our office in DSS. We keep him for 4 hours. We are about to detain him. He started asking, am I under detention? Am I detained? Am I detained? I have a problem. I want to take, I have my medicine in the house. He starts panicking. Later on, they say, let us release him on administrative bail so that any document we need, he can bring. We released the CBN governor on administrative bail. He went. We invited all the deputy governors, GMs, which now they are, even day before yesterday, they are in the DSS. We are still investigating. The case is ongoing. But since the inauguration of this committee, we didn't release it to media. We didn't inform Nigerians. We didn't inform anybody. But now it reaches a situation whereby we have to tell Nigerians what is going. Because we are borrowing government money. This 89 trillion, why, Mr. President, I respect Mr. President, and I want Nigerian people to forgive and pray for the president, because when the president sees 89 trillion, he is happy and approve this committee. He said, thank God, we will liquidate all the national and the international debt. We will implement our budget, and we keep money for the next government to come. And we will add our foreign reserve. Then we will import dollar. Instead of paying subsidy in petroleum, we paid subsidy on dollar. We sell it below 200 naira. So everything before Mr. President left government, that people are complaining, bag of rice will come to like 6,000 naira. Everything will come down. Everything will be down. That is the essence why I take this issue to the president, and the president is happy.
So there it is, Ajale Koko. I suspect you would have been following that space. It all started off with this. That's why I didn't really give it, because that guy is one of the most ridiculous. The economy will be doing like this and that. And he told us that he found 800 billion pounds. So all of these things. But the upshot of it, the allegations being made is that EMEFIELE has not been remitting the stamp duties all the way through his tenure as the CBN governor, by the way, into the central purse, and he has hidden away, either stolen or hidden, though to steal on his way out, a whopping amount of 89 trillion naira. So this is the allegation. So the DSS have now gone to the court to request an ex parte motion to detain EMEFIELE. But they are saying that they are detaining him for reasons of being a financier of terrorism and financial crimes that would lead to the destabilization of the country. So the court threw that out, of course. They are saying you know, you can't use us as the vehicle to do your political will. You are strong enough of an agency that if you find, as you are describing, then you can just go and effect that arrest. You know, so there is that space. A lot of people, they are saying this is corruption fighting back. The restrictions that he has placed on the financial space, this is the pushback against that. But a lot of the counter narrative is that this guy, he is either through inaction facilitating terrorism, because if you look at the volume of monies that fluctuates within that kidnapping market and banditry market, the CBN has not taken sufficient enough of a policy position and putting in place sufficient enough of measures to make it extremely difficult for those monies to be trafficked within that space. So the call now for the head of EMEFIELE, what is your reading of that space, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, woman. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe. I haven't listened to that House of Representative member. He said a lot of things, but one thing that he said that so ridiculous is that President gave him power, or President gave them power.
To sack the CBN governor.
I don't know how on earth President will give the legislator power. The legislator are independent organ of the government. They have their power given to them by the Constitution, and they can effect their power anytime when it comes to supervision of government
oversight.
Oversight. Yeah, thank you. When it comes to the power oversight responsibility, even over the president itself. So I don't know what that goddamn guy is talking about right there. So for him making that statement shows that he does not even know his responsibility. He doesn't know the power given to him by the Constitution. The president cannot give them instruction on what to do. So this is what we have seen in in Nigeria. The legislators have turned themselves to rubber stamp to the president instead of carrying out the mandate given to them by the people. So that's by the wayside. Then I think listening to him, I think what he was saying is that, in a nutshell, is that EMEFIELE stole money, embezzled money, that they caught him, and they are ready to effect an arrest and as well recover the loot, stuff like that. So, but the DSS filing for his arrest at the law court on the basis of funding to terrorism that's a mirage. That the court rejected them, that they don't have any evidences to prove that is funding terrorism. So the whole thing is mixed up. And
but what do you think? What do you think is underpinning it? Is the wider question, Ajanle Koko. So the allegations that he's not been remitting stamp duty monies, and that easily believed because we know that he's probably the most corrupt CBN governor. But then this move by the DSS to effect his arrest. So for DSS to make that move to effect the arrest of somebody of that status within the Nigerian space, then there are shadowy politics playing in the background that is being counted in all of this narrative. And the narrative, if we are talking about the stamp duty, then that is an EFCC matter. So that's economic and financial crimes. It's not a DSS matter. But they then had to make that loose association with financing terrorism in order then for them to bring their bigger guns to go after him. So a lot of people are setting that against the backdrop of all of this now heavy financial changes that Emefiele is affecting within the polity. And people are suggesting that this is corruption fighting back.
Yeah, I think what is happening to Emefiele is a situation of somebody that is trying to bite the fingers that fed him. He has protected the politician. He has he turned central bank to a place where
a cash machine for them.
A cash machine for politicians. He has violated the law when we have to go by this. The way he did several loans that he gave to the federal government. He violated several times the CBN Act that specify that the total amount of total amount to borrow the federal government must not exceed 5% of the revenue of the preceding year. So he borrowed more than that to federal government several times, several occasions. So, but the problem that the politicians are trying to rope him up with, I think is due to his recent redesigning of dollar. I mean the naira, which caught the politician off guard. A lot of them are stock up a lot of billions of naira in their different houses in preparation for coming election. So to return this huge sum of money back to the banking system is not possible because they have to give account of so much money, and that could put them in trouble. So a politician in National Assembly are pushing back against this against the policy that he just came up with regards to how much you can withdraw, how much you can, how much money you can transact through POS and other things. So politicians are not, it's not a policy that will favor them. It's not a policy that will enable them to withdraw a lot of cash to bribe, to carry out their vote buying.
All right.
So they are fighting back in a very big way, and Emefiele himself is not clean. So if they have anything against Emefiele, why waiting till now? What is it?
Yeah, no, that's where the question is. So that's why people are trying to link it then with all of these changes that is making within the financial space. But Ajale Koko, let's invite others into the conversation. Is anybody following the Emefiele storyline, and do you have an angle on it? Because a lot of it is more than the surface level. And for the first DSS to be accusing him of financing terrorism, just so they can use something big to pin him down. So that suggests to us that there's something at foot. So does anybody have any theory on what's going on there?
One more. Okay, so what I know in that space is, I think I agree with what you're saying. This man is obviously being witch hunted, and I would have loved to see that the witch hunt is coming from the opposition, PDP. But then it's not likely because even FFK tweeted this evening, and you know the typical FFK tweet, right? And he was lashing out at Godwin Emefiele, saying like, who does he think he is? Who made him powerful for him to embarrass our DSS? Who does he think he is? Because he's getting presidential backup, that he should do this one. You get what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, what is your interest? I mean, this guy is your guy. This is the APC guy. You're all on the same party. So what is going on? So yesterday, Daniel Buala of PDP also came up with a conspiracy theory. That was the first time I was hearing that one. He was like, the redesigning by EMEFIELE and all that might also be a plot, to probably they already have the new Naira notes that will be available to only people of his party, and then others will have the restrictions of 100K per week, and that was the idea behind it. But then that's also an attack on EMEFIELE from the PDP angle, and today an even more bigger attack from the APC angle. So that means that the two parties are united in this against this man. Probably the only person behind him is the presidency. So apparently, I don't know. It's obvious EMEFIELE and President Buhari is hell-bent on doing whatever they want to do. You know what I'm saying? And it was clear even when EMEFIELE announced the Naira redesigning, you saw that even finance minister said that I wasn't even aware of this, whereas they were even already done with printing money. Finance minister wasn't aware. So that means that the Malam from Daura, and the man from the South kept it to their chest. So I think this is what you're saying, one man. This is obviously them trying to use mercenaries outside the presidency to try to nail him down, probably bringing accusations against him to the DSS, maybe to an extent where maybe a case will be taken to court, and then what happens with these things now. You have to step aside to face your court case. You get what I'm saying? And hopefully maybe they can install their guy. So I think that's all I see in that space. That's what's happening, and they are pushing
you know what I think?
Yeah.
Uptown. I think what they are trying to do, because EMEFIELE has told Buhari that about 70% of Naira notes they are not in banks. And he would have also told Buhari that out of that, the ones that can would have legitimately been outside of the banking system should not have been more than 20 to 25%. That would have been the one for trade and all of that kind of space. Which then tells you that about 50-55% of Naira notes, they are in illegal hands. So what they have done is to try this. This is probably the best anti-corruption move that Buhari has made.
This is his biggest shot.
This is the biggest anti-corruption move he has made.
It's funny that it's happened. Actually, I think most of Buhari's best moves happened in the last 1 year of his presidency.
Yes.
With the Electoral Act, with everything.
Because this change in Naira note, it will rescue the economy. It will.
Yeah, it will. It will on the long run. It's going to do that. But what I see happening is, I think Buhari is going to stand his ground.
No, he will. He will.
I think he's going to stand this. There was an interview. The short interview in where is this country he went to the other day. He made it categorical.
The United States?
Yeah, made it categorical again that there's no going back in that. So there's no need even deliberating on it. And it is, and one man, 2023 election. is the first election Buhari won't be running won't be on the ballot since 1999, I think, is it? Yeah. So, and I think you could comfortably call 2023 election the first election that votes is free on the air. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody coming and laying claim to 12 million votes in the bag or 15 million votes in the bag. So
sorry, Uptown. I want to stay with that. I want to stay with that.
Space.
Yeah, the EMEFIELE'S space for a moment.
Yeah, that was the space I
think it's very important.
Let
me give you this theory because I've theorized it before. I think I theorized it with the Gen media. You know, I think what they are trying to do is that the bulk of the sovereign wealth is outside of the banking vaults, and they don't see that more than a small percentage of that is in legitimate use. So they know it's in illegal hands. So they changed the naira because the bulk of it's not going to be in 100 naira notes that illicit money is. It's going to be in the higher denomination. So they've changed the three highest denominations, but then they've given only just a very short window for that change to take effect. So now all of that heavy money that is outside of the system, all of these monies that these people have been looting for years and years and years that they've been stockpiling. So suddenly within 6 weeks, they have to get it back into legitimacy, and it's impossible for them to do that. And he's also squeezing that space with the restrictions on withdrawals, etc. So come the 31st of January, if and when this money don't get into the banking system, the government will just write the money to itself. So any money that doesn't make it into the banking system, the government will just write it to itself, and that will wipe out the debt of the country. You know, and as well, kill corruption, just give a heavy blow to corruption. It's a master stroke.
With that one drop, will that one drop the? Will it have impact of the dollar reducing a bit?
It has to now. It has to.
Yes, eventually, yes, on the long run. But one man on what you said, this is like the scenario you're painting, and I think that's what it is. It's almost like when you have an insect in a room and you cannot chase it away. You get what I'm saying? Until the insect or the rat or whatever comes to the door, so you can hit the head, but then the rat wouldn't come to the door. So you spray an insecticide inside the room to force the rat out of the door so you can hit the head. So the rat has to choose how to die. Are you going to die by whatever is going to hit your head when you run out of the room? Or are you going to suffocate in the room? So what EMEFIELE did was, first of all, the redesigning of the naira, and then obviously, and then the short window is going to make it almost impossible to push back if you're having way too much money stocked up, to push it back into the financial system.
Because if you try to, the EFCC will get you.
Yeah. And you notice that EFCC was, if you see how connected EFCC, in fact, the day EMEFIELE announced this, Bauer of EFCC was just standing next to him, for you to know that it's almost like this is between Bauer, EMEFIELE, and Buhari, probably in Buhari's private bedroom. And they've been planning it. So now the concern people had earlier with this and how effective it was going to be is like, okay, there are other politicians as well that also stock up. If you stock up naira, you have to also stock up some dollars. You get what I'm saying? So isn't it going to be counterproductive? Because I mean, people can still change dollar whenever you bring out your new naira. But then with this new limit on what you can get, that means there is limited naira. So how much naira will even be in the hands of the FX guys for you to carry your millions of dollars to go and change with them? So that also squeezes that space as well. So it's almost like this is like the best move I've seen. I mean, I can't even fault it. So
and do you think that is what is playing out with the EMEFIELE now?
Obviously, now they are. I don't know. I don't trust these guys though. It depends on how resilient Buhari and the presidency will have to be, because imagine APC and PDP machinery combining to take off that guy. I mean, they're going to throw everything at him. They're going to even.
What I can say here is that the presidency cannot save him, because politicians, particularly the parliament, that responsible for this oversight over all government agencies, I believe they must have had a lot of things against him, and they can use that to bring him down. It's just going to be the president will see what Emefiele have done wrong, and the presidency will pull back. So Emefiele is fighting the power that stronger than him, and he cannot win it. If he's not a corrupt person now, or if he have not done some shady deals too, it will be a very different ball game. But this is a guy that a lot of things have been being on the air regarding how he bought one bank. What's the name of the bank?
Polaris.
Yeah, and some other things that he has done. You look at him. He went outside the country to celebrate his birthday in one kind of island in
Caribbean.
Jamaica.
Yes,
and he sponsored the flight. You know how many millions of dollars that was involved, and a lot of things that he has been doing it with the politicians, and now you're trying to make it impossible for politicians to practice their at election period, election season. You don't want them to carry out their uja practice of having so much money, to bribe people to vote for them.
It depends. It depends on who Buhari decides to back. Buhari knows Emefiele is a thief.
Yeah.
But Emefiele, the thief that Emefiele is not anywhere near the volume of the corruption that he's trying to tackle. So if he's willing to let either Emefiele give some back and get away with it, and then use him as an instrument to squeeze all of that illicit money, but certainly I see it as an anti-corruption move.
One man, to buttress on what Ajani Koko said, I might differ a little bit, and this is the reason why I might differ, that maybe the presidency will lose to these politicians. First of all, I followed the plenary, at least in the last couple of days, especially the ones that deliberated on this Emefiele issue. So the things that I was able to pick from that space was the kind of aggressiveness that I expected to come from the National Assembly. I wasn't seeing it. And I was able to trace this to a couple of reasons. First of all, the leaders of the two chambers are almost, I don't know if they swore allegiance to Buhari, but Ahmed Lawan and Baja Biamela, they are completely loyal to Buhari. And even Omar Agege, because Omar Agege presided over the plenary day before yesterday, and a senator, a lady that was raising objection, you could see Omar Agege countering her, telling her, like, why are you linking this to the election? Do you have something to hide? So if people at the head of the Senate or House of Rep are almost looking like they are behind Buhari on this, then it might be very hard to get a pushback. That's one. Then secondly, this is the first time that almost 30 to 40% of senators are not going to return in 2023. And especially in the APC. That's a major mistake that the May Mala Buni led whatever cost. It cost a lot of sitting senators their tickets. So most of them are not going to return. So they don't even have a stake in the 2023 elections. But then, so I think that space is really going to affect how much because these fights, majority of it, if they're going to win this Emefiele guy, majority of it should come from the legislation, from the House of Assembly and all that. And if we have the House of Assembly where Ahmed Lawan is not returning as a senator, Femi is not returning, and all of that, and then they also have a strong.
Why is Femi not returning? Why is Femi not returning?
Is Femi returning to the Green Chambers?
I don't know that he's not. He has a ticket.
Okay, does he have a ticket? Okay, I didn't know he had a ticket, because I know he. Then why is he posturing himself within the ministerial list of Tinubu? But that's by the way.
Sorry, is it how is
Ahmed
he doing that? Okay, go on.
Ahmed is not returning.
Yeah.
And a lot of senators are not returning. A lot of senators are returning. So that also might also wither down on how aggressive they're going to fight. Because all the plenaries I watched, I didn't see a lot of. I mean, I don't think they can take Emefiele down from that space, unless maybe the guy has maybe a leaked
they can take him down if they can establish
the only way they can take him down is to take him down physically. Yeah, and I think that's on the cards as well. But sorry, carry on, Ajanle Koko.
They can take him down if they want to, if they have substantial evidences to prove that he's been running the central bank, in such a corrupt manner that is strongly against the law. He could be taken down. He is not above the law.
But so, he can't be taken down outside of the approval of Buhari. It's too important. It's too important for them to just arrest him. It's too important because it affects the monetary policy of the country, and it affects the how the country is viewed internationally. So
he have an assistant. All they just want to establish is that they caught him with some bad corrupt practices, and that would be enough to take him out. That is enough to take him out.
Do you think they can arrest him without Buhari say so?
I mean, they're trying to get an expert order now. They failed anyway. But
it's just because they couldn't establish their fact before the court. The court will have approved it. If they have been able to establish their fact right before the court would have approved it, and it will have been arrested. The president cannot hold anybody not to do anything. I mean, we have separation of power. It could be arrested if he's found wanting on what is so how do I describe it? What is economic sabotage, or something that is a threat to the security of the country.
Even the judge in that case told them they could not arrest him without the president's approval. Let me give you 2 paragraphs. It says, pardon me. It says the entire affidavit's disposition purports that preliminary investigation had revealed various acts of terrorism financing, fraudulent activities perpetrated by the respondent, and his involvement in economic crimes of national security dimension. The head of the Nigerian Federal High Court system said whilst ruling on the application filed ex parte on December the 9th, these are no doubt grave allegations, but which the applicant has not presented any concrete evidence to support. So they didn't provide sufficient enough evidence to support the ex parte to arrest him. But the judge went on to add, he said, the judge said the DSS did not supply evidence indicating President Buhari's approval before filing the salacious and uncorroborated allegations in court. So even the judiciary system, they insist that President Buhari must assent before Emefiele is arrested.
Yes, look, what this guy was trying to do.
Who's that?
I think it's Patrick. Is it not Patrick?
It sounded like
Thomas.
It's not on the screen. But carry on.
It sounded like Patrick.
Yeah, because that's usually Patrick's laugh.
Yeah, that's the way Patrick laughs. So, look, it was because these guys were trying to go behind the door in a fraudulent manner to get their dirty bidding done. If they have gone through the right channel, that they establish all their facts against this game, go to the president will approve it. I'm telling you, the president will approve his arrest. If not arrest, they will summon him and tell him to resign. They don't want to. If they don't want to disgrace him out of office, he will be given the option to resign, and that is what the president. There is no precedent that we see any corrupt evidences against any person on his table, well established, and we say no to it. I don't think any right-thinking president will see an avalanche of evidences of corrupt practices of one officer, head of agency,
Ajale
government agency, or
Koko, what of
whatnot.
Accountant General? What of Accountant General?
Did he protect Accountant General? He did protect him.
What are you saying, Ajale Koko?
Okay, tell me. Did he protect him? Is he still in office?
Do they sack him?
Is Accountant General still in office? He was arrested.
Are you sure?
I mean, what are you saying? You are not following this.
We have a new Accountant General now.
No, he was arrested then released.
He was arrested. He was taken to Kuje prison before they got him on bail and got him on bail out. He was arrested. So he will not. Buhari will not if they are able, particularly DSS.
Same with finance minister.
If the DSS, you look at the way of Adeosun was given an option to leave. If the DSS have really, got their facts right and put it before the president, sir, this is what we have seen. This guy has been funding terrorists. This is what he has done, and they have their fact right. I'm telling you, he won't take president to be. What he will do, he will surround. He might call the meeting of his security head and get some further facts from them. Call some others that matters, like those in the Senate and in the House of Assembly that are responsible for security matters as well. Got his fact right, and then he will make a decision right there. He will not say, "Oh, let him go." Never. He will not do that. So Emefiele is because these people were trying to, carry out this court approval through wrong channel in a dubious manner without having any fact to that to satisfy their request. That is why they couldn't get it. Yes.
But it's not possible to touch the CBN governor without the president's knowledge.
I agree that yes, it was because this guy was trying to carry it out in a dubious manner. No fact, no. They couldn't establish anything against him. They are not going through the presidency. Through the president, and they wanted to get court expertise to carry out to carry out his arrest. So that's why the judge refused them. If they have went through the president and have their facts right, the president will have approved it and he will have been arrested today or taken down of office.
Actually, what I mean is that the whole thing is just kabuki theater. Buhari is aware what they wanted. Buhari is aware. They are not aware. They didn't mean to touch Emefiele. The terrorism are okay. They're not going to charge the CBN governor for terrorism. There's not going to be any evidence. The CBN is not a commercial bank that gives away money.
Yes.
Is it going to be his personal money that he gives to terrorism? So it's never going to work. So this is just like a cheap bone thrown to the opposition party, the PDP.
Yes.
For them to keep quiet because the new Naira design is meant to hurt PDP. That one is purely political. It's meant to hurt PDP, and So the PDP still has some members.
Sorry,
in the House.
Fatai, we always struggle to hear you. There's a deep echo where you are.
Okay. What about now? Can you hear me?
Are you on hands free?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe make some adjustments. There's always a deep echo. Yeah, but carry on. Yeah, carry on.
Okay, is it better now?
A lot better. Carry on.
Okay. I took over the answer. My point is that the other thing is Kabuki theater. Buhari, of course, knows that they were doing. He let them do it. They know the court will not dictate. Ex parte hearing goes with it because the person, that is where they have everything to show evidence to the court, and the court to, because they don't have opposition, they can cook up evidence and get there, but they didn't put evidence, they didn't put anything because they didn't have any intention to get him arrested anyway. It's just to satisfy all righteousness with the opposition party in the parliament. So like they did something. They didn't intend to arrest him. They wanted to arrest him with financial. It will not be terrorism.
But if it's financial, then it will have to be the DSS, not the EFCC. I mean, not the. It would have to be the EFCC, not the DSS.
Exactly. But they don't mean to touch him. That's why they leave it to the even DSS. What is DSS doing with terror? Is it DSS that pursues terrorism?
Yeah, terrorism is DSS. Yeah.
No, it falls within their purview. Yes.
Okay. But they will have used EFCC, but they don't mean to touch him. If you don't find anything, because the only means it will, even if he was redirecting policy, central bank policy to favor terrorists, it will still fall within the purview, money laundering and EFCC stuff. It's how, except if he's directly giving money.
You see, they needed to add that financing terrorism angle in order for them to use the EFC, the DSS. So the narrative that Uptown was painting earlier, that the Naira change would have been a conspiracy, a collusion between Buhari, the CBN, and EFCC. So they are trying to tighten that space. So whoever is trying now to attack that space, it cannot go via the EFCC because the EFCC is on board with the changes that they're trying to effect. So they've gone now to this a stronger organization to try to launch that against EMEFIELE'S. So they are going to then invite public, and you already see it in the protest. Even Shore is asking that EMEFIELE'S should be arrested. So they are trying to whip up all this sentimentality to launch at that space.
Yeah, but
this is corruption fighting back.
That is a very excellent observation. The observation with the EFCC and why they shifted it to DSS, because EFCC is already in on the. It's almost like now the presidency, CBN, EFCC versus
corruption. Look at that.
We have already DSS has always been a very corrupt agency. I mean, we see what they're doing within Nnamdi Kanu space and all. I'm just very unorganized.
It was when they arrested Shore, that was how they lost their credibility. Did you see how they arrested the guy?
Those guys are just
heavy guns and.
You saw what Professor Sibanjo did there now when they wanted to do their shenanigans. Just like. You have to sack their boss immediately. Like that space is just a very funny agency. It's hugely influenced.
You know what I can deduce from what is happening is that the war among politicians and other interests that are connected to all the power that be in Nigeria have just begun. So maybe EMEFIELE'S will be the force they're gonna use. They're gonna start from him, and then they will start chopping themselves off. It's gonna be dog eat dog. Too many.
You say EMEFIELE'S, Ajalikoko, they've already taken off with Donyi Okupe now. He's already
down. No. Donyi Okupe is outside of. But I'm anticipating that lives will be lost in the course of this. Lives will be lost. Yeah.
So it has begun. It's going to be going from one person to
Ajalikoko,
they're gonna
one question to you.
Yeah.
One question to you and one man. But why are they levying a allegation against Emefiele for people paying ransom? What is to one man and Ajale Koko? What concern Emefiele about people paying ransom to the bandits or to the kidnappers? How will Emefiele know that the
No,
money
no,
you
no,
collected from the
no, no.
CBN you
Hold
want
on,
to pay
hold
to the?
on. No, no, hold on. Thomas, it's a loose and a tenuous association. It's a loose and somewhat tenuous. It doesn't have. It's a very loose string, but nevertheless, it does tie. If you look at this ransom banditry space, it's a cash space. And when they kidnap people, they'll go and ask them to bring all this ungodly amount of money, 20 million, 30 million. So that money is gathered often in cash. So the financial space should be able to monitor that space to see unusual movements of money, to be able to either trigger it to the relevant agencies, make it difficult for that money to move and all of that. So they could have used policy to make it more difficult for the monies to be getting to the bandits. So I think it's a very loose and tenuous association, but I think that's how the association is being formed.
The way I see it, I mean, those people that are trying to hold Emefiele responsible for, I think they don't know what they are doing. And why I said they don't know, they are just trying to come up with anything that they can, even though it's not sensible, just to use it against him. Because what Emefiele is trying to put in place now, all the policy that he's trying to put in place now, is what can give them the banking system that strong power to monitor movement of funds from one place to the other. We were not having that before. And most people that were even kidnapper will tell their people, if you dare tell police or tell the authority, your person will be gone. We have a way of even monitoring you, the way you are moving from one place to the other. So what the victim or the family of the person being kidnapped, they don't even tell police. They don't tell. They got this money from different sources. Some people will borrow them. Some will go and sell their property and carry this money and go and give them. So there are some of this money doesn't even go through banking system. It's through their families and friends that they raise this money to go and pay the ransom to the kidnappers. So Emefiele cannot be held responsible. Bank cannot be held responsible for that. The police that should have done their job lack that capacity to fight terrorism. Simple. That was it. And this system that Emefiele was trying to put in place, how money can be well monitored, was not there then. It was a cash base. People can withdraw as money. They can withdraw 5 million. They can withdraw 2 million. You know, even if you want to withdraw 20 million, if you cannot withdraw it at once, you can withdraw it within 3 or 4 days and make up your 20 million and go and pay to kidnapper. So they are just, those people are just, they don't know what they are, all this thing they are writing against Emefiele, trying to hold him for being responsible for kidnapper carrying people there. I think it's just senseless. So that's the way I see it.
Ajale Koko, I think Ajale Koko,
Yeah.
the system has kicked one man out.
Oh,
Maybe you should
one man
take the lead.
Okay. So
yeah, one man is out. Yeah.
One man is out. Okay, I think we'll be back. So, but
Ajale Koko, can I interject?
Yeah, you can say something. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Ajale Koko, if you remember, that report ECOWAS talked about the Nigerian banking system is aiding and moving funds for terrorists. You see, this policy Emefiele is doing is hitting everybody that has hands in security issues in that country. It's only in Nigeria before now that you withdraw some certain amounts of money. Nobody will ask you anything on what you are using it for.
You are
Even
right.
here in the UK, in the US, every Western world, there's an amount of money you withdraw, even if you are in the legal bracket of withdrawing that money, they will ask you what are you using it
I
for.
think £10,000 is the threshold here. I think it's $10,000 in America as well.
Yeah.
You mean for cash?
Yes,
yes,
cash.
I don't think you can withdraw up to 10,000. I think it depends. I think it's some bank will not even give you. They will not even give you cash if
yes,
you
they
want
won't
to
give you.
get up to some
Even
guy.
if you want to get that amount.
Some cash will say, some bank will say, okay, where do you want to pay? The best we can do, we can give you money order. I mean, cash. What do they call it? Yeah, I think it's money order. They can say, is it money order or what is it? Or there's this other. It's not money order. It's
some electronic means anyway.
Yeah, some electronic in form of cash. You know, it's as good as cash. Wherever you present it, you're giving cash. So they will not give you
bank draft.
But is it bank? No, it's not bank draft.
All right, some electronic means.
It's some electronic, yes. But it's in form of, it's like a check. But
Ajeko is bank draft.
Is it
no,
bank
let's just leave that. It's
okay,
not.
No, it's bank draft. No, it's not what it's bank draft. Money order is on small bills. Bank draft one is a bigger bill.
Yeah, bank draft. Okay, okay.
All right.
Okay. So they can give you that.
Yeah.
Some banks you cannot withdraw more than 1,000 cash. Yeah. So it just depends.
Even one man, you know that even this £10,000 we are talking about in the UK, there is a way some money will enter your account, like say £6,000. The bank will have to call you that, come and prove this amount of. I remember the first time I came to the UK.
They'll freeze your account as well. Yeah.
Yes, they froze my account when some money was paid into my. They said I should come and prove, because they've looked at the history of my transaction. You can imagine an account that is no more than £2,000, in balance. All of a sudden, £10,000 just came in. They were like, come and prove where you got this £10,000. At first, I was like, is it because I'm new to the UK? Is it discrimination? But what I found out is, even now that you are in the UK, due to your liquidity, your money history, there are some amounts of money, even though it is in the legal limits, if it enters your account, they will freeze that account for some time, give you a call, or tell you to come and prove it that you are the owner of that money. So if there are no check and balance in the Nigerian banking system, it will be aiding terrorism. And you remember, it was the same government that was saying that for them to release the list of terrorists, it's more like shaming them, because the report was like saying we have our politicians, military personnel, security personnel doing all the bureau de change activities, aiding terrorists and insecurity activities. So I believe this policy, and remember when EMEFIELE did that policy, Shegumi came out and said that this policy would demand now that terrorists will be asking for hard currency. Can you imagine that? Even if that's true, should you come out and say that? So the whole charade the Senate just want to do is just to blackmail him, even though maybe all this Dasuki thing, he was under Jonathan's government that released those money. I believe they just want a way to, maybe they are done with him. Two ways. Maybe they are done with him. They want to find a way of removing him.
No, they are not done with him. It's all wrapped around this new policy change and corruption fighting
right?
back. Yeah. If they are done with him, the only person that can be done with him is Buhari. And if Buhari wants him out, then it's gone. But if Buhari doesn't want him out, nobody. What they are doing is they are mounting a public opinion offensive against him. This is what they are doing. And people like gullible people like Showore, they are lucky because he just sees anything as a chance to make noise. But this is corruption pushing back.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, Emefiele is twice as smart.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Let me respond to one man calling Showore gullible. Look, Showore calling for that guy remover. He knows what he's doing. Emefiele is a highly corrupt and number one CBN guy in the history of that country. That is the worst of the worst ever. There was an audio that Showore released some time ago of a discussion between Emefiele and some other person regarding some kind of shady deeds they were trying to perpetrate to deceive the presidency and the country. Nothing was done. Showore have a lot of information in his hand to show to Nigerian people that Emefiele is corrupt and is perpetrating corruption with politicians to serve the interests of politicians and some others that you see as the richest people in Nigeria, and not using the financial institution to better the economy of the country.
No, we
so
we
when
know
Showore
that.
is talking, he doesn't just talk that.
Hold on. The gullibility, all of that thing, all of those things, they are already. Emefiele should have been in prison a long time ago. He should have been. But in this particular space that we're in, there's a particular piece of work that is being done by himself, the presidency, and EFCC, which is to try and rescue as much as they can a lot of these monies that has been corruptly taken by these people. So that's and it's pretty obvious for everybody to see. But he doesn't seem to be on board or have an understanding of what is going on. But he just latches at it with the usual Aluta mindset. That yes,
let me tell you this.
Okay.
If you already know,
no, we know about the corruption history of Emefiele.
No, even currently,
and we know he should be in prison. So
even
that's not,
with the current redesigning of this naira.
Yes.
You go to bank, you can't even get the money, but the money is outside. People are sharing it. If you go to party now, they're already sharing the new note. If you go on the street, they are ready to sell it for you, or they are ready to sell it for you where you're going to pay some commission, but you can't get it through the bank. What is happening?
Yeah, no, so those are logistics now.
No,
it's available.
Okay, so no, hold on. Uptown is telling you it's available.
It's available in the banks. It's available
in Lagos.
You say it's available in the bank. Is it
and
all the bank?
And ATMs.
If you go right now to withdraw from
I have spoken with my people.
No, he's in Nigeria now.
I've spoken with Nigerians
I don't know.
too. And I listening to news.
I didn't in Lagos.
I have spoken with Nigerians and are listening to news, Nigerian news today. People that cannot get the money, but they are seeing the money on the street being exchanged for commission.
Ajan Likoko, that is probably logistics, but what I'm saying is that it's available in some parts.
I think what Ajan is trying to say, is that you cannot go to the bank and withdraw more than 5 million, but you can go to a party and buy 10 million.
What are you talking about?
That's not what he said. Yeah.
I said what I think he's trying to say.
That is part of it. You can go outside and exchange the money and get it. The money you cannot exchange at the bank, you can go outside and exchange it and get the new note, and you pay commission to it.
Why would you do that? The old note is legal tender.
Huh?
Why would you do that?
It's not.
People that have kept people. Let me tell you, people that have stashed so much money at hand that they cannot take to bank, they are exchanging it freely on the street.
Oh, you mean illegal money?
Illegal money, yes.
Oh, there it is. Well, there it is. So it's working then. So it's working.
So what is Emefiele doing? Look,
about what?
This guy is most corrupt
We know he's corrupt.
No, you
now.
still not getting what I'm saying.
I'm getting what you are saying. You are saying that Showore, for reasons that this guy is so corrupt, and even under this Naira change, there's still evidence of corruptions. Yes. That's really he wants him in. That's enough for him to be jailed. But what I am saying, theorizing even, is that the piece of work that he's doing with the presidency and EFCC and the CBN is so significant to that this piece of work that they are doing, it could almost get maybe $50 billion back into the Nigerian coffers.
Just
this piece of work.
Emefiele should be taken down. Somebody else can do the job. Somebody to
do it over the next 2 months, 3 months.
He has a lot of deputies. There are a lot of people that are capable of doing the job. But for somebody that is highly corrupt,
so why wasn't he taken? No, but why will he be taken down when he's at the epicenter of probably the most significant piece of work that the Buhari administration would do? If they wanted to take him down, why not 12 months ago, or why not 6 months after the piece of work is done? Why, when it's at the very heart of an important piece of work, is when it should be taken down?
Well, what I'm saying that we all agree that is a highly corrupt guy, right?
Yes, no, we agree.
Okay. Why must a person that is highly corrupt occupies that sensitive position? It shouldn't at any time occupy that sensitive position, and it doesn't matter any time it can be taken down. So this new operation.
If you don't want corrupt person to occupy, there's nobody in Nigeria right now that can occupy.
No. We shouldn't be thinking like that.
Right now in Nigeria.
No. We shouldn't be thinking that we don't have,
So Red does not understand a lot of these things because they are above his head. Above his mental function.
Look, we must not allow a corrupt person to sit at the top level of our banking system at any time. And that is why we see our economy not working. The ways and means that this guy operated during his time put so much money in that economy that is saying that they don't have control of the money in the economy. He is the one that is responsible to it. But the ways and means giving money, what do you call this thing? The government deficit all the time, borrowing. He's the one responsible for so much money in circulation, which has adverse effect on the economy. The inflation that we are going through now, he is responsible. You can't exonerate him. His policy is largely responsible for this. And you're saying this guy should continue because he's doing redesigning of currency and making policy. He is not the only one that is responsible. It's a team of people at the central bank that are doing this. It just happened to be the head. We have a team of people that are doing this. So person like him should be taken away, and we have somebody that of impeccable character.
Not at this point in time.
With the economy of a country is a very sensitive space. Taking off a CBN governor at this point in time for something that is not even super concrete can even send a bigger shock into the economy than whatever you're trying to protect.
Yeah, so yes. You don't have an economy that is sensitive like that.
What I think what one man is saying about the Showore space is there is difference between Aluta and administration.
No, forget about that. You are Obidients.
Hold on.
So the difference between Aluta and administration is the thing between the space is what we call emotional intelligence. So not to always allow your emotion to lead your decision. That's what makes you an administrator and not an aluta person. So if someone will now say, because of the emotions of people saying things about Emefiele, I'm just going to cut whatever this guy is doing, I'm done whatever consequences it's going to cause. Or, yes, I'm saying, because if you go back to Soludo's time, at the prime of Soludo's this thing at the central bank, Soludo was slammed with a lot of charges, including the polymer controversy of how many billion and what have you, left, right, and center. But Obasanjo retained him because he know what the guy was doing, disruptive thing the guy was doing there. He might not be a saint, I don't know. Maybe he was even guilty of whatever they threw at him then. But all those knee-jerk reaction is not presidential. You cannot be doing knee-jerk reaction as a president.
Let me tell you,
you cause more problem. You cause more problem for yourself
Soludo.
than you're trying to save.
You can't compare Soludo, the way Soludo managed the monetary policy of that country with how Emefiele managed the monetary policy of that country. Soludo managed the monetary policy well, and the economy of the country, we saw the way the economy improved under him. The economy of the country is dying every day under this what do you call this Emefiele. Look, didn't you listen to what that parliamentarian was saying? What they found wanting about on Soludo, and when they invited him, the way he was shaking, the way he was begging that he doesn't have his medicine on him, only for some people to go around and go and have an escape route for him to retain his position. Didn't you listen to that? Should that kind of person retain? Even the central bank, even the IMF have warned this guy on several policies that he effected that are not good for that country.
I think we are deviating from the. I think the point of conversation is what is going on now.
Yeah, what is going on now? So when Sowore speak that this guy is not fit to be there, I don't know who want to argue against it. That yes, it's fit to occupy that.
No, it's not the comment for this moment. It's the thing. You see, all of those things, exactly. There are reasons why it should never have been there anyway. But this piece of work that is doing now, if how we are reading it and discussing it is how it is far more important than aluta rhetoric.
Anybody can do it. One man.
Not anybody can do it. Now you keep saying anybody. No, of course not anybody can do it.
Anybody can do it.
Is it at the epicenter of it? Hold on. He sits at the epicenter of it. He coordinates it. He is the first banker in the country. Not everybody knows everything. He pulls all of it together. He has coordinated it up to that point. It's a piece of work that is so delicate and of secrecy that is on a need-to-know basis. It's not the whole CBN that knows. It's essentially you go and do up to this point, you do up to this point, but I have the whole story. It's not just you can't just say anybody can do it now.
In addition, one man self, you can be. It can be a form of economic risk because he knows way too much for you to disgrace him out of the office in a very
he can be disgraced out of office.
In the middle, I'm saying in the middle of a sensitive reform like this.
There's no economic risk. Anybody that is highly corrupt there's nothing that is doing when he's taking that that's going to be economic risk for the country.
No, Angelico, you need to understand what I'm saying here. I'm saying in the context of this thing that is going on, this redesign, the whole idea behind it, there's a lot of secrecy in it, obviously, that probably only him, Buhari, and maybe EFCC guy knows. So, and then you guys just want to bring in some guy into it. You don't even know. I mean, come on, in the middle of it.
Yes. So,
do you know how many deputies he have? Do you know how many deputies he have?
Did you listen to what Uptown just said?
Yeah. Do you know how many deputies he have that they are all involved in this thing?
But that's the thing. You are saying they are all involved, but the way some of these things work, it's not everybody that's all involved. Though there'll be one arrowhead that knows what is happening. and then he would delegate just a certain percentage to a certain person, delegate a different. So not all of these deputies, in fact, maybe even none of his deputies would have known the full picture of what is about to unfurl, because what they are trying to do is so sensitive that they don't want the information getting to the people that would, that they are looking to catch out. So they will restrict as much of the information as they possibly can to as limited a people as they possibly can. So they don't call a board meeting to say we want to change the Naira to catch the corruptions out. When some deputies under the payroll of Malam Dangote, and the other one is under the Bashorun, Babatunde and whatnot. It's a need-to-know basis sort of thing now.
In addition, one man here, I will cite the case in the PDP and why Ayu has not resigned as chairman. The reason is, usually, when someone that is opposed to something you are doing wants somebody at the helm of it to resign, they usually have a backup plan, especially from the deputy, because they know where the person that will fill in is likely to come. So they first of all compromise that space and then push for that person on the head to leave, so that whoever that is going to come in is going to be their own guy. So if someone is pushing someone out of office for a reason, that most likely they have compromised the likely people to take that office. Most likely.
All right, let's hear from Ife wanted to come in. Ife, you wanted to come in.
I just want to ask a question. Do you think that times the way Showore, the timing of Showore into speaking into the political space in Nigeria at times is not properly
that's what I said
through,
now.
right?
It's just a luta, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I think you understood what I meant. Yeah. So it's not that he's calling for the sacking of EMEFIELE. Of course, I agree with that. But he did not understand the moment in time. He just says, "Oh, they want to sack EMEFIELE. I will go and do a luta there."
What is special about the moment in time that one man is talking about? What is so special about it? What is special about this thing?
Okay. You asked the question. Let me take 2 minutes to explain. So I'll just speed through it. So the central bank governor told us that 80 to 85% of the liquidity in terms of cash in the Nigerian economy is outside of the banking system. So that's a voluminous amount of money. We're talking about nearly $30 billion, if not more, and that's me just guessing at it, probably a lot more. So a lot of that money is in outside of banking circulation. So a lot of that, only about 10-15% of that will be in legitimate use. So that is to tell you that about 70% of the sovereign wealth is out there somewhere, either with the bandits, the corrupt politicians, the hoarders, etc. So they've made this very quick move to try and force that money back into the Nigerian coffers. So they gave a 6-week window for people to change their monies over, and then another 4-week window for the old currency to die. So now you have this 70% of the Naira note out there illegally. So look at the volume of that money. So that money now, it has to race its way back into legitimacy, but it's too big to get back into legitimacy. So by the 31st of January, if that money is not able to make its way back into legitimacy, which it will not, then that 70% or at least 60% of it, because that money, it still has its value, but it's not in legitimacy. So the country will write it to its own reserve. So that's money is recovered from corruption. So that's the piece of work that's going on. That's the piece of work that is going on. And that is the piece of work that EMEFIELE is arrowheading. And that is what Showore doesn't understand. It's just a corruption, and they're just doing this monkey boy something,
Okay, let me respond to you. EMEFIELE is saying a lot of money are outside banking system.
Mm.
In the first place, what effort has he made to bring those money into banking system without redesigning the note? Do you know how much they spent for redesigning this note? Over 200 billion naira. That's a lot of money that will have been used for any other developmental project in that country. And if you look at the ratio of what we have in terms of even the cash in our economy compared to our GDP, GDP is 1.2%. That of America is 10%. Cash in circulation in America, cash versus GDP is 10% in America. He doesn't make any effort to introduce credit card system or a way of attracting people to use banking system for their transaction. It doesn't do enough. So when he is introducing this system that look good, it look good, but what advantage and effect will it brought to the economy that we transform, change, bring down inflation and effect economic and stimulate economic growth? That is what we should ask from him. Nothing.
Okay. You are asking what effort is making to bring that money in, and the only most effective way to bring that money in, the 80% odd in out of the vault, is to change the note of the country. So that way, that money will race back to the banks.
Okay. Does it mean that the cashless economy is trying to develop now? Does it mean that we won't still have cash in the system after some time?
No, we will have cash in the system.
When you don't have any way of attracting people to bring their money to bank in the first place, when the bank is hostile to people bringing money to bank, how will you stop what you are trying to achieve now? How would you solve it when the banking is not attractive is hostile due to a lot of charges, a lot of fee, a lot of stealing of people's money when you keep your money in the bank? What is it doing? We will go to, after some years, we will go back to
no, it will not.
Where we are coming from now.
No, we will not. We will not. We will not, because the Nigerian system has adopted this somewhat cashless, seamless form of financial transaction for nearly a decade now. And if you are saying what's the facilitation, because one of the pieces that I read, they are now going to the market women, market men to sensitize about the cashless space, the POS space payments, and all of these digitalized spaces. So they'll continue on that route and then they've changed the Naira now, and they're going to restrict its circulation. Then it will become much more comfortable and easier to transact electronically than to transact by money. And that will happen over the next, 3 years, 4 years, thereabout. So they're starting to phase physical cash out. Really, I cannot recall the time. I have just £1 in my wallet. Do you know what I use that pound for? When I go to a supermarket and I need a trolley, you have to use a pound to unlock it. I cannot remember the last time I took a note out of my pocket. So that's where we're headed, all right.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in.
You see what I see about Emefiele is this. Emefiele, to me, is a rogue.
Yeah, we know that.
When he wanted to change that currency,
So, are you going to speak to the conversation or tell us that Emefiele is corrupt? Because we've already done that is corrupt.
No, I'm speaking to that in general, not not the one that Ajale is saying. So we know Showore, we know what Showore is saying. Even if Showore doesn't even understand the full detail of that thing, once you are corrupt, Showore just wants you to be taken out. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about the detail of it.
All right. So
on Emefiele, you see his arrest, all those story. I don't even believe in authenticity of it. That's my personal conspiracy. Because
the authenticity of what?
Of that kind of arrest, all those stuff. Because those people.
Sorry. When you are saying you don't believe in the authenticity of it, are you saying that the DSS is not trying to arrest him?
They may be trying to arrest him, but you can do some kind of arrest that you know that will never fly. You know that this thing you are doing from the beginning, you knew that you were wrong, that you will not get any result. But you just create some kind of Nollywood scene just for people to see that you are dramatizing. Where am I saying this? If you see what Emefiele has been doing from the beginning, his aim is to satisfy the cabal or those political class guys. Look at all our dollars round tripping, all those. What's the reason for our inflation today? It's just because of his monetary policy, where you are making some people portfolio, investor, you are just making them to become richer overnight because our dollars is readily available to those people that are not going to even use it to invest in the means of production. Those people that will get the money and the money we find.
We're talking. No, sorry, Aula. We're talking about the change in the naira note, the restrictions in withdrawals, and the tightening around money laundering in terms of the bracket of 5 million to individuals. So we know Emefiele's history of round tripping and corruptly enriching, favoring the cabals. All of that we know.
Exactly. I said the other time, all these politicians we are talking about, two things can happen. Number one, is either they find a way of changing their currency, like Ajale Koko just gave a loophole now. Because in those days, if you go to Ojota and all those garage, you will see the new currency that normal average Nigeria will never have access to. You will find all those things flying around in the black market, selling new currency to you. Now, it's either some of those politicians will dominate that side and they will still bring this currency out. CBN, we don't need to do this before this. Even the commercial banks too, we have some kind of corrupt guys within the commercial bank that we even hate such kind of business. They will help all these politicians change the currency. The one they cannot change, they will take it. They will take it into the forex market and get their money changed. I keep saying this thing. See, the big politicians, they will not suffer from all these things we are talking about. They will find their ways. The ways may be expensive, they will find. And from there, from that angle, I think even the Emefiele and the cronies too will find a way to make money. I don't think that's what they want to do. That's why I'm seeing this thing as drama, because I don't think they really want to prosecute this guy. That's just my opinion. I don't think they really want to prosecute this guy.
Yeah, let's hear from you. Yeah. Go on, land that point, Ola, and then let's hear from you.
Let's assume they even want to prosecute him. Then I will start suspecting something, because yes, if they want to take him out, maybe they want to take him out for now. To me, it's not a palatable thing. It's not a good news. It's not a bad news at the same time, because why so in a hurry to plan someone to take him out and plan someone for the next administration? What's your interest there? Why now? So to me, if you want to suspend him, good. You can suspend him and say, okay, someone can take over in interim capacity. See when the new government will come, but not for you to appoint. Listen, so its moment could be political. It can be political, either to take this guy out and plan another person that is going to be their person that will carry into the next administration. Or maybe they are just entertaining us. But to think that corruption is fighting back, I don't want to agree with that because I don't see any
Well,
corruption.
you don't have to agree, but you know, a lot of people hold that thought. But let's say from rational.
Look at this guy. You look at all the influential people, all the children of those politicians that can take him out. He has already employed them and put them in CBN already.
No, that's not where we are. That's not where the conversation is. Let's hear from rational mind. Let's hear from rational mind.
Well, thank you, everybody.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so I don't think you seem to understand what man was trying to tell you about Shore.
Kí wọ́n sọ yìí kí ló mean pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo kí ló mean ìlú ń dàrú mọ́ ẹ lórí ọ̀sán pé kò ń ṣe gbogbo ọ̀rọ̀ kí ló ń sọ yìí. What are you talking about? Rational mind.
Sherry Shore man, I mean Shore does something. I see the point of what that woman is trying to bring up. Not everything you have to put your mouth into. The point of what I'm saying is this: you need to grasp the whole idea of what is behind this removal of Emefiele. Is it because really these people really want to get rid of him because of they really found out now that he is corrupt? Did they know that he was corrupt? Has he not revealed so many things about Emefiele? What did they do about it? When Emefiele was caught in a recording saying, hold on, when Emefiele was caught in a recording saying that, talking about how to move money out of Central Bank, why didn't they remove it from them? Why suddenly now that this man has bring up this issue of this new Naira note that is going to make most of the Naira notes that they've siphoned out of the system, they've kept to themselves, they can't even account for how they made that money. They can't bring it back into the system because they will be caught, they will be asked for it, they will be challenged for it, and they might lose it at the end of the day. So they don't want all that being reviewed. That was why a lot of them they're now fighting back to get rid of him and put somebody there, a puppet there, that will reverse this policy of, okay, you are limited to a certain amount of money, and he said to withdraw from your account. If the new person, they get a new person in, is it that person is totally scrap it off, or up the money, say, okay, you can take 6 million naira or 10 million naira from your account. Yeah. So the point is this: you already need to understand the whole idea. You need to show. You need to show.
He doesn't understand what you've just explained. Is what I think. I think he's still of that. It's in that space that Ola was explaining and Adanle Koko. But he doesn't understand that there's a piece of work that is going on.
Yeah, it's something going on here. He needs to get the whole picture clear, but he doesn't seem to get the picture clear. It's only anytime he ever hears something, I think he usually has that tendency of always just jumping.
It's just a lota, isn't it? It's a lota.
What is it? What is it that is good that can come out from somebody that is a thief?
We know.
What do you know? What do you know?
We know that this guy is a thief. Listen.
Thief must.
Okay. Ajale Koko, let me ask you a question.
The central bank of our country, because it's changing dollar, because it's changing, is redesigning naira.
Enough of that.
Enough of that. A better policy than him.
Hold on. What is the? Are you sure? Are you saying that you believe what Kazauri and all of them are doing? That these people are sincere because they want to remove him because of they suddenly now discover that
it doesn't matter whether they are sincere or not, but he's been caught with shady deeds. That's what we are saying.
Okay. What is the guarantee? Hold on. What is the guarantee that if they remove him, the next person that's going to be there is going to be another person that will do their job for that will do the bidding.
Forget about the next person. It's going to be screened. We got to know it must be a banker. You have to know
who will screen him. Who will screen him?
It doesn't matter.
You know that when he was reappointed, they screened him, Emefiele, and they just say take a bow and leave. That's screening in Nigeria. Take a bow and leave. That's what they do. That's take a bow and leave.
If the policy is implemented fully and it's done, in fact, I'm hearing now. I read one. Was it the Guardian yesterday? They said even if you go to the central bank now, if you want to withdraw that money, all the serial number of the money they give to you, they will copy it down. They want to track it. But I don't know how that's going to work in a country where
the new note came with more security features.
I know, we know that. But what I'm saying is the serial number on it. If they give
that as well, yeah.
Since it's newly printed, they will follow each other. If you're going to give it to most of the time when you so. I don't know how they do it, but that's what I was told. I read on the news that they will copy the serial number down. The bank, the central bank sent a circular to the banks to always note it down, all the serial number of whatever. Let me quickly say this. In 1999, as in 1998, 1999, in Benin Republic, their BCAIO bank close to the presidential palace, there was a robbery. A bullion van was going in. They robbed that bullion van. There were new cash, new CFA notes that were there. You know how the Interpol was able to catch all these people? I mean, they went with the money and everything. It was from different countries within the West African region and even Central Africa Republic. Central Africa. I mean, not really Central Africa. I mean, like French, like in Chad.
Francophone Africa.
Francophone Africa. Yeah. So that was what they caught some of these guys. Some of these guys, they were Nigerians among them. How did they catch them? The Interpol, they were able to catch them because of the serial number of those money. Those money were newly printed. So my point is this: you see, I only wish that what Emefiele is doing himself is sincere about it. If the end goal is that he wants to make sure that this money that is being illegally corruptly defrauded or gotten, and these people have to do themselves. They stolen Nigerian money and they kept it to themselves. If they cannot bring it back, like one man explained, that money they forfeit it. The central bank has a copy of it. They have another copy of each money that they print out. They have a reserve for it. So if they forfeit that money becomes central bank. It becomes federal government's money. That is the game from. That is if really.
Yeah, that's how I understand it as well.
That is it.
Yes, Patrick, I don't think Shore gets that. He just thinks, oh yeah, it's a thief. We have to. He does all these silly things like that.
No, you see, rational mind. To buttress your point, I've realized, and I've always said this, like, Shore, yeah, I think he doesn't have any other strategy of trying to paint the picture of who he is to people rather than trying to jump on all such matters and cases. Just like in the few months back now, I always complain that what is it doing? Why are you going to Nnamdi Kanu's court cases when you have your own court cases? I don't know why it does all those things. And I just think it's that Alutan, his strategy of the way he thinks about how he can make people feel and see what it means. If you now look at how this guy did his own, Peter Obi came to people. He was just saying to people, this should be the right way, this should be the thing. And he was able to reach out to people. And people can get the message. And this is why the momentum was building up. But show where you want to use everything that happens. He wants to jump on every matter, even the one that is not his business. He just wants to jump on it. So that's why I keep saying, if you want to be an activist, be an activist.
DOG, do you know what they call that in England? What you just described. Do you know what they call that in England? They call it a one-trick pony. A one-trick pony. That's what they call it. A one-trick pony.
So to me, and that's why I keep saying, he needs to look for people that can advise him once in a while and tell him, oh, let's do this. Because I just think him alone trying to be that one man thing that he's doing is not helping him, because sometimes you need advice. Sometimes you need ideas from other people too.
I think what you are saying here is administration. So you don't learn administration by piece of advice. It's something you learn over the years by practicing, whether in smaller places. You understand what I'm saying? Because what you mentioned about Nnamdi Kanu now, you are going to Nnamdi Kanu's court cases, you are defending Biafra, you're defending IPOP, and then you're also running an election in Nigeria as a president, and you're expecting northern votes. So the whole thing does not even.
It's more like you are doing this and you're countering yourself too.
You're almost like you are going forward and backward at the same time.
It's northern vote sure for your Obi. It's northern vote sure for your Obi now.
Are we doing what about now?
It's northern vote sure for your Obi now. Right.
Well, but at least he can make some inroads. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is
what you are saying,
Angelico, the thing is that
So attending in Nnamdi Kanu case is an offense now. So
no. You cannot.
No. Angelico, he's saying Nnamdi Kanu wants a Biafran nation. Showore wants to be Nigerian president, but then he's going to defend Nnamdi Kanu's breakaway succession. Whilst he's campaigning, it's just
you guys don't get it.
It's wild.
No, you guys don't get why. You don't get it. Hold on, let me say this. You guys don't get it. Are you saying that the way Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped and rendition to
No, we're not
Nigeria
saying that. That's
is
not what we're saying.
legal.
That's not
Is
what
it
I'm
legal to
No, no,
international?
no,
Is Showore the only one in Nigeria?
Hold on,
Is Showore
Kenny.
the only one in Nigeria?
Hold on. You asked the question, Koko.
Yes.
Showore's backing of Nnamdi Kanu's movement, it predates his rendition in from Kenya. Going back about 2-3 years, there was a video that that guy on Worship Media did when he facilitated a meeting between Showore and Nnamdi Kanu somewhere in America, which was spread all over the social media space. So he has been backing that narrative for a long time, as well as running to be president of the country.
You are wrong. Hold on. Let me counter one man. You will say something. I will let you.
Let me ask you a question.
Let me say something to one man. One man, with what you said now, you are wrong.
Right.
Showore never backed Biafran Nation. He never backed Nnamdi Kanu for Biafran Nation. He always called on them that calling United Nations, Yoruba Nation, let us come together. Let us sit in this Nigeria and fight these people together instead of splitting ourselves or saying Yoruba Nation. It never support Biafran Nation or Yoruba Nation. But meeting Nnamdi Kanu as a journalist to interview him, to hear from him, what are his grudges against Nigeria? That is not against the law. And that is what Showore is doing. Going to court for Nnamdi Kanu case, it's not against the law either. I don't know why you guys are trying to hold you
watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Hold on, Ajanle Koko. Watch this. This is Showore in America 3 years ago.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, today's I'm here with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He's, as you all know, the IPOB leader, and we had a private meeting and also a general one, which will be published. You all know that I've been passionate about, and he has also been passionate about, but on a different plane. And we respect those boundaries. And but we've had very, very useful conversations today, so that everybody that's aspiring for a just and fair society, can come together and rise up now and bring about an end to the sorrow and the suffering and the domination and the oppression that has become almost synonymous with our genes in Nigeria. So, as you all know, you probably haven't seen me with him because it's our first time of meeting. And those of you out there who think that we have such big differences that we can't talk, well, you know that when people have revolutionary minds, these minds meet, and the bodies eventually do meet. So it's a pleasure to introduce you to that moment. More of this will come out later, and the statements and the video will come out also from our friend who monitor this meeting. So thank you so much, Kazi, for the meeting. And say hello to on our side.
Yes. Hello to wonderful people that follow and listen to us, our reporters and my good friend here. So what our discussion has yielded today is a confirmation that people can come together, that there isn't much of a difference between that which we are fighting for, because that is justice, isn't it? That's what we are fighting for, is justice. That we know and hope that the people that found themselves today trapped and execute it. It will come from heaven. We have to do it. We have to do it, and it must be done.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hope see you again soon. This is a big.
So that's a Showore solidarizing with Nnamdi Kanu just 3 years ago. And so we had the language. So hold on. We heard the language and we heard what they said, and it was ambiguous and diplomatic. But that was Nnamdi Kanu when he was at his biggest pump, by the way. And Showore made sure to solidarize with him. So that association is big. So The guy is just is all over the place somewhat, you know.
What picture are you painting? One man, you are painting.
I don't know. The image paints its own picture now.
Showore was very clear in the statement he made there that this guy is doing his own thing. I am doing my own thing. So what do you mean by solidarize?
That wasn't solidarity.
This uptown that is talking, that always champion, what do you call this, Obi? Look, Obi even said it, that we engage with Nnamdi Kanu if he becomes the president. So what is the difference?
No, the difference, no, there's a big difference.
Hold on. They asked him about what will he do to Biafra. He said he will engage with them, he will sit them down, we negotiate with them. That is what Obi said. So if Obi cannot start that now to see how he can calm them down, that's to tell you that he's going to be a weak leader. He does not fit to be the president of that country, and he's afraid to do that because he's looking for votes.
All right. Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale. Let's hear other people's
okay, so let me respond to Ajali Koko.
Yeah.
So when you say he's looking,
hold on, let's
rational mind. Hold on.
Let everybody hold on. Let's hear rational mind, and then we hear Uptown. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody dropped. I don't know. Yeah. So
carry on.
Okay. Now Showore is talking about taking down the 1999 Constitution. People ask him that question, but you're going to be sworn on by that 1999 Constitution. So when they want to swear you in with that 1999 Constitution, would you reject? Because one of the oaths you're going to take is you pledge to protect, protect and to uphold,
to defend and abide by
the 1999 Constitution. So, I mean, sometimes when I look at it, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm for Showore, but I will need to criticize him when I need to criticize him. Whether I'm wrong or right, but I will criticize him. That's why I would say that. So my point is that I want you to answer that question. How do you feel when Showore said that he will take down that 1999 Constitution, which I support, but he's going to be sworn by it, and by oath, it's a pledge, it's a promise as a president that you will uphold that 1999 Constitution, you will follow it, and you would protect it, or whatever that was they use. So how do you reconcile that two differences?
Easy. Let me tell you this. While in office, running that constitution, he can at the same time set up a constitutional assembly to write a new constitution. A new constitution that be written by Nigerian people and not what we have now. And once that one is written by all interests and all interest group across that country and is approved by majority of the state in Nigeria, that constitution will emerge as our new constitution, while this new constitution, this one we are operating now, will be be null and void. So it is easy. I don't think everything that you guys are saying as if nothing can be done at all. As if we have to continue the way we are doing. This constitution is not a constitution that can ever make your country run well for you. It is not constitution written to work, to make that country work for you, but for some few Nigerians. And we see it. It works well for politicians, and that is why you see them killing themselves. They want to remain there, and they don't want that constitution to go. But if you have a new president that really want to make things work, we must have a new constitution that will be written by Nigerians, and that we kick out this constitution and have a constitution that will work for Nigerian people, and Nigeria will start to get better for everybody. So what is a big deal about that?
But Ajani Kokosa, before sorry, Uptown, I know you're next. I believe one thing with the way Nigeria is and the Nigerian politics. Before you can do the do, you have to be able to walk the walk wisely. if Showore can't achieve being the president, how can he even achieve all these solutions he have? And to me, this is meeting with Nnamdi Kanu. I see it in two ways. Number one, the people in government knew, they will obviously see this video, him with Nnamdi. Then you keep going to Nnamdi, so they know you have some rapport, that you have something in common together, which is why it's even affects. And I keep saying back in the days when we keep talking about Showore, that thing that really affected Showore, all those things that was involving himself, revolution, he could have just focused. He would have been the one. That momentum would have gathered from 1999 to now. It would have gathered to now. It would have been the one people are really looking at now. So to me, the second way I see this thing is, I think he was just trying to even use Nnamdi Kanu to gain votes from the IPOP people when the election comes.
All right. Let's hear from Uptown. I feel as though we've visited that conversation so often, but Uptown.
Okay, so picking up from where the last speaker stopped, that is hitting the nail on the head. So that is just him trying to appeal to that agitation IPOP space to know if he can corner them into his revolutionary now and what have you, which obviously feel just like many other such things he has tried.
But Obi did the same thing. Obi did the same too. Did not?
What did you say?
Did Obi not do the same
Obi
thing?
did the same
Obi
thing too.
didn't appeal to IPOP space. I can't remember him appealing to IPOP
Okay,
space.
there we go.
No. Yeah,
Obi never said anything about
hold on.
IPOP and separation.
Hold on. 40% of Obi support are Ipobians. What are you talking about?
No. One man.
What do you mean by 40%? One man. Why are you trying to be good to them? What do you mean by 40%? 90% of them.
Like, can I complete what I was saying?
But Simon Ekpa is waiting for you guys. Go and look on Saturday. Come and see a lot of donation on Simon Ekpa show.
I mean, the guy is a big boy already now. I mean, he's making a lot of money from the gullible Southeastern that is following him. So.
In that east.
But let him make his assertion. Don't let us stop him from saying what he needs to say using.
So let me tell you if I say. Let me clear out what I was saying. So. Yeah. There is a difference that somebody came out to run for election and he looks like a viable candidate, and people from his region, though maybe some of them are also sympathetic to a particular narrative in that region, but then they follow him. There's a difference from Obi started running campaign by appealing to the IPOP space. There is no suggestion that Obi ever appealed to that space. He never met Nnamdi Kanu. He never met. In fact, Obi I've not even met Ohanes and Igbo till now. He has still not done it. He has still not met even Igbo stakeholders till now, not to talk of even going as deep as IPOP space. He never appealed to them. They just followed him based on he's an Igbo man. But he never appealed to them directly. If Obi even appealed to anybody, it's probably the answer space. You know, because it's the anti-government, whatever it is. But he never appealed to agitation or separatism or even Igbo narratives and IPOP narratives. He never did that. So that was the point I was making there. I wasn't saying that they are not following him. So, with the Showore space, I think the point is, the last speaker also said that it's a major problem because if you want to be a democratically elected president, unless you want to run a unitary system or a military system, you must have three things: wisdom, emotional intelligence, and diplomacy. Showore does not have either of the three. And the bromance with Nnamdi Kanu is suggesting to some part of the country that this guy, because as far as we know, we are seeing videos of you with this guy that has this mentality that Nigeria can never be united. And then you're having secret meetings. I mean, the guys up north, do they know what you guys discuss in the room? As far as they're concerned, you might be part of the whole plot to divide Nigeria. So while he's taking it from the IPOP space, you are coming to hijack probably the Nigeria presidency and probably break it off from there. So, I mean, that already paints you as a saying. So... But then I think why he will do that with his full chest is because he doesn't think he will ever be Nigerian president anyway. So all he just want to do is just to maintain that his pace, the tempo, any agitation. If I come up today, I say I'm agitating about something and I have a bunch of followers Showore will tag along so that by default, those followers will also appeal to him as well. So that's just his space, literally. So it's either you are either a one Nigerianist, and then if like you're saying Soludo went to meet Nnamdi Kanu. When was that? Before he became governor or after he became governor?
After he became governor.
Exactly. After he became governor. So
And,
after you become
what
governor,
does that really matter?
No. You cannot.
Does that really matter?
Let me explain to you why it matters.
Even some APC men, some APC senators went to meet him. So what are you talking about?
You say APC senator that was running for election or APC senators?
Kalu went to meet him. And some other went to meet him. So what are you talking about? Why can't your Obi go and meet him?
We are there running for president.
What is he going to cost him?
So sorry, what are
you
you
are
suggesting?
Seeking for votes. You're a politician. And you need votes from every part of the country.
He's not a reliable leader.
The only thing
your
you have
Obi
to
is
say,
not reliable. That is why he has jumped from many parties to another.
Maybe the reason why you're pushing back is because
it's not
the reason why you're
a
pushing
leader
back
that
is
can stand in one place.
All right. Ajale Koko, hold on. Ajale Koko, let him round off, and then after you've landed your point uptown, I want to play a couple of videos. Just they're about a minute long, and then I want to move on because I think we are spending too much time here. But carry on.
Okay, so if all you have to say in sensitive spaces like religious, maybe if there is a religious conflict or there's a tribal conflict, those are sensitive spaces, or maybe separation, agitation, those are sensitive spaces. If you are running for president, now I don't want to talk about Obi again. Whether you are an Atiku, whether you are Tinubu or whatever it is, it's just like Tinubu now coming to wrap around the Yoruba nation around this campaign presidency. He's done. DONE. He's done. Once maybe you start seeing Tinubu going to bromance with the Yoruba nation guy every day, every evening, he's in his sitting room. They're hugging and kissing each other, and then
how would they hug and kiss? How did that come in?
You know what he's trying to say?
They can shake hands now. Why we hug and kiss? They can shake. We don't hug and kiss.
No, that's what Showore was doing with Nnamdi Kanu now. Literally, it was just like romance and all that, and then you want to rub up. If Tinubu tries it, he's done. If Obi tries it, he's done. If Atiku tries it, he's done. Unless you're not a serious candidate, you can try it because obviously you know you're not going to win. So the simple thing is get there, get to the office, and then do your normal consensus that you already promised you're going to do. I'm going to bring everybody to the table. Simple.
Right. Do you have a screen in front of you uptown?
I do, woman.
Brace yourself. I'm about to show you probably one of the most shocking things you'll ever see. But brace yourself. Watch this. Did you see that?
Yeah, he was holding it. Jesus, like my body is woman is okay.
It's unbelievable. I just saw that and I shuddered, because I've got, I shuddered. But let me play you this instead. So let me play you this. This may be an experience you've had before. Watch this.
Wait. Give me 100 now.
Okay, you said the motor no get brake.
How you dey drive? You sabi am.
You say you come dey fear now.
You know when me with this man, no?
I have brake there now. Why you come dey fear?
Now you carry me go training.
Look at that. It's just the ease at which they. Yeah, it was.
I mean, this is DNA now. It's already in the DNA now.
Yeah, but man gave the money. It was just easier to hand over the 100 naira than for her to assert her right. But the entitlement, it didn't even just give me 100 naira there, like your father put money.
One man.
It's quite a thing.
One man. Anybody that becomes president next year, whether it's Obi, Tinubu, or Atiku, and I'm not supposed to make one suggestion to them. We need to set up a ministry of psychological reorientation in Nigeria because this country is messed up psychologically. Everybody, impunity reigns. Everybody is like impunity is tradition. Yeah, so
Look, just
this
how casually. Wait. Give me 100 naira. Yeah, just like that.
You don't even know. That's
And the woman trying to carry that act was he was telling the woman, "Now you send me go training."
Now you send me go training.
Like this, they're using taxpayers' money to pay him, but I guess he doesn't even know that.
It's unbelievable.
You
All right. Watch this. So this, I'm sure, is already meat and drink to the Obidients space. But what is the Obidients space making of this uptown?
Thank you very much.
Bakan delay.
What was going on there?
The crook from Lagos and his counterpart from Boron.
That's not being crook. You can see that guy is needy, and Shetima is probably the one those people are aligned with. Shetima was the one that passed the money to Tinubu, so Tinubu can do the needful. He didn't want to do it. He could have done it himself, but he wanted Tinubu to do it. I don't see big things like that.
Come on, what are you talking about?
Come on, DOG. Shetima did not pass any money.
Shetima passed. Watch the video again.
Pass any money.
Hold one man, please. One man. Let me tell you guys one thing. I've seen that video.
Thank you very much.
Shetima clearly passed the money.
Yeah, Shetima brought out.
I even said that earlier when I watched that today. It was this video that I now saw it.
So one man with the video is trending online. Obviously, it's meat and drink for the Obidients, but it's funny because to me, it's even it shows a good team.
And that was the new Naira, by the way. New Naira.
The fact that he's humble enough to hand over to his boss and I think it's just cool for me. But then some of these Obidients,
no, not a
they just like
it's a matter of marketing, getting acceptability. So it's not being normal.
It needed to come from Tinubu. Because that was in Bono. So to show his generosity to their people. When I'm saying that Shetima is a clever man, that's just a good example right there.
That's basic.
Point of correction. It's not vote buying or it's not vote buying or crowd buying before Obidient jump on that space and all that.
Obidient already said it's vote buying now. But the thing is that are you using that amount of money to buy just this one malam?
People can increase it now. Obidient and Atiku people can increase the money now in our eyes now. They say it's paying one malam to people down there. So
that just looks like a meet and greet kind of.
That thing is the woman that was making that video. So they brought that man. You know what I'm saying? The one of their political shenanigans just to show up that we care for the poor, come and sit by our side, and then we hand over money to him.
The way that man was looking, he was determined not to live there without somebody,
one man, did you notice when the money
sorry,
was,
let me play it one more time. I want to say, I want you to look at the determination in the man's eyes. Okay? Don't talk to me, just grease my palm. I don't want to hear words. Look at that. Where is it?
Thank you very much.
That man was not living there without somebody.
What? That man was sitting down with them there.
Yes.
Was sitting there. If he's a Talakawa, how can a Talakawa be sitting with them?
No, it would have been a Talakawa. They brought him. Is a plant now. Is a prop. Is a prop now.
Yeah, for the props. But one man, what did you notice in the video? The man when Shetima put the hand in the pocket and brought out money and put it at the back, the man immediately started looking on as if he doesn't know what is going on. Yes, you know when you go to
no, he may not know now. He may not know.
You already saw. He was looking at Shetima when he did that. Even when Tinubu was putting hand behind, he was using his corner eye to look. When you visit a friend and then they're cooking jollof, and then the jollof is about to be, and then you are doing as if you are focusing on the TV. You're watching.
Meanwhile, you adjusted your belt. You adjusted your belt in readiness for,
But if you look at the way that guy was sitting down, you can tell somebody that needs, that is hungry and needs.
That's a proper talakawana. That's a proper talakawa.
And right. Olga, please, Olga, if you need to know who that baby is, please call Shetima.
Is she a fine baby? I'm not sure she's a fine baby.
I didn't even see her face.
But that's a typical. If you want, anytime I think of a northern girl or a northern woman, that's who I see. That's just the typical face of her.
Thank you very much.
Looks more Hausa than Fulani though. Anyway, she looks more.
I love northern women. I might end up marrying a northern girl.
No, they are the best.
Have you not seen Atiku wife? A Yoruba woman that look like a Fulani woman.
Atinuke.
Yeah, I mean Atiku wife. Yeah. You look at the way the woman looks now. She looks like.
She looks like a typical. She looks like a typical Isaleko woman. No, that's what she looks like.
No. You've not seen her.
No, she does not look like Fulani. Atiku wife.
She looks. Oh, okay, all right. I don't argue. Go and see the last video where they say vote APC. You will know what I'm talking about.
Funny enough, Jennifer looks more like pass more like a Fulani than Titi.
Who?
Jennifer, the wife from Anambra.
Right, yes. It doesn't put her forward that much, though, does it?
No, he used that. Atiku is a very funny guy. He used Jennifer when he wanted the Southeastern vote in 2019, and then now the Southeastern vote is gone. And then they bring out the Yoruba wife.
No. Yes.
Soludo was calling him their in-law.
He has divorced Jennifer. They are no longer together. They're divorced. Jennifer,
why would Soludo call him in-law?
They had issues after 2019,
but I think this Titi is his main wife, or is she?
Yeah, that's the first. That's the
first wife.
She's the first wife.
And you know how he met her?
This woman does not look Fulani, by the way. Rational mind.
Look at her.
She looks thick, so she does not look Fulani at all.
She looks is Aleko
typical
Yoruba woman.
Yeah, Owambe woman.
Ayona.
All right.
But is the shameless? Does Soludo not know that Atiku is divorced Jennifer, and then shouting our in-law?
Is our in-law, by the way?
He bumped again for him. He did not the in-law. He bumped again for him. So waiting.
Do we even know how many children he has? He must be about 50 or something.
No one was actually using that as a selling point that he's a unifier, that he has wives and children around every tribe in Nigeria. Like what? Like really? Like this country? I don't understand. Like that's like the selling point. Really, that's what makes him. That's why he will unite Nigeria, because he has children.
He has one son that is Hush Puppy's friend. Hush Puppy actually went to his wedding in Dubai.
My goodness me. You know, part of the Hush Puppy narrative is that it's a bad man for politicians, that they use him to launder money. Or
somebody even accused this guy, our skit maker.
Macaroni.
Naira.
No. Our politician skit maker.
Oh, Dino,
yeah. Because Dino used to go to Hush Puppy in Dubai. Every time he goes to Dubai, they hang out, they go shopping together.
No, Dino is above Hush Puppy now. Dino is above Hush Puppy. He's already made his money a long time. When Hush Puppy was still at Moshe,
but people were accusing him too of Hush Puppy helping them do. He was doing something with Hush Puppy because they meet a lot. Every time he goes to Dubai, he hangs out with Hush Puppy.
Yes, now because Hush Puppy is a good time guy now, and Dino he likes a good time. Let me bring Fatai into the conversation because he's been so quiet. Fatai, let me bring you to this space. It's really sorry, where did I want to bring you to? It's because the CBN they've been telling us on just the logistics of of running that election. So they've been talking about the logistics of running that election. I'm just looking for hold on. Yes, there it is. So the CBN have been telling not CBN, no, but the INEC have been telling us of the logistics of running the elections. And you know, sometimes we hear that they budgeted X amount to the to INEC, and we wonder just what that money is for. And we say, oh, they are going to share it amongst each other. But it says INEC requires 100,000 vehicles, 4,200 boats for 2023 elections. And in addition, they'll be hiring at least a minimum personnel. So what are you then making then in terms of the logistical lift that is going to be the 2023 elections, just in terms of the volume of the piece of work? Just that's an indication. 100,000 vehicles, because what they have done is they've signed MOUs with transport associations, but they've now signed an MOU with the sea workers or whatever it is, because they discovered that in the course of their other elections, they had difficulty getting materials in and out of the riverine areas. But just in terms of that, as a bit of logistical work, the 2023 elections, you know, there will be more people voting at that election than the combination of all of West Africa put together in their electoral cycle, Fatai.
Yeah, it's a lot of. I don't. I think it's expected. I don't see. I don't see the news there. I think it makes sense. They will need. It's massive operations. It's a complicated landscape, and so okay. You know, they will eat some money, but at the same time, they need a lot of money to run it as well. So I don't think it's newsworthy.
Well, it is because it's in the news, but it's just really an appreciation of the logistical work there.
Yeah,
But
for sure, it's complex. It's going to be complex. I mean, especially trying to cut away, trying to match the hooligans for whatever might be trying to do. They will be prepared for that as well.
because if you look at the Nigerian terrain, which you've just described, is difficult and complex and very, very, it's very difficult to tackle because it's very so sharply. In the north, it's just all this arid land, and then in the riverine areas, you just have to, you know, there's some spaces that you can't get to by road, only by boat, you know. So all of those things, you know, some places are so swampy, and they're saying they don't want anybody disenfranchised. But what surprised me, which I feel might be too difficult for them to pull off, is that by 9:30 a.m. on the 25th of February, every polling unit will be ready to go. So how do you think they can pull that off as a piece of logistical work?
No, they can put it off. I mean, I'm sure they can. They must have done their homework. They must have taken. They must drawn out the architecture, the map. I mean, there is there are many methods they like to work out this complexity. There are many methods. They will draw the layouts. Can use Gantt charts, whatever. They will chart everything. Now, at the end of the day, it's going to be boiled down to small little pieces, down the level of the leaves of the tree. Like, you know, the way they will draw out the tree, and then they can work it out. Just going to require a lot of complexity, but the complexity, I'm sure they have it on the board in their office. How everything links, how this one links to this, and how, you know, they seem to be talking that they are a little bit more sophisticated than previous times. So I don't see how they can't pull it off. The only problem is the only problem that they will have. The only problem, I mean, what everybody is waiting for is how the beavers is going to impact the other complexity. They can deal with it, but the real issue is how the beavers is going to impact the election. It's is what is out is what is out there to be totally understood. Other than that, I think they can handle the other things. And certainly, of course, they will require a lot of money. So it's not chicken change to run by simultaneous operations like that, concurrent operations. Yeah, sure.
All right. What's your understanding of the beavers? What do you think it means, and how are you anticipating that it's going to impact on the 2023 elections? Because a lot of people hear the word beavers, or the acronym beavers, but they don't have a full grasp of it. So, do you have a grasp of it, or does anybody actually understand what beavers actually impacts on this upcoming election? So, let's do that as an educational piece. Introduce us to beavers and
Yeah,
how it should impact. Yeah.
by what do they even call it? By model accreditation or something. Basically, it's just like I mean, it's basically like if you go to the if you go clubbing, in the door in the at the front door is the bouncer. You understand? So the beavers is not the voting. You're not voting with beavers. It's just like the beavers is like your bouncer that checks your ticket and then you go inside. Then you go to do your dancing. So the beavers is just the electronic accreditation of how many people are going in to vote. So you log in, then it's like your login password to your email or whatever, something like that. So you log in and then you go and do your voting. So the biggest impact of the beavers is to prevent all these people stealing the ballots. All these people, all the politicians that will go and hire guru to come and snatch the ballots and take. But because it will be pointless, even if you snatch the ballot, you don't have the electronic count of how many people registered to vote. So you snatch the ballot all you want, but it will not work out. And it's going to and in all the and it's going to be at the same time it's going to be sent to the servers. I think at the end of the day, the count will be sent to the servers before they do the vote counting. So and if there is any discrepancy when there will be election petitions, so they're going to check the tally whether everything tallies. But I don't think I mean it doesn't stop the what they have been able to do with these beavers is to take the election rigging away from like anybody, just any Tom, Dick, and Harry that can hire 5 3 area boys to like. So it's only for the big boys. Only the big boys will be able to rig the election. It's not that it will not be rigged. I mean,
How can the election be rigged with the new system? How do you anticipate the rigging will take place?
of course, it can be rigged because if you know the tally you don't. The only thing you need to get around is to arrive at the same tally, and that's it. The beavers doesn't like if you go, it's still ballot is ballot is not electronic voting. It's still you still going to go and thumbprint or whatever they do on the paper. So there is no electronic match up between your vote and the beavers. The beavers just let you in and you are accredited to go in and vote. So at the end of the day, the number of vote counts cannot be more or less than the number of people, the number of accreditation from the they have to tally. So if in a local government now there are 2,000 registered votes, it's not possible to then have 6,000 votes because there will not be 6,000 votes. So we have the electronic system to certify that there were only 2,000 votes. So there's no ambiguity if the voting is more than the registered vote is the voting is more than the registered vote. There's no mystery about resolving that one. It can quickly be resolved. But if somebody wants to, I mean, if the big boys want to rig it, they just need to walk around with somebody inside that to know. I mean, you can, like, if I want to go into the club, it doesn't mean like I cannot get into the club bypassing the bouncer. You can always bypass the bouncer if you can jump into the window or something, whatever you're gonna do. But the point is, it is not electronic voting. It is just a method to let. It's just a pass. So a pass, then you go inside to vote. A pass at the entrance of you of you or at the entrance of the voting booth or whatever it is.
So what purpose does the PVC serve then? How do you what purpose does it serve?
No, it prevents it certainly kills ballot snatching. You can't give it. I mean, because it's a waste. Because that's really the biggest problem with Nigerian voting. A lot of people getting killed on the day of the ballot. This group of gangs and that group of gang, whoever they are, everybody hiring thugs to go and snatch the ballot or whatever they're going to do to the ballot. So that is not going to happen because it's pointless to snatch the ballot at this point. You know, the only people that can rig it are the big boys who can get inside, who can bypass the beavers to do whatever they do. They can throw away some ballot paper, or they can maybe put more ballot paper inside already before whatever it is they do. The point is just that the beavers the total tally of the beavers must equal the total tally of the of the votes in the end of the total votes, and that's just what it's meant to do. You know. It's good. It's a nice step forward, but it's not likely that can never be rigging. That will anybody if they want to rig, they will rig. If they want to rig, they will rig.
In addition to that, I think the species the beavers is going to really, really attack is very, very important species in that have been compromised over the other elections, and which is one, the idea of ballot box snatching, because usually before after voting you have to move the votes to collation center. So what Beavers has done is that it has terminated the idea of collation center. There's nothing like collation center. Collation center ended in 2019. So that means that the portal, which is the IREV, that's the INEC result viewing portal, and then the Beavers itself also has multiple layers. That means that if like it can scan the barcode, because our PVC now come with barcode, so it can either scan barcode. If that doesn't work, there's option of entering the ID numbers on the PVCs. If that doesn't work, there's also option of entering your last name, and then after that you have to fingerprint. If your fingerprint does not work, there's still option of facial recognition. And what facial recognition is going to do is going to terminate that very massive space of fake voters, underage voters. Yes, so the Beavers has been programmed to identify sort of in one way or the other underage people. So, and then we get a lot
No,
of
you
that
cannot
issue.
do that.
No, I'm coming. So you can identify like underage people that I'm talking about, like people that's obviously underage. If you listen to Mike again, if it's obvious, if it's too obvious, it's going to
The
signal.
officials will identify those, not
But
the
it's not.
beavers.
No. It's not going to refuse to register that person, but it's going to signal so that the official can pay more attention. You get what I'm saying? So that's the point. If it's obvious, if it's too obvious, but then the thing is that the most important thing, the main two things that this thing eliminates is the idea of multiple voting, underage voting, because now you don't have to go through the voter register again. You just have to it's either you are accredited or you are not. So even if people come to the polling booth and then bring voters already thumbprinted papers, which they used to do before, and stuff in there, it's a exercise on futility, because the only vote INEC knows is the one that was that someone printed into the Beavers. So that's the only thing. Any other thing, if you like, go and bring 2 million printed papers and put into that ballot, you are wasting your time. So that one is gone. And then also another important part is the uploading part. So now they now upload directly into the iRev. So you too can also access it, because you can, like, people like what's this INEC observers, election observers, and even independent media. So they can now set out their own also their own sort of iRev independently, where immediately is being uploaded, they too can also mark the register in their own distance. So you're almost going to know the result of the election even before it's announced. At least not probably 100%, but a very close estimate of what the result is. Even before, if you watch the Osun election, we already knew the result from. I was following Channels TV's Situation Room. Sheun had his own portal, Channels TV portal, and when if they're uploading, they're also uploading in theirs, and then at the end of the day, it was pretty much the same thing. So I think it has eliminated, because the two major spaces of rigging is that collation center. So what happens between the polling booths and the collation centers? That is where the election rigging happens, where people stop people on the road, stuffing millions of ballot paper that they have printed. That's why we saw those videos back then. You see people that will just gather one place and just be printing on one particular party. That's what they use those things to do. So that's gone. That era is gone. And then also it's going to also check that space of underage voters, and even multiple registrations and all that. So it's almost leaving only the window of vote buying, and that is why the politicians are doubling down on the vote buying space. So, but then one man, if you listen to the news, there's a new whatever. Nigerian politicians are so mischievous. So the new introduction now is PVC buying. So now the PVC, you cannot buy somebody's PVC and use it to vote, actually. So the PVC buying is not to use PVCs to vote. It's actually to disenfranchise people.
Is it to
suppress? So if you know where you are not strong, that your opponent is strong, you just go and buy as much PVC as possible and keep it in your toilet.
My God. Did they not discover some in some sockaway or gutter or something?
Yeah. So it's now suppression is now the new, the new way to. I mean, this country is just a very funny place.
But most of these things are collateral effects. I mean, Beavers is not going to stop underage voting. There's no, it's not a.
No, it's not going to stop. It's going to check it. It's going to check it. It's going to check it considerably, and but then I don't think that is the main. I don't think that is the main thing that checks on underage voting. If I'm going to agree with you, I think there are other sections of the Electoral Acts, especially the mandating INEC to publish their voter register, which they don't used to do before. You get what I'm saying? So now you must publish. After receiving complaint, go back, address it, publish again. You must keep doing that till election day. So I think that's the space that's also going to help check the underage voting. Because the last one they published last month, it was trending everywhere on Twitter now. We were seeing children of 5 years, 6 years old, looking pretty in the register with their most of them have been there for like
those
the last
Chinese
10 years.
names, all those Chinese names that are coming up on
and these are people that has been deciding our elections. Like, it's too funny. Like, I don't understand.
All right, gentlemen, I'm having some problems with my internet. I'm not sure if you are noticing that I'm dipping out heavily.
Can I make a comment on, like, there were two things we were discussing before?
Yeah, of course. We started off with the Doing Okupe space. So give us your thoughts on that.
Okay.
But before you go there, I just want to highlight that there's a good chance we will be having an afternoon session tomorrow, and that afternoon session is D. Are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah. So, and that afternoon session is going to be guested by one of our D's friends who understands the proper. You know that we've been for a very long time trying to open up conversations around investment and property ownership and all of that in Nigeria. So we're going to have an afternoon session around about 1:30, 1:40 p.m. where it's going to be guested by somebody that D knows, who's going to talk us through the property space in Lagos. D.
Yeah, it will be here. Apparently, they have a lot of properties now, and they do like when we do mortgage, where you pay a bit of deposit, then you pay instrumentally. But already, if you pay the deposit, is already yours. You just keep paying instrumentally till you sort it out. They have a way they go about it, but I'm sure it will be here tomorrow to explain better to everyone.
All right,
and
brilliant.
take some questions too.
So I'm looking forward to that. So you dial yourself in so that you can get that for tomorrow. But back to you, Fatai. So the Okupe resignation, it was inevitable, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, he was going to go, but it wouldn't look good for Peter Obi to fire him, because I think as many people will say, they will talk to each other and they will resign and will go. Is that they're not going to reject his resignation? They're going to accept it. They're just going to let him go like that, but they're not going to be too strong on him because otherwise you're not going to be able to see somebody else. You have to show also that you are not somebody who is you are you as much as possible you take care of your own. You don't just leave people out to dry. So but actually what interests me yesterday, I think you were saying that maybe the government, because I mean they had 56 charges against him, and then apparently he was convicted only on 26 or thereabout. And you are saying maybe they will. I think you will have a conversation with Saki Father whether the government will still go and recharge they will go, and maybe the government will appeal or something like that. But that's the end of the case for the government. The government is not allowed to. Once somebody is acquitted, the government cannot do anything anymore by law. They call it a double jeopardy.
No, that's not double. That's not what double jeopardy is. Double jeopardy is being charged for the same for the same charges twice.
Yeah, that's what it will mean. If you are once you are acquitted, they cannot go on and say they want to appeal your acquittal. The government is supposed to have because by that logic, the government can charge anybody, can take anybody to court. If they will not, they can take you are accused, and then they have so much resources. You as a defendant, you don't have as much resources as the government. So now that you win, then it means 1 million times they can run you down with going on and on, appeal. You win at the end of the case. That's the end of the case. If they don't do their own work well, it's their problem. The case is done, it's finished. It's only for Okupe if he wants to appeal. The government they can't do anything. They cannot charge him again criminally on this matter. Even if the judge made mistakes, maybe they will look into civil prosecution. But as far as criminal cases is concerned, all of those 56 charges, the one is acquitted over, that's the end.
All right. Listen to the government's lawyer. Listen to the government's lawyer.
Thank you. Please, can we talk to you? Question. Yes. How do you react to the judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair.
It's not a fly that can run away in Nigeria. Please. Give him space. Let him solve.
No, you're right.
Get that to your head. Please, go harass him there. Please, a complaint. But you should calm down. I beg you. Allow him to sort out by 4:30. If he cannot sort out, then you can walk on. Thank you. Please, can we talk to you? Question. Yes. How do you react to the judgment? Please face the camera.
Well, the judgment is very fair. We thank God. Dr. Okupe is just a victim of a honest mistake and a victim of circumstance. He was found not guilty of count 1 to 37, which borders on money laundering, fraud, corruption, and misappropriation of the monies he took from the office of NSA. But he had issues when it comes to count 38.
to 59, which provides that he was guilty of an offense for collecting money in excess of 5 million, which is the permissible threshold under the Money Laundering Act. And the court has graciously listened to allocutors from him, and based on the evidence of his good character given by impeccable Nigerians of the caliber of Dr. Ezefe, former governor of Anambra State, and Dr. Muhammad Idi Farouk, and his wife and one of his sons, the court became persuaded that he deserves to be, given mercy. And that is why the court has sentenced him to 2.5 years in each of the count charge. And the court said the sentence should run concurrently, and in the alternative, that it should pay 500,000 naira each in each of the count for 26 count charge, in which he was found guilty of collecting money in excess of 5 million. And the court has said that he has up to 4:30 this afternoon to sort out himself by way of paying the fine, if he can. But if he cannot pay it, then he will now be taken to Kuje prison. I've told the EFCC officials they should not harass him. He's already a convict, but they should give him opportunity to sort out himself, just like the court has said. So that is where we are. Thank you.
So in effect, there is no conviction. He was discharged and acquitted on counts bordering on corruption and money laundering. There's no conviction.
Yes.
Very clear.
My name is Tolu Babaleye.
So sir, does that mean if he pays,
he will walk free? He will walk away freely if he can pay the fine this afternoon. And we are trying to. They find him guilty in 26 of the 59 count charges because he collected money in excess of 5 million. So a Nigerian should learn a lesson from this. You may not be guilty of of corruption when you deal with money, but when you collect 1 naira in excess of 5 million, you are in for a strict liability offense that has no defense. That is what happened. Thank you. My name is Tolu Babaleye. I'm one of the lawyers to Dr. Donyi Okupe. Thank you.
is he going to pay, sir?
One, he was convicted under the Money Laundering Act for counts 34 to 59. On the ground that he was collecting money, he would go to the former NSA's office and collect money, 10 million naira, 10 million naira, 10 million naira, for nothing. And that was in excess of the amount provided by the Money Laundering Prohibition Act. This is how we do things in this country. Corruption. What is different? What is corruption? Is it not corruption? Money that you are not entitled to, you will go and be collecting it without even minding that money was in excess of the money, the amount allowed by law. Is that not corruption? So he has been convicted, and then if by the time we get the judgment proper, we will still study the judgment and look at the other counts that he was discharged and acquitted. We will look at it very well and take the necessary decision. But for now, he was convicted for count.
Oh, okay. It's only that comment that I wanted to get to, but I couldn't fast track it to that comment. So
why would someone say that guy looks like Baba Kure?
Yeah, but he did now. He did now, didn't he? You know. So, but it was that comment. The government lawyer saying that they will study the judgment and revisit the counts that were.
They will see next step. But that's general comment by lawyers. Everybody say, "Oh, we will see."
That's just kumbaya.
It's not kumbaya now. If he knew there was no option to revisit it, then why would they say so?
No, every lawyer says that. That's what they say. Because the judgment is read in court, they will apply for certified true copy of the judgment, and then they will read through. Everybody talks like that after court.
Yesterday I didn't even listen to this. The man clearly said that those charges were discharged and acquitted. He was not found guilty. So it's a clear case of discharge and acquittal. It's not even something like a lack of merit or anything like that. He was not found guilty at all.
Don't worry. It was still. Don't worry. It's not done yet.
Actually, Okupe was used as a scapegoat for this money It's like one big fish they could use to send a signal. All these people with this new naira, all these new naira policies everywhere, all the politicians, all these things, the election, all these things are election, abracadabra. So they will,
Even one man,
they will be strict for the
Fa-
election. They will
Fatai,
arrest anybody.
to add to what you're saying, yeah, one man on the judgment, I read it. I read it today, and in the judgment, so the lawyer said used two phrases. The first one, she said that Okupe is a victim of circumstance, and then the second phrase she used in that was where she said it's an honest mistake.
Yeah, but that's
And
his
and
lawyer now. That's
no,
his
no, 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 no.
lawyer.
The judge, no, on the judgment, the judge like used these two phrases on that judgment: honest mistake and then victim of circumstance. And then also on the proceedings, if you look at the guy that was analyzing yesterday, on the proceedings, the judge actually appealed to the prosecution to that they have option of just that they that small breaching of acts, like they can actually just forgive Okupe, but those prosecutors say no, that small one we caught him and we must nail him on that one, we're not forgiving. And then the guy, the lawyer, the judge has to, but even in the judgment, she still cited that it was an honest mistake, and then according to her verdict, it was an honest mistake, and then he was a victim of circumstance.
Yeah, but it
That
was
was
not. But it was not as Labour Party is talking about it. They are not. They are not target. The government doesn't have any incentive to target Labour Party, but they are only it's only it just Okupe just give them the opportunity to send a signal to anybody. However, you think you are big, they will come after you if you try to stop money to use to run for the election. They will that they are sick that they are it's just like they are serious about it. Every government when they make a big policy, they usually put one scapegoat to dangle it in front of the people to show their seriousness. They are just sending signal. It happens to be his case happens to be there for them at the right time, and they use this case to send a very powerful signal. Anybody that tries to mess around with the new policy, they are not playing. They're not playing. But it's not
Fatai,
like
so
they're targeting Labour
why
Party.
didn't they use FFK's own to send the signal? FFK has the same case in court.
Of money excess of 5 million.
Yes. No, of money laundering, actually, full
No,
time money
they don't
laundering.
care about money laundering. They care about people stacking cash to run for the to buy vote for election.
One
All
man
the,
is even today that I found out that even Reno has cases in court. Just that he doesn't want to come back.
No, that's why he's on the run. That's why he's on.
Yeah,
He's on the run.
he's
He's
just a
on the
funny
run.
guy.
Yeah.
If he comes back here, he will be dragged. DSS will arrest him.
Yeah, but if he comes after this he's just waiting for these people to get out of the way.
Yeah, he's waiting for maybe if Atiku assumes then he's going to run back.
Even if Tinubu comes in, he'll come back. But he just needs that period for things to cool off. It's not fun for somebody like Reno. It is the only place that he can ever really be the fullness of himself is Nigeria. So he can go use. Did you see him showing off with the Lambo the other day? Did you see him?
Reno showed up in Lambo.
The Lambo the other day. So you can do all of these things, but it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
He's on the run. He's on the run.
One man, yeah. I wanted to say this. I forgot earlier. I didn't think it was necessary, but then linking it up now with this Odonyu Okupe space, because Valentine Ozugbo is an Obi guy as well. Yeah. When he was talking about that some politicians that are Obidients, especially in the PDP, are not yet joining Obi, they'll probably join at the eve of the election, is because most of them are not confident enough to come in front of the fire, because anybody that joined Obi now is automatically, if you have skeleton in your cupboard, just be a closet Obidients, because if you're a politician, you have skeleton, and then you come to join Obi, you'll be hunted down. So he was even talking about how how much calls he has gotten Val, with relation with his accounts and people investigating his investments and what I've seen since he joined Obi in Labour Party. And he said so some of these politicians, they won't have the mind to do that, because if you put yourself in front of the fire by joining Obi, then they will nail you down with whatever you have in your cupboard.
The government doesn't have any.
Is this guy not the most ridiculous guy in Nigeria?
He is. Trust me.
I'm sorry, carry on.
He easily is.
Look at that. Look at that. It's a clown or the first.
But one man,
so
sometimes I used to feel. I don't think sometimes, like, this is not me insulting, but sometimes I feel there's something upstairs, like there's an issue. I don't think it's normal. I think there's an issue upstairs. Maybe, I don't know. Is it taking drugs or?
No,
the same way I feel about FFK. I feel there's a problem. There's something. There's. I mean, this can't be normal.
With Reno, I think it's contending with his sexuality. That's what I think.
Yeah, right.
It's almost there's something a bit Bobrisky about him. I've always thought there's a bit of a Bobrisky, and that's another good example. That's the sort of thing that Bobrisky would do.
I think I heard the story of his ex-wife, indicting him on that space, sort of.
You mean that is a bit...
Yeah. Obidients always come at him for that. If you want, you can attack Reno all you want. He loves the attention till you go into that space, he blocks you. So if you want to get blocked, you go into that space in his comment section and then you get blocked. And but then for FFK, I think he has drugs issue. That has to be drugs. You have to be on
you don't have to think. It has it. Is known that he has
drug issues.
It's known. Is a recovering drug addict.
Yeah, like he really needs like
he went to Ghana for treatment. Yeah. No, he has actually been to Ghana.
You can't be normal and be doing that. No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
No. One man, let me just say this. I'll just make this rant because I'm kind of also a little bit tired. I want to go.
Oh yes, I was about to start to
I'll just wrap up and go.
All right. Yes, and go to the EMEFIELE'S space as well. So, but I'll finish your thoughts on Okupe and then give us your feel on EMEFIELE.
Yeah, that's just what I wanted to say about Okupe. That he's a scapegoat, not to target Obidients. The government doesn't have incentive to target Labour Party. Actually, they want to keep Labour Party at arm's length, because they want Labour Party to take as much away from PDP as possible. They don't want to totally eradicate Obidients. So they're not, the APC or the government, the Buhari government doesn't want to totally target Obidients. So it's not from that angle. But I think they just see him as like very good signal to like a good backing for their policy on the new Naira policy. We got to the EMEFIELE angle. First of all, I wanted to say, I was really a little bit, I don't know, you people were bashing too much Showore. But Showore is just being Showore. He's defined his own selling point as against the establishment. So he wants to make a point anytime the establishment is being ridiculous. So that is basically that's his point, just to show the ridiculous of the establishment point. I think basically that's what he's doing. I don't know, but I don't think the government they want to arrest the CBN governor. I'm sure if you are CBN governor, you must also enjoy some rights. You can't just be automatically arrested like that, And I don't know. I think Buhari, we just give them I think like I said before, it just so that everybody, so that it doesn't look too partial. He let them, the DSS or whatever, go and do whatever they want. But they all knew he wasn't going nowhere. They're not going to arrest him. They're not going to arrest him because to protect the power of the presidency. Because if they arrest EMEFIELE now, how is another CBN governor is going to, if the president comes to you that we need to implement this radical policy that is going to put a lot of big boys in trouble, but if the big boy gets this guy now, every other CBN governor is not going to be able to implement radical policy. So they have to be able to put, the office needs to be protected from. It's not even about economics. Economics, it's here and it's not neither here nor there. You can have different theories of economics, but the office needs to not the presidency. His office needs to be protected against fear that if there's a need to implement a very very radical policy, if you do it, you're not just going to be taken out like that. You know, so I think for that reason, they're not. It's just a show. They're just making a show. They don't want to arrest him. They're not going to arrest him. He's totally supported by the president. Totally, he has even this show now. It even gives him more power because now he knows he has the confidence now that he cannot be arrested. He has the president is not behind the people who are trying to fight him, so he can do whatever he can do what he's doing as long as his policy is in line with what the president wants. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you think this is Buhari's biggest anti-corruption thing? This is what I think. But do you think that
anti-corruption?
Yes.
Arresting.
No. What EMEFIELE is doing at the moment with all of these big moves in the fiscal space?
Oh, yeah, it does. But I think all those are collateral effects. Anti-corruption, mopping money from the. I mean, if they wanted to mop the naira from the that are not in the banking system, they've been out of the banking system for a long time. The question is why now? Why now? Why so short a time? The only two big games there has to do with the security with regard to the kidnapping and the ransom situation, and then also with the election. Those are the two clear reasons. There are many, of course. They have to. They can't just say we are doing it only for these 2 days. They have to come up with some economic, because it's not the job of CBN to be designing policy to fight ransom or to fight elections or whatever, vote buying. That's not their primary job. So when they do stuff, they have to cover it up with some economic theory. But the economic theory is neither here and there. The economic theory doesn't speak to why now. They could have done this 6 months before now. They could have done it last year. All this money, they've been out of the system for a long time. It's not like something that happened yesterday. So these are just economic theory to wrap everything up and everything like that. But the really big stuff is to prevent vote buying and to fight vote buying and to fight and security measure. And these are the two things Buhari wants to live with. He wants to live with I'm a military guy. I did this, that. I took care of terrorism. I took care of this, and then the election was free and fair. It's in line also with whatever Buhari is saying. The policy are in line with whatever Buhari is saying, and for that reason, they're not going to nothing is going to touch EMEFIELE. Nothing's going to touch him. He's going to run his term and go with all the millions, the billions actually.
All right, brilliant. Well said, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So gentlemen, I'm having some problems with my internet, and I feel inclined just to wind it up here. A very very short session this time around. So for the people who have not spoken, I'm going to open like a 5-minute window for just remarks, and then we land on Ajanle Koko. So let's start it off with D.O.G, who has not really had that much to say. So D, you're up. All right, and there it is. So D no longer with us. So thank you, D. So thank you, D. So from D, let's go on to Ife, who I suspect may not be with us anymore either. Ife, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, brilliant. Ife. So just have a free flow either to the conversation or anything that has occupied your mind in the space today.
I quickly want to speak on the the Benin Bronzes that the German government.
Oh yes, I brought that in actually for work
don't
days. Go on.
So I want Nigerian government to return him back to the rightful custodian, the Benin people, maybe the Edo State government or the palace. We know that we're a diverse ethnicity, model up in the same country, but we still need to respect everybody's space, because if these things are not done, already we have our own internal issues we are dealing with. We don't want to add that to the polity. If any artifact is brought, they should give it to the rightful owners. If it is for the Benin, return to the Benin. If it is for the Yorubas, return to the Yorubas. And of course, if it is for the northern part, the Hausas, return it to them. Finally, the EMEFIELE'S saga is more of orchestrated things that we normally see. The act of gaslighting, southern. I'm not condoning what's it called, misappropriation or defrauding the country or engaging in illegal financial activities, but the act of gaslighting southern, would I say, technocrats should stop in that country. Before now, terrorism, ECOWAS has talked about the whole Nigerian aiding terrorism. The US talked on it. UAE jailed.
Sorry, are you half asleep? Are you half asleep?
No.
Ife?
No. So UAE jailed prominent Nigerians, and they are in the UAE prison. Indicted many bureau change, but towards 5 months to the end of this tenure, EMEFIELE, who worked in Jonathan's tenure, and 5 months to the end of this tenure, now they want to gaslight EMEFIELE. Yes, it shouldn't be allowed, and we have to stand firm. The APC government has failed everybody, so they should not use EMEFIELE as a scapegoat. It's in totality the APC government. Thank you very much. Have a good day, everybody.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ife. You sound like you're halfway in your bed. So thank you, Ife. So let's go on from Ife to Ola. So Ola, you're up.
Yeah. So what do you want me to say? Are we giving the final?
Yeah, it's just really I'm having some internet issues and my system just keeps dipping out quite heavily. So I want to just it probably take me it's only one of those that you have to phone them eventually, but I'm just opening like a 5-minute window for you to free flow either to the topic of conversation or anything that has caught your attention in Nigeria and politics today.
Okay, let me pick it there from this Peter Obi. I've seen people defended Peter Obi on doing Okupe. See, this guy keeps giving some kind of red flag. Now, first time it was the guy that was saying nothing happened during the ENSAS, that was trying to rubbish that ENSAS space. Now he's doing Okupe. See, like we said there yesterday, or maybe was it earlier today, that there's no way Peter Obi will not know that doing Okupe was in this type of a mess before. But let's even say he doesn't even know. Then it's showing that he can just go for someone that can create problem for him without doing proper background check. So that is what he's talking about, his leadership. Yeah, I know. The only reason I'm picking on Peter Obi is just because the way Obidients are painting Obi as if he's a new guy entirely. You know, if it is people like Tinubu Atiku now, we all know those people are official. They are the people that they categorize them as official rogues. So, and I don't think Tinubu or Atiku are even trying to even explain anything with respect to that those accusations. So, to me, I think Peter Obi camp should do better in getting the right people in position because we never can tell because maybe logics might not prevail at the end of the day. But what if miracle prevail and a person like a Peter Obi find himself there? So that means that he will still do what others are doing. And if a person like him spend 8 years, by the time all of us here we add 8 years of our life, then that means say our lifespan is going gradually. So then on that Emefiele, honestly, whether we shorting or whatever, the situation is somehow dicey because it may not just be because of his fraud, just because of his corruption that these guys want to get him out. Maybe they just think, okay, let us just put, like I said the other time, let us just position our person there so that to make it difficult for people for the next administration just to remove him when you look because of the what we call that is I don't call it say it's independence of the institution. So to me, they should just be very careful because removing him actually people are saying, oh, he's going to send wrong signal. I don't see any wrong signal he's going to send though. But whatever removal they want to do, I don't think it's a good faith. I think it's just to serve a political purpose. So if you could tolerate this guy for almost 10 years, so who could allow the guy to finish his term and put, even if you won't allow the guy to finish his term, just make sure that whoever you are going to put there, put the person in there in interim so that the next government can just decide on the right person to move the country forward. So that's what I just want to say. I don't think, is there any other topic I'm missing? I don't think there's any.
You can speak on the okay. You've spoken on Okupe and Emefiele. Yes.
Yeah.
Those were the main topics. Unless you want to speak on INEX logistics, they're telling us they need 100,000 vehicles, 4,200 boats to be able just for the logistics of the election. So we were speculating as to the piece of work that they have to take on.
Yeah, we know that we know that to conduct election in that country is so expensive. Though, so it's not strange to me if they say that. But the question will always be, where were the vehicles they used the last time? So what happened to those vehicles? So because if this thing will be repeating itself every 4 years, even within the period there will be some state elections. So I don't know what happened to the vehicle they used before. So they just have to be more prudent there because I think this our institution just spend without thinking about the common people that even need the resources they are spending to satisfy majorly the political class. I don't think I don't think they are doing enough in terms of being prudent. So to the masses, so I think there should be a way to limit that. But as it is now, do I think they really need that number of vehicles? Probably, because we are talking of the country where we have close to 180 polling units. So probably they need that. But what happens to those vehicles after a major election? That's just the main thing that I'm concerned, I'm bothered about. And even maybe after that election, assuming that you auction everything, what happens to the money? So those are the things that I think the country need to figure out if we need to be prudent. That is one of the reasons that that country has to be structured properly and let every region or every state handle things properly. So because the more they have at the center, the more they waste resources. I'm not saying the governors, I'm not saying they are saying either, but I think it will be easier for the citizen to face the state governors than to face the federal government. So to me, they are, yeah, they may need it, but they should just let us understand what they did with the one they acquired before. I don't have anything to say more than that. Other than that, I just have to thank everyone for coming online and for supporting the forum. Let us just thumb up and share. So we've learned a lot. By clicking, by sharing, we can only bring more quality to this forum. And we need to learn more from people. So, and the way to do that is to use the algorithm to our advantage and invite more people. Thank you, everyone. See you later.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ola. So thank you, Ola. So from Ola, let's go back to Fatai. So Fatai, just parting words. All right. I think we may well have lost. Are you there?
Yeah, we are. Well, good night. I don't really.
All right. Thank you, Fatai. So thank you, Fatai. So let's go on from Fatai to World Peace. World Peace, you're up next.
Hi,
all right.
Hi, Ocho, I'm here.
Okay.
Because I was eating pounded yam. I've not eaten pounded yam for a very long time.
How do you get pounded yam to China?
To Japan?
To Japan.
I buy in a Pakistani shop or Napa shop. But is that Ola something? That something. Wait, let me see the name. That not yam.
Ola.
I think Ola. Let me see the name. No, this one is Ian Ado. I think it's from Ian Ado. Have you heard of that?
No.
Ado.
Where's it from?
Let me show you.
In your Ado.
That is in your Ado now.
How do you get that? Do you have enough of a population to support that business?
Yeah, there's a big business here. Nepal, Pakistan, Africa. So they're selling a lot. So you get it.
Is it not only Nigerians who eat it?
I don't know if other people eat it, but I believe it's only Nigerians eat it. Ghanaians, Senegalese, they all eat it now.
So it's the Pakistanis that are making money off you. All right, let's see your pounded yam now. Let's see your plate. I
just finished eating.
You don't feel it. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. Which soup did you use? Which soup?
I use vegetable and I have vegetables. Soup and stew, so I mix it together.
Does your wife wonder what you do? Does she join you in all this?
They eat with me. Like this one, Eze. This one does not play with African food.
Eze, what's your favorite food?
Nigerian gohan oshi.
No. Let's just speak English now. What's your favorite food? Kanachawa.
Okay. Yeah, but she likes spice a lot. She can eat spice. She and the last girl, but my wife and the first girl, they cannot eat spice without not drinking water. Eat African food, they'll be their tongue. But she eats spice like crazy.
Who does the cooking? You do the cooking?
Yeah. I order most of my food. I won't lie to you. I order most of my food.
No. But this pounded yam, you do.
I make it. Mariah can make too. I make it there. Mariah cannot make eba.
Okay. Can make but it's more difficult to make pounded yam than eba now.
So no, she don't know the African the calculation to put water first. Put it. Balance it. She don't know. But this one,
somebody is not there.
You said?
No, I think I'm not sure if he's speaking to you.
Okay, so she don't have that technology to put the hot water first, and degree the water will be hot enough to make eba. You understand?
Yes.
So she don't know that, but she know that she just put water on fire, steam a lot, then she start stirring it. I thought that she know how to do this, to a certain degree.
So did you go out and buy the soup? You cooked the soup, did you?
I ordered the soup. I have a couple of people that make food here, so I just call them, please order the food. Most recently now, my kind of food is different. You know, so I just tell them how to make my soup. So they'll bring it and package it.
Oh, yeah, are they Africans?
Yeah, Nigerian, Igbo.
Okay.
Let me show you some of the soup. I have soup inside it. This is stew.
Okay.
Yeah, and this is vegetable.
All right.
This is vegetable. So mostly I eat just chicken and fish.
Oh yeah, you have some sort of peculiar diet, don't you? Is that?
Yeah. I watch it a lot. So my soup, they use they don't use Maggi, they don't use salt. They use this Nigeria. This Libo lady use that traditional crayfish.
Yeah.
So that's what she used. Then my vegetable soup. Hold on. So sorry. This boy, once you see me, you must cry.
Daddy.
Daddy, yeah.
Daddy.
So, my vegetable, they don't use oil like that. Me don't use oil. It's very, very small. My instruction. So with my stew is chicken and fish. Then the oil is the pan would be very small, and like that. So I try to control my
cholesterol,
cholesterol and all that. You know, when one is going to 50, to cross 50, you have to be very careful what you put inside your body.
But what do you eat on a daily basis, though? Do you eat the African stuff? Do you eat it as a treat, or is it your daily meal? Because in my house, we only ever eat African stuff. You know, we don't eat anything else.
No, I used to eat a lot.
We only buy chips as a treat. You don't eat.
Okay. Yeah, I eat as a treat now. Before I used to eat it every day. Hello, say hello.
No, she can't even see me. Let her. All right. Hello. Hello. How are you? Say hello. Say hello.
He's shy. Hello. Say hello.
What's your name? What's your name?
See, you know what you're saying. What's your name?
Efe, do you want to say hello to me? Hello, how are you?
Say hello.
Say fine, thank you. Say fine, thank you. Hello, how are you? Hello. Konnichiwa.
When they're in school, they speak English with their teacher, their English school. But once they cross the door, the English stop. I'm still wondering why.
You have to encourage them to practice it with you because it's so important, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that outside of Japan, that language will be any use to them. The Japanese language, yeah.
True, I speak English with them at home, but then no, I tell them bring this for me, bring that for me. Then no. But when they're in English school, they speak English.
What about television? What do they listen to? Do they, like for your son, for instance, do you put him on Coco Melon? Do you know this Coco Melon that everybody?
They have it here, yeah. They have it. They watch
but the English language one.
Yeah, they watch the English. Yeah. Sometimes Netflix. Like if she decides which she wants to watch. So you said you call me like put it on English. She cannot say it. Said put it on English Netflix. I turn it to English. She wants a cartoon. Sometimes you say put it on Japanese. So they understand both. You understand? They watch both. They watch English cartoon, poem, and all that. And they even watch African things now. African poem stories. Which one we have? And my students I go to African dance, African school, just like cultural stuff. So you learn all those things, you know. So like I was saying, the food recently I reduced my African intake. I reduced it. You can see I take a smoothie in the morning, but today is 12 o'clock. I didn't take any smoothie. I just ate pandayam. That would be the only meal I will have today. Maybe in the evening I'll just have a little bit of salad to top it up.
Black people are now eating salad. The black people are starting. When did black people start? We used to say leaves are for goats when I was, you know.
We have because
black people are now eating salad. Look at that, unbelievable.
Yeah, because my daughter have told me not to eat heavy in the evening anymore. Not to eat potato, fruit, anything heavy. That you eat a little carb if I want to eat in the evening. So me, I just add to it. Once it's 4 or 5, I don't eat anything carb. So now I ate this. Now it's 12. I just ate pandayam now.
So are you going out? Are you going out?
Yeah. I'm trying to take them to.
Okay, so you have the chance to burn it off, Abby.
Yeah. The long drive to do. I want to take them to a bigger Costco. I want them to go choose their Christmas stuff they like. Though we don't celebrate Christmas here, but choose Christmas stuff. So tomorrow, me and my wife go and buy and hide it. Santa will come now in the morning
Yes.
to give them their present. So I will do that. I was just waiting for this show to run off so I can go out with them. So that's it, one man.
All right.
So let's talk
Yeah,
about the.
Has it started walking? Is he on his feet, your son?
No, he's just crawling. He can stand.
Okay.
But crawl. Then you can say Papa. He started talking a little bit.
Already? Is it 8 months?
Is it 8 months? That would be 8 months. 8 months by.
And he's already saying Papa.
No, but not as clear, Papa.
Or are you just trying to read into look at this?
No. He said, even I read it to my mom. They were so excited.
Yes.
My mom, I sent it to them.
Yes.
But she just say like that. Of course, they just say because my wife used to teach him. I mean, all the time. So he's just repeating it what my wife is teaching me.
Right. It's good. You're doing a good
But
job.
the problem that he doesn't sleep without me. It doesn't do anything without me. That's the. Yesterday I went to watch Avatar, that movie, the new one. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so before I came back, it was hell. As soon as I entered the house, I closed the door. I opened the door to their room, and I was changing my clothes. He woke up. It was problem. It was problem.
You know, at that phase, they like to sleep on your chest.
Yeah.
Yeah, they like to sleep on your chest.
That's very
Especially if you don't have a shirt on and they don't have like a top on. That's their best. If you want him to fall asleep, that's how you get him to fall asleep.
Yeah, this one is sweet. My wife telling me that I'm spoiling him with my chest, my hand. That I always put him in my chest. I always carry him because he's used to it. Well, I have to.
Yes.
It's my hair.
Look at that. The heir to the $1 billion empire. Look at that. The next Omonoba of Japan.
Yes,
the next Omonoba of Japan.
He's going to be a chief. I would say it's Semeru. You have to continue where his great grandfather started from.
Of course, now the tradition has to be maintained.
Has to.
But speaking of Omonobas, these items that have now been returned, 22 artifacts returned from Germany to Benin.
How many?
22.
Oh, is that one coming from Germany? Is it Germany?
Yes, from Germany. The German foreign minister, she actually took it personally to Abuja and handed it over to Lai Mohammed that he was there to correct a wrong. That was what she said. She said she was there to correct a wrong.
Yes, there have been a lot of tussles since between, but the governor have yielded. Like I said, I made the speech. I talked about it a little bit. I think we said last month. Though the governor have yielded in the last minute, but we still don't trust him. But he cost him a lot anyway. But the total artifact that is coming from Germany is going to be 1,200 thereabouts. The total that's going to come from Germany. So at one point, the Oba have told the German authorities and the president to hold it in 2023 or 2024. So, but I'm glad that the lady came now, because if you look at statement, it's not just a statement. You understand, one man?
Yes,
it's not just a statement. So there was a lot of political this thing going on. No, Shoyinka is in that negotiation. Shoyinka is one of the people that is negotiating that is in that board. Him and that top guy in Nigeria. So he involved a lot of big powers and big players in Nigeria. You know.
Let me show you the pieces that have been returned. So this, can you see?
Yes, sir. Oh, these are head trophies.
Yes.
You know the meaning of these head trophies?
What is it? They are, when the king dies or somebody important, they use it to commemorate the death.
They use that too, but these ones are when the Benin, like now, few ones they brought before when we see how the Igun Street, the Igun Gate, people that make this thing, they are descendant. There's a place they are in Benin. It's a World Heritage, it's a UNESCO World Heritage Center. People come there. They carry tradition. Anytime the Benin goes to war or something important, like you said, they go to war. Mostly when they go to war, like take on that king's head. But that we do, we take off the king's head, not start destroying the village, the community. We just take off the king's head and start our command there. They bring the head back to Benin and they take it to that Igu Gate. About call these Igu people. They'll make this artifact on that head. You understand it now?
Yeah.
It's like head trophies. So that's why it's not all this, not all of this supposed to be in display. It's supposed to be for Oba. It's supposed to be for the only Oba. How let's say which word? Private. This thing, not to be even seen.
The inner sanctuary.
Yes. So some of those artifacts is not for public display. That's what we were telling the government. It's not most of them are not for public display. Most of them is a spirituality that's connected to so many royal houses in West Africa, where Benin went to conquer, took the head of the people. You look at the face; they are not same. They are different faces, because they make it. They bring it. They'll make the this we call it let's say they'll make it quite that they'll make it ornate, like because we are good in wax. Being very good in wax. So first of all, you'll use wax to make the face, wax the head. So you bring out the shape. Then they don't do whatever they want to do, pour the melter, whatever, to bring out the shape of the person, and they take it to the palace. They'll put it trophy. They'll put the trophy, make something to remember, or whatever they'll do to remember what they did. But it's good. It's good. They are bringing it back. I'm very happy because with this we start telling our history, not a white person telling us our history. One man. It's a good thing.
There's an organization. Let me see, because when I was reading it out, there's an organization that is actually going around. I think it's Benin based. Yes, it says AFP reports that a new online archive, Digital Benin, has started to provide a centralized hub of images and descriptions of more than 5,000 artifacts held in 131 institutions around the world. The project, which is said to have begun planning and research 2 years ago, was inaugurated in November in Benin City, the Edo State capital. So there's an organization that is actually scouring the world to find just where all of these Benin artifacts are being, or I don't know, are they to be called artifacts?
Not artifact. Yeah. Most of them are artifact.
Yes, all these things anyway, all these goodies are being
yeah.
Yeah.
So like even Japan have to almost like 100. You can imagine.
Have you seen any? Is it on display?
Yeah, I've seen one. Actually, we went to Japan, Tokyo Museum. Just in Tokyo Museum, like 20 something in Tokyo Museum. But they bought it, they acquired it from this thing. We cannot get all the artifacts back. Some will be missing to black market, because you remember when after that invasion they shared to their common soldiers, their foot soldiers. So they shared to them. The first to return was one of the great grandson of one of the soldiers that came. He came to the palace in around early 90 to return a bell, kind of a bell. And one other thing that they shared to his father. So it's not all we can get back.
Yes, you see these ones that have been returned by the Germans. Obviously, the Germans did not come and invade Benin. What happened was that when they looted and sacked that place, they then auctioned it off. They just sold it off. So those ones were actually bought by the Germans, but they still didn't feel a sense. So we're just waiting for the British now to do the
return.
Right.
But the British are saying that they will return, but their own policy of return is different.
They want to loan it back to you, don't they?
You want to loan it back to us. So that was the problem was coming from, and that way they were trying to use the government of the day, the government, for them to sponsor the government to build their own museum called EMOA, Edo Royal Museum. The Oba said, no, this artifact is not only for just the Edo alone, it's for the Benins in general, because there were too many other people that was there was other people. There was like a treaty between the Ife, Oyo and the Benin in Ekiti when the Oyo was invaded, when Oyo was an empire, taking all those areas, Benin Republic, they're invading down to Benin, you understand? When they got, then this will be years, or maybe the work took months, but they sent for the Benin, because the Benin was empire too, so their ally now sent for Benin. So when the Benin got to rush down, their military got to the spot, and after that, this was Oyo soldiers, military that on that spot. So the two are brothers, so they couldn't fight themselves. So then I said, okay, benefit of respect and mutual respect. Since this place you have gotten to, we will stop here. This place Benin have gotten to, we will not invade there. Mutual respect. That is Utun in Ado Ekiti. That's how they form Ado Ekiti. Some of this thing. So Oyo were not controlling from all that side to Ado Ekiti. Ushoda was under Ado Ekiti. Then Benin was now looking after Ado Ekiti down. So for mutual respect, Oyo did not invade them. Just artifact to that, then you loot them, and we cannot talk about the history. So you turn those things back, it will be easy to tell our history back. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say.
I know. Yes, it will reconnect the history together. Yeah,
it will put history together because some of the people that led the generals that led that stuff, they are the Okoro Tunes in Benin. They have that. They give them a district. They name an area for community after them. That's Otun in Ekiti. They're not called Okoro Tun in Benin, and they are the Baloguns in Ado Ekiti. So all these things, we need them. They are Yoruba now, yes, but we need all these things to show like this is what happened. You know, so all these are very important, not only for us, but for everybody. For everybody that is affected and all that. So it's good to return them back so that we can still make money from there. You know, people come and
well, I hope that I hope you don't then just go and hide them away in the Obi'S palace and claim
no. That some are not for public view. It's certain. Some are
but
not
they are already on public display internationally now.
We
so
know.
also,
do you know before now the Americans and the British, like mostly Americans have started training some Benin and Nigerian for carbon dating. Do you read it? Have you read it?
No, I'm not aware.
I have it. I have the report as my phone. I'll send to you. They started training they call it Nigerian, but in that space, I actually know people from some guild, like Igbesaman Guild and Igunsh Guild, as in they are training because Benin people are more in that space and from other people. So they are trained how to know carbon dating. So America is pushing that space, and the British is building a standard museum. They have donated as the last time. They donated £4 million. So they are building close to the Oba Palace, a standard world museum, and more donations will come, so that people will see. But what I feel, just my opinion, I feel that will cause the same the Igun Guild, the Igun people, the guild, to come and look at those ones that cannot be on public display to remake a similar one. You understand, one man? You understand?
Yes.
So those ones will be on public display, but the original ones will be on the Oba this thing. Then the one that was just like there was some that we had the pictures that they are not giving to us yet, but we still taking picture from places like France and England. The one that the Portuguese actually with Benin side to side when they were invading Ida. You need to see the plaque, it was big. You know how you say war portrait, but on a how let's say on a this thing.
On a metal base, yeah.
On metal base. It was astonished. They never seen that kind of stuff. As big, detail every different section of the wall. You see their helmet. You see the foreigner, the colonial master helmet with their guns. They were different. Their nose shape. Then the blacks, the Benins, their looks were different too. The Kano, So we want those stuff to come back. Those ones will be on public display. You understand? Because those were just for souvenir for the war and all that. So many like that will be on public display. But like the Uhure, that all those elephant talks, the ivory, because that one we use as Uhure, the carved things on it of deities or those ones will be on inner chamber of the Obas. But nevertheless, one man is a good thing. Let's start standing for what belongs to us, and start returning them back, so we'll get ourselves together.
All right, brilliant. All right, thank you. So let me say goodbye to. So what's the name of your son? So we know Efe. You know Efe is the most popular. You know everybody knows Efe, but you don't tell us the name of the rest. It's always Efe.
And she is the most stubborn too. Efe. She have her way. She always have her way, and she cannot have her way. She stand her ground, even though you don't give her way. She stand her ground. Yes. Yeah, Eze is the second one. Eze, come and say your name.
Have you started putting, like, round about that age in Yoruba land, we start to give them a bit of amala and ewedu.
Yeah, he started eating we started feeding him with
a bit of solid,
potato.
so
Yeah, solid,
proper
yeah,
food,
potato.
proper
He just
food.
ate
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Before it, you just eat potato, veggies, carrot. We'll make it.
Do you wrap it? You wrap it in butter? Do you wrap it in butter?
Yeah. Wait, the grandma make it. My wife make it. Let me show you. I have it inside. Inside fridge. Outside. Like this one is banana match. This one is veggies. Maybe it's broccoli. I don't know what it is. Then this one is potato. Then we have rice. We have carrot too. So we just heat it up and match it a little bit warm and feed it to him. He started eating this one since like 2 weeks now.
Yeah, that's good. The carrot is very good. You know, it's good for the eyesight and whatnot.
Yeah. So we're feeding with that now. So
well done. You're doing a wonderful job.
Hello,
Fa.
This is Eze.
Hello, Eze. Oh, she's a shy one, is she?
Very shy.
All right, okay.
And we feel worried about it because when she has issue in school, she don't say it. Like Efe would say what they did to her in school, Ija would say, but she would not say. She would like, no, don't bother them. You know, she's too shy. We are worried about that. She don't say things when she get bullied or
no.
whatever.
It's very important that she lets you know because a lot happens. Because what happens in those schools, they can carry it for years.
Yeah. Like Efe, we are worried about Efe not because she's a bully. Just one time she was playing that she was doing that like hide and seek. So she was running around trying to hide in a space that was she felt it was hidden for her to hide. But when she rushed there, she bumped somebody else. That person freaked her out, like shock. And the next thing she did, it was to slap
Yes. you know, bullying is wrong, but bullying is wrong. So I have to start with that.
Yeah.
But it's better to be the bully than the bully.
Yes.
You know, but bullying is wrong.
It's wrong.
Always, if bullying is going to happen, you be the bully rather than bullied because nobody wants to be a victim. You know.
We had very well a sound slap, and she started crying. He was crying.
So did they call you in? Did the teachers call you in?
There was like task sport going on, so they were playing. And the next thing we heard the baby screamed and Efe was crying. So we don't know what happened. So we started asking, what happened? She would explain that she was playing, that girl freaked her out. So that's why she slapped her.
No, she's been planning for that girl for a while, I suspect. She's been saying, one day I will deal with you.
We're worried for Efe.
How old is she? Is she around about 7?
The Efe is at 5 going to 6. It will be 6 by February 23.
All right.
Eze is 7 now. The next year, Eze is 7 now. Next year we turn 8.
And do you know what you're having next, or you've not checked it?
It's gonna be a boy.
You've checked?
No, not yet, but it's gonna be a boy.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
No, the way my wife is, the way she's getting symptoms, that's the way she was getting the symptoms when we were having Izodowa. You understand? The way her body temperature. Because when we have the first 3 girls, she was pretty normal, not really. She was not losing iron and all that. But now she's already started losing iron. Men child take a lot of blood to form, and all that. So we know. We're waiting for it. But it's gonna be a boy. We already checked. You already checked. Okay, let me show you. It's big. It's very, very big now. But the gender will be, I think, in a month time or 2, we'll know the gender. Let me show you.
And do you not need your wife's permission to be showing us that?
No. It's mine. She wants to want people to see it. I don't know if you can see it. Well, from a.
Oh, right. Yes, we can see. We can see. Yeah. It's quite clear.
So it's big now and all that. So in 2 months, I'll say a month or 2, we'll know the gender.
All right, that's brilliant. You want people don't keep it to a surprise anymore. They want to know just immediately. That's what they want to know.
They want to know immediately. Yeah. So
I suppose you need that for the shopping. You need that for the shopping, don't you? So you know what you are starting to buy already.
Yeah. And again, once you know the gender, like Japan, once you know the gender, you actually name your child, put the name of your child down before being born.
Do you go and put it in one of those things? You know those things in the chapel, in the temples, where you write a piece of paper and you is that what they do? They go and put it in some
They do that, yeah.
in a piece
They
of
do
paper
that.
in the temple.
Yeah, they do that too. So once we know the gender now, I'll give them they'll give me like a space to bring a name. Then they'll put on the register. The mother would do that too. They'll put that then the temple, they'll put in temple for say delivering and all that. they do it. So we don't name after child, we name before the child is born. Calm down, huh?
I'm sure you already have a name in mind. Does your wife concede the name to you? She lets you pick the names.
She let me pick the name. For all my kids, it's only me and her mother that named the pick name.
So you give them a traditional name, then the grandma gives them a Japanese name. So
Just
the
like
first name is Edo name, middle name Japanese, and then your last name.
Yeah. So no, in Japan we don't last name. I've not changed my name I've not changed our name to last name to my last name in Japan. It's not like that. Too.
Yeah, but your children will carry your last name, won't they?
Yeah, they will carry it, but I've not changed it. My family register is still on. Like now in Japan, the rules in Japan, once you get married, you are married to a family registered, which is the Japanese family register of your wife.
So you are carrying your wife's name?
Yeah, no, I'm carrying my name, but my kids are carrying my wife's my name.
Last name.
Last name. So yeah, so they have that thing until they become 20 to decide which they're going to take. Now they cannot decide. They're automatically going to the family register. So what I would do, I want to do it. It take a lot of changing of
bureaucracy. Too much bureaucracy.
So I'll do that, but I have to start from Nigeria, come here, do that. So I'll change their name. I want to give them passport. I'll change their name. I'll go to family record and change their name to my last name. So my wife's name will change. That will leave. We will leave my wife family register. Will now become my own register. You understand it?
All right. It sounds like quite a system. Does your wife not take your name as well? Does she take your name?
Yeah. If I change now, she'll take my name.
If
I change it now, she will take my. She just told me she'll hold on. When she stopped work, then I can do all that because she's still working with that. I know our new house we are buying.
Okay, because it'll be too complicated with the for the administration. All right.
So so just holding down. Once you get the new house, then I will change all that.
Yes, you look like you need a new house. You're running out. You're running out of.
I don't have space. I don't have space anymore.
Are you getting an apartment or a house with a garden?
A house or like five rooms.
Oh yes, you need a garden, don't you, to set them out?
Japan garden. We don't have land in Japan.
You don't.
We don't have land in Japan.
If I show you my garden, is the length of my length of my house longer?
That garden you're talking about, we produce other 3 rooms in Japan. Produce other 3 rooms. The garden we have, the people have garden though. That's rich people that will buy space and that you are in the countryside. But me, I don't want.
Are you? Sorry, where are you exactly?
I'm in Yokohama, Kanagawa, city.
Oh, okay. So in terms of the cities, let's say the number 1 in Nigeria is Lagos, and then number 2 is Abuja. So what's the hierarchy? Where you are? What number is it?
Now number 1 is Abuja. I'm in Lagos because Tokyo, Kanagawa is the highest in Japan. That is Yokohama. Yokohama is more popular. Tokyo, Yokohama. Yokohama and
so Tokyo is the number 1.
Capital. Is the capital.
Yokohama does that need your attention?
No, it's just just plain. Yeah. Then Yokohama is the sister state. Now most people that work in Tokyo live in Yokohama. Just a 5-minute train. Yokohama is the opposite of Tokyo, more relaxed. Tokyo is more bossy, a diploma area. Japanese don't like it. Very busy, fast life, So they're work in Tokyo and reside in Yokohama, So
is it necessary for you to live in the city, or can you live in a more quiet, maybe not complete countryside, but
I like countryside. I like quiet place. Like all my houses off. Like now we are at one. It's off. I always like off. I don't like noisy place.
Because I was thinking, the more you move away from the city, the more garden space. I just have a sense that you need a garden.
So but I've moved this this year, but the houses we were getting were 3 rooms. Like
Yeah, but
a
that's
house.
all you need now. The girls share a room, the boy gets his room, and mommy and daddy.
No, my wife didn't need that. My wife said at least 4 rooms. That's all. So we're
Oh,
waiting.
you want a guest room as well for grandma, Abby?
Maybe, yeah. So my wife said 4 rooms. So now we've got approval for about 5 rooms. So by next year we'll be moving. So that's why we're still here.
All right, brilliant. Good.
Before the 5 room now, the more baby is coming. Doesn't see.
Look at that. Look at that. I don't know how you get. I don't know how you can fit your life into 24 hours.
No, one man. It's finished. It's finished.
Yeah.
Because if I apply to travel next year, if I do that, I don't think I'll see Nigeria for the next 5 years.
What level of support do you get? I don't mean from the government, or in terms of family, and do people come around to help you or?
No, not often, because Japan is a working place. Everybody's working. All to his grandpa, their grandpa, their grandma, they are working. So what time will
So it's just the 2 of you talking and pulling at
Yeah. Just only once in a while they'll go.
All right. I think that young man is starting to get fed up.
He wants to sleep because just eats. Then
do you still burp him when he eats? Do you still burp him?
No, not really. No,
you don't burp him anymore. Yeah.
He's a big man now. So.
All right.
But this is sleeping time because me and him, I used to be at home at this time.
He doesn't want to share his daddy with anyone. That's what he's telling us. They say, "Why am I sharing my daddy with these people?"
He's used to it, So anyway, Mama, let me greet the country people. My country people don't reach 1 hour. Mukuna click, like, share, and thumb up. I'm gonna buy coffee for one man because a great what they do. Do what I say, not what I do. The day I'll do my own. Booyaka, it will be. One man. I told you today's topic of the day. I really enjoyed it. Though I didn't target much, but it was a good one. I thank Agajalo Coco. I thank Uptown, and I thank every other people that they come to this platform. I not get settlement for the platform. This platform not be settlement platform. A platform where everybody will come talk in mind. Actually, this platform they promote Peter Obi more than the Tinubu because they want to talk about Peter Obi, and that one they give them more audience and more how can you talk and populence. I agree. Drop now. I agree. Saki father. The smart people inside, you see them here, Uptown, Job, Nashville. They are always here. They know they send more messages here than other platforms. Will be one way. Will be Obi. Who bet in the ground now between Batify and Obidients? How good can he get? You understand? So Mukuna they come here, Muku talk. Now better Nigeria they look for, not be tribal Nigeria. So one man, let me attend to these people and I'll say peace.
All right. Thank you, Warpeace. So that's thank you, Warpeace. I may almost start to insist that people switch on their cameras. It was a better interaction seeing Warpeace, and thank you for introducing us to your family. So that was quite delightful. So let's delight some more and hear the words of our Uptown, who I think may have gone. Uptown, are you still there? Uptown? I think Uptown has gone downtown. So Uptown, thank you. So Uptown gone downtown. So thank you, Uptown. So that was Uptown, of course. You all know Uptown. So the final word as ever, the mighty one, the man with the golden. Did you not enjoy that interaction with Warpeace's family? It was so delightful.
Oh man, I don't know why you are doing this. You're making us jealous so that we can go and have kids too, and we can start showing off and.
Look at that.
You see the way Warpeace is just showing off, carrying that baby in the hand, and the other one running around, and you give so much attention to people with babies. Why are you doing that, one man? That one now Joro be that now.
Look how happy he looked, though. He looked so that's a man that is content with his life. That's a man that is happy in life.
And he's showing up with Inyado, with his vegetable, and
in Japan, look at that.
Man, those people that are in the Inyado, I mean, those people are swimming in millions of dollars now, one man.
All over the world, all over the world. Yes.
There's nowhere in United States where you have African store, or even if you don't have African store, if you are to be Arab, as long as they know that there are Africans around there buying all those things, you will have it in their store. Everywhere. Those people must be swimming in serious millions of dollars, and some other that ola, and some other this all this Gary from Ghana that they will call Gary Jebu and Gary Ghana and all those things. They're everywhere. Wonderful.
You know, that's an economic space that is still untapped because, like you said, the names you've listed, those are the names we have here. So that's to say that's a market space that at least there's still room for at least 3-4 more entrants into that space.
Look, Iru, what of Iru? What of Atagigun, Atagigbe, and all these Pomo and all the rest? It's a big market. Oh, those things are really, helping economic growth back home. But it's just unfortunate that we have bad leadership there that doesn't know how they can support their entrepreneur, to expand and then, reach out to the world. Look, that food market, there's if you go to Atlanta, there's a guy that have a very, very big warehouse with all our food stuff there. His name is Oriyomi. He have the Yoruba guy, I think from Ibadan or somewhere. And it's a big warehouse, and there's nothing that you cannot find there. And they come in big truck, and people come from several states connected to Atlanta. They come and buy it in a warehouse. In wholesale, and they go and sell it in their store. It's a big market. This is our food stuff, right? All over the world, you see it. But other than that, let me thank all our panelists today that contributed immensely to topic of the day. Please come back tomorrow and let's do another round with one man. And on Emefiele, I don't care if they take Emefiele out, if they find him wanting on anything that is corrupt practices or whatsoever, they can take him out. I don't care. There's nothing that he's doing that is so special that any other person cannot do. He has not made any policy all this year that generates economic growth. So what is his usefulness there? What is he doing? They can take him out if they want to take him out. They can start from him, and then they take it around among themselves. They all destroy the economy of Nigeria. So Emefiele, if they found anything wanting on him, fine. They can take him away. And on the INEC issue, look, INEC is just preparing election. Democracy, one man in Nigeria, as defined as government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's not like that in Nigeria. It's government by politician, for politician, and to work for politician. It's not democracy that we are practicing in Nigeria. It is not at all. And that is why with 23 years, we have been in this fourth republic for 23 years, and nothing to show for it, nothing good. People have gone more into poverty than ever. The economy has gone down than ever before in the history of Nigeria. The unity of Nigeria we are more divided than ever before in the history of Nigeria. We have financially bankrupt than ever before in the history of Nigeria. Our industrial base destroyed than ever before in the history of Nigeria. What is the meaning of what is democracy meant for? But we see the politicians living fat. We see them living good. We see them flying helicopter all over the world. We see the way they display the wealth to their face, to our face, all the time. So democracy in Nigeria is not meant for the people. It's meant for politicians. It's meant to work for politicians. And this is where they have brought us. They have destroyed every fabric of that country. Their children does not school in Nigeria. They don't use Nigerian hospital because they don't put any medical facility in place. Every time they travel abroad, they don't value that country. They will never make that country work. So except we come to that realization that these politicians, they cannot make anything worse for us, and we begin to look at something new. Somebody new. We need new, young, talented people that can take us in a new direction. Showore is the way. You don't want Showore go and fall for Adewale of SDP. Those are the two guys in this race that can help us out of this, economic doldrum and all this mess we find ourselves. But the element of fear that kill us, the ignorance that is killing us, some people will still champion one of their oppressors. They want to champion the politician. They call them new name, new third force, or new something new. They call Obi something new. To some people, Obi is something new. To some people, Kwakwaso is something new. To some people, even Atiku is something new. To some people, Tinubu is something new. So what is wrong with them? So one man, you have done the best you can do today. We've all done the best we can do. Our people at the comment section, please, you are the strength of the platform. Thank you for being with us from the beginning to this time. I thank you all. Come back tomorrow. Let's do another round. Listeners, please click on the like button. Do it right now so that we can help the YouTube algorithm. That's the best gift you can give to this platform. Do it now. One man, how many hours today? I think.
Just under 6 hours today. We got away easy. Yeah.
Okay. So you've done great, one man. Thank you so much for bringing us together once again today. So tomorrow we'll be expecting you bring whatever you need. You said one guy is coming by.
Yes, you know, I've been trying to introduce like a business space to the conversations. Yes. So a guy is coming tomorrow, and round about 1:30 thereabout. So he's going to talk to us about the property space in Lagos, especially. Then on I think on Saturday, another guy is coming in the evening. This one I'm really keen to have him. But I'm still talking with him. But he's a really substantial. You will like him. You will like him. But stay tuned. Stay tuned. Yes, plenty to come. Yeah.
So that's gonna be 1:30 UK time, right?
Yes, run about, that usual afternoon slot that we used to do. So he'll come into that slot, and then we'll still have our evening slot for the politics of it. But I want to have a body of economic related things, because I just feel that space, I feel it adds additional value,
Yeah, that's good. That's good, So we'll be expecting tomorrow, and I hope he will give us useful information that can even be so attractive to some of us here to start looking back home, to go and invest back home. It's just that the situation there is unpredictable. That's why Nigerians are, a lot of Nigerians are holding their investment where they are, and the risk, too much risk to take to go and invest in Nigeria. So it's because we have all these irresponsible people managing that place. So I hope we're going to have
a leader at one point that will start doing the right thing and attract Nigerians to come and invest in their country and bring the economy to work for the generality of Nigeria. So thank you, one man. So the Eagle, see you tomorrow. Good morning to you over there in Britain. Good night to Americans, and good night to Canadians. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So that was Ajale Koko. So we round off, of course, after Ajale Koko speaks. So thank you to the super chatters, which was Des in this instance, the coffee buyers, which was Ayo and DOG. So thank you to those spaces. And to the comment section, thank you one and all. So thank you, everybody. Another session in the back. So join us tomorrow. You find us trail it. This is somebody that DOG is going to bring into the space in the afternoon tomorrow to talk us through all matters property related. And then we have the later session as well. So I'll leave you here, carry conversation and within the comment section, but here say peace.